The show.
Hey everybody, welcome.
Woo!
Let's get excited. Very nice.
So we started this journey about 5 months ago as we were looking at the trends and seeing things happen and deciding that, that our next stages and our next careers were going to be helping bring entrepreneurs together. And we started an incubator and accelerator that's going to be launching later this month based on help and hope. Help in one area where we help bring press and PR and marketing and everything together for entrepreneurs in a place that they can grow and build their business. Hope in the sense of finding the right venture capitalists so that if they do the right things, they get funding, or the right corp dev people to reach out to so that there is an exit in the horizon. Because building a startup is really, really hard. Doing a hardware one or doing one on a new platform seems almost impossible. And so we had a vision to bring everybody together in the space. And about 3 months ago, this conference was born. And I'll have to say that the team has done an incredible job putting this together. So the tickets that you bought are paying for our team. The sponsorship that you've done are helping us provide a space for entrepreneurs to work for free out of it, and without worried about we're going to take half their equity or any of that bullshit that happens. And so I could not have done this. You guys know I'm kind of an idea guy without Kyle, my co-founder. I'm very proud that he's here in the room with me right now. So love you, man.
Can we have a hug?
Just hug real quick. Don't hug on stage.
Yeah.
All right.
Bad idea with microphones.
Go ahead.
So also I just want to extend thank yous to the rest of our team. Without them, Reg and I wouldn't be here on stage. Even though we're beautiful faces, our team definitely did a lot of the work and made this event happen. So Sophia, Mia, Ian, Kyle, thank you guys. Leah and Carly for putting this on. TechZulu for doing the live stream. Thank you all very much. Can we have a round of applause for Carly right over here, please?
Yeah,
and also, this also would not be able to happen without our sponsors. So thank you to all of you out in the crowd, and I'll thank each and every one of you. So thank you Qualcomm, Intel, Lenovo, Easily Do, Sears, Green Cloud, Topix, Karma, Omnivent, Plantronics, Technicolor, Sidecar, who, by the way, is offering everyone here free $10 promo code today using Glazed. So if you type in Glazed in your Sidecar.
You don't have to sign up and be a new user.
Yeah, you don't have to be a new user.
$10 free. Already getting money back.
Pivotal Labs, thank you to them very much for hosting our hackathon yesterday. We greatly appreciate it. K2 Partners, Tagged, Infinity AR. To some of our media partners, TechZulu, who is putting on the stream in the back today, Uber Gizmo, who will be doing our fashion show and after party with this evening, Read Wright, who I will introduce in just a moment, and VentureBeat as well. If we can we get a round of applause for Mia over here, one of our team members that just walked in, and Leah.
Woo, yeah.
All right. Anything else?
Hey guys, this is a new space. No one's an expert yet. If they tell you they are, they're full of shit.
Except for us.
Yeah, except for us.
We're not full of shit.
We came here to learn together, to have fun, to explore like new possibilities like Star Trek. But for anything, like just connect with each other and let's grow this ecosystem together. So thank you guys.
Thank you.
Owen's about to go on stage. He's been the editor of almost every tech and media publication in the world. And a close friend of us. We couldn't do this without him. Owen, rock on up.
Thanks, Reg. Thanks, Kyle. I'm Owen Thomas. I'm the editor-in-chief of ReadWrite. And I think Kyle and Reg asked me to co-host and MC Glazed because I am a wearable skeptic. I recently wrote a piece about how I wanted device makers to get their hands off my wrists, and here I am wearing a fitness tracker. I don't know how that happened. But I think Stained Glass Labs and the organizers of Glaze very kindly invited me and a bunch of other journalists on stage to ask the questions that need to be asked, to push people to really think through the implications of these new technologies. And I think that's what's really going to make this conference helpful to you, which is it's not just going to be people saying how great everything is. It's going to be figuring out what are the points of tension, what are the points of confusion, how are consumers going to assimilate and react to all of this new technology. And that's what you're going to hear throughout the day, and we're going to figure out what the questions to ask are together. So thank you very much for being here, and I believe we are going to kick it off with an old friend of mine, Robert Scoble, also known as the Scobleizer, also known as Robert Scoblet. He's secretly French. And this man, if you can wear it and it has a chip in it, it's been on him. He wants it on him now. And if you haven't seen the photos, sometimes the computers get worn before the clothes. He's going to be interviewed by Stained Glass Labs' own Reg Snodgrass. And with that,
Cool.
Robert.
Thank you very much.
Reg.
Oh. Will help if I have my microphone on. So at Rackspace, I'm paid to go around and interview innovators. I go around and talk to startups a lot of times all over the world, and have done, 5,000 interviews in the last 10 years. And about 20 months ago, I started noticing a pattern, or a series of patterns. It was really 5 patterns all happening at the same time. And other people were noticing the individual patterns. Some people called it the Internet of Things. Some people focused on social media. Some people focused on location. But I saw developers were starting to snap together the 5 things. So let's talk about what the 5 things are that make this age of context. So next. So the first force, you got to go next.
Next.
Thank you. The first force is mobile. And I started seeing all these wearable computers all over the place. Epiphany Eyewear is coming out of Stanford. They're putting a camera into a sunglass frame. The guy here runs Recon Instruments. He makes a compute and a display package that goes into the Oakley Airwave ski goggle. Obviously, we'll talk about Google Glass all day long. I'm seeing all sorts of wearable computers and people thinking about wearable computers in clothing. In fact, I'm wearing a Scotty Vest shirt, and he's talking about putting devices into clothing, and that's why he puts lots of pockets in his clothing. And Nike and other companies are coming out with sensors in clothing. That's going to be interesting. This was actually Autodesk CEO had a jacket made for him with an Arduino processor with lots of lights built into it. And already that Arduino processor is obsolete. It's now 1/8 the size of what was built into his jacket. So you're starting to see trend lines of things getting smaller and smaller and smaller and cheaper and cheaper and cheaper, which makes it interesting. And then we've seen the Basis and Nike Fuel Band and stuff like that. Could I go next, please? I've started seeing innovation in data. All sorts of new database types. We've seen MongoDB that didn't exist 6 years ago. We're seeing a whole ton of innovation in data and machine learning that we call big data. I hate the name big data, but that's what the industry's chosen. By the way, that's the Google computer, the first Google computer. It has 400 megabyte hard drives in it. Today, Seagate drive, the same space, holds 14 terabytes. Let's go next. I started seeing explosions in the amount of location data, not just with Foursquare, but Waze and Facebook check-ins and other things. And that data is getting richer and richer with pictures and really good mapping. Go next. I started seeing an explosion in sensors. Going to the Consumer Electronics Show, we saw 3D sensors from PrimeSense that now they licensed that to Microsoft for the Kinect sensor. I'm going to sit down because my leg's hurting a little bit. But we just started seeing an explosion in sensors. Just last week, I saw a guy who is developing a saliva sensor that can tell you're having a heart attack 24 hours before you actually have one. Next. And then we're seeing an explosion in social network data. So Twitter today has 1 billion tweets every 36 hours. In 18 months, that'll be 1 billion tweets in every 18 hours. And that explosion itself has caused the birth of a whole bunch of companies like DataSift and Vintank that I'll talk about later. So next. So what does this mean? It means two things for human beings. It means that we're going to get highly personalized products. If you put on my Google Glass, you're going to see my email, my airline tickets, my stocks, my weather, my tweets, and all that stuff. And go ahead and actually, let's talk about this slide a little bit. I visited 30 Shoes of Prey in Australia and Moto X. They're doing customized manufacturing. So we're going to be able to build things that are very, very personalized with our names on them, with chips in them, with the fashion we want that's different than anybody else. I think Shoes of Prey has hundreds of millions of combinations that you can build with shoes. And they've figured out how to make it possible to do customized shoes of all sorts of crazy types. I think Rihanna's wearing their shoes. Next. It also, the second thing it means for human beings is we're going to have new kinds of anticipatory systems because you know my context, you know who I'm with, you know where I'm speaking, you know where I am, you know my patterns through life now, or the internet does. You know my calendar, you know my searches that I've made, you know the music I listened to on the way here, because you can go look at my Facebook, and I've shared that publicly, but a database knows that. Right? If you follow me around for a little while, you'll start knowing what kinds of things I probably will want to do next. Google Calendar already knows where my next appointment is, so it can tell me, hey, you better leave because the traffic between here and there is heavier than usual. And next. For businesses, so that's two things it means for humans, and I think we're going to talk about this all day long, what humans are going to do with these new contextual systems in this new wearable world. For businesses, it means we're going to know everything about everything in very deep detail, and I really didn't understand what that meant, but you know, GE is now putting hundreds of sensors on their jet engines. They're able to see that a jet engine needs maintenance about a month before it actually does because of the sound it makes. General Electric calls that the industrial internet. If you look at what Travis knows about you when you use Waze, he knows every piece of inventory, every employee, every transaction, every rating. Your employees are rated in real time, right? When I worked at Microsoft, I had to wait 6 months before I was reviewed. These guys are reviewed after each drive, and they see it in real time, how good a job they did, and if they don't do a good enough job, they get washed out of the system, right? In real time. It's just the amount of data that you're going to have as a business owner is stunning. To give you an idea, we went to SRI, where the internet was invented, and Siri, and HDTV, and they're building a workstation that watches our eyes and knows exactly where you focused on the screen and what you touched and what you did. And of course, they're doing this for DARPA. It's a new workstation for the people who are using drones so that the government will know exactly why you made that decision to kill somebody and what data you looked at and who approved it and were you in compliance with what was going on. But that data, that workstation in 4 years is going to be on our laptop. In fact, I've interviewed a couple of companies coming out of Israel that are watching your eyes and your face and know where you're focusing on with a standard laptop today. They don't need the special eye tracking devices that the SRI guys are playing with. Next. It also means for businesses that we're going to know our customers in really deep detail. I live right by the Half Moon Bay Ritz, and there's 4 computers there that run that place. There's an open table computer that runs the big restaurant. There's a Spa Finder computer that runs the spa. There's a computer that runs the hotel. And there's a separate computer that runs their cheap restaurant, none of which talk to each other. That ain't going to happen in 5 years. In 5 years, those computers are going to be snapped together in some way so that they can provide better service. They also have no freaking clue who I am. And I know this because I talked to their social media team. Great, you're doing reactive social media. They have a social media team somewhere in the East Coast that watches you tweet about their properties. And they go, thanks for coming to the Ritz. And that's cool, great, somebody's listening. If you're pissed off, somebody's listening. That's an improvement over 10 years ago when we wrote our first book. But very quickly, I have a back and forth, and it's really obvious these guys don't know where I'm sitting, don't know who I'm with, don't know that I live there. don't know anything about what I like, don't know that I usually am drinking Lagavulin whiskey or something like that. They really don't know anything about me, and that will not be true in 5 years. In 5 years, they're really going to know everything about me. And by the way, everything they learn at my local Ritz is going to be transferred over to the London Ritz when I go there, right? Today, I walk in the London Ritz, they have no idea who I am, what drink I like, what food I like. And here's an example. I walked in with an entrepreneur who only eats kosher food, for instance. And they couldn't serve us very well because they don't have kosher food. Talking to the waiter, he's like, well, if I knew that 24 hours ago, I could have had something shipped in for you. In 5 years, that meal will be there automatically because they'll know our patterns through life. They'll know that guy put on his calendar going to the Ritz with Scoble, a week from now, right? Next. It means a new kind of city, and we're seeing a new kind of thing called a digital urbanist, or a new kind of person who lives. I mean, how many people have played with the new Amazon or Google or grocery store delivery services here in San Francisco? I know at Rackspace, I'm seeing the number of packages go up every week as people get addicted to these new delivery services. eBay now is delivering. You can order an Apple power supply from eBay and have it delivered to your office in an hour. So if you lost yours or had yours stolen, you can get stuff delivered to you. This only can happen. This can only happen, and I don't know why that's pop. I don't know. Good question. Yeah, like this room has their cell phones off. Good luck with that one. All right. So we're going to see these kinds of services can only happen really in the big urban centers, the New Yorks, the LAs, the Seattles, the San Franciscos. But it's creating a new kind of user. My son's going to school in New York, and at NYU they have a new company called Tap and Go. And Tap and Go is watching his behavior as he walks around campus. Within a week, it knows his favorite coffee shop. It knows where he goes for lunch. It knows, where he's going. And that's a third of the business. And then when he wakes up, it asks him, hey, do you want your usual coffee, right? And you say yes, and it's made and ready for him by the time he gets there. And no money takes place. It's Uberization of the world. And that's what's happening in cities, and it's really deep. I talk to Waze a lot in Israel, and they talk about all the data that they're learning from you traveling around the city and what they can take to city leaders and improve the cities. Next. It means better transportation. I mean, we've seen Uber, but contextual systems. We talked to General Motors, and they're talking about putting these 3D sensors in your car, which sounds really freaky. But they are so sensitive, they can see you falling asleep before you do, and they can wake you up. They can do all sorts of fun things like unlock the car. We've seen the Tesla. You get close to the Tesla with your key fob, and it puts the door handles out. That kind of stuff is going to seem very quaint in 3 or 4 years. It's going to lead to the full-on automatic car. It's sort of fun to dream about this stuff with the people who are building this stuff, and it's like, when you get your self-driving car in 10 years, you're not going to have to tell it where to go. It's going to know. If you go to church on Sunday morning, it's going to know you go to church on Sunday morning because this thing's been tracking you for, look inside the new iOS 7, deep inside the privacy settings, it shows you where you've been already. Just the first week of having this thing. It's like crazy. Next. It's going to be a new kind of marketing. The picture here is done at a Walmart with a PrimeSense 3D sensor that's above you. It's so sensitive, it can see somebody touching a box of Cheerios in real time, and that's what you're seeing is the algorithms actually working to see this person touching the box of Cheerios. They're going to put a tablet or a screen right next to the Cheerios aisle, and they're going to be able to offer you things based on what you just touched or what you just pulled off the shelf. So they can say, hey, you just took a box of Cheerios. If you take 3 boxes, you'll get 10% off or something like that. VinTank is a company up here in Northern California that watches the wine industry. They basically watch anything on Twitter or Foursquare, and I think soon Facebook, that has anything to do with wine. So if you say, I love Chardonnay, or I'm drinking some Sutter Home and with my buddies, if you say anything about wine, it tracks you. And this is why social media is so important. Already they are seeing 1.1 million tweets a day about wine, and they build a profile on you. Well, that's okay, that's pretty standard Twitter stuff. But now they're building a geofence around each winery in Napa and other places. So if you go to Napa, let's say you go to Napa and you start with Sutter Home, and you check in at Sutter Home. First of all, if I'm a winemaker, that marks you as a certain kind of customer, particularly if you say, I love Sutter Home wines, right? Sutter Home is a low-end winery compared to some of the places in Napa. The bottles are usually around $10 to $20. It's a mass brand. It's not Caymus, let's put it that way, right? So if you go to Caymus after you go to Sutter Home, the first thing is, why are you here? No, they don't want to freak you out. They'll ask you, do you like that Sutter Home stuff? And you go, and if you say yes, then they'll pull out their cheaper wines, and they'll know that you're probably not going to be a really big consumer of Caymus. If you say, no, that shit is the worst thing I've ever had. My buddy pulled me there because he thought it was good wine, and I like good wine, not this cheap, crap that Sutter Home. Now that you get thrown into the good wine tour, right, where they pull out the $200, $300 bottles of wine there. This is already happening without any of this contextual stuff. If you go up to Napa to the castle, Castello di Amorosa, they ask you at the front, are you going to share any pictures on Instagram or Facebook or Flickr? And they have a sign there. Tell us if you're an Instagrammer. Well, if you're an Instagrammer, they put you on a separate tour than if you are just there to drink wine. Why? Because they spent, $10 million on their castle, and they have special areas and special tours that are visual, that help explain their brand. And if you have 100 followers on Instagram, they want to make sure that you take good pictures to share with your friends, so your friends all go, I need to go to the castle when I go to Napa. They have a dungeon, for instance, downstairs that you might not learn about if you're just there to drink wine, right? If you're just there to drink wine, they just go straight into the wine tasting room and try to get your money. But if you're there for Instagram and for Foursquare, they have a dungeon downstairs. Now, what's funny is none of your cell phones work down there. So they put Wi-Fi hotspot down there, and they put a special Foursquare check-in, so you can check in the dungeon and take a picture of you on the rack being tortured, that kind of stuff. Right? This is pinpoint marketing. This is marketing that's very customized, very personal. I don't know if you caught the new, and actually let me go next because I'm going to talk about low energy Bluetooth in a second. Here's the low energy Bluetooth. Did you see the Baseball Association is going to put low energy Bluetooth radios into each stadium with Apple Computer starting next season? And I don't know, how many people have a low-energy Bluetooth radio on them? Do you know? Yeah, it's on your phone. That's a good answer. Do you have one separate from your phone? Do you have one of the little buttons yet, like an Estimote? Yeah. You will soon, or they will be sprayed throughout the world within 18 months. This is an Estimote. They won TechCrunch Disrupts, hardware company. They were one of the best Y Combinator companies that came out this year. Their little low-energy Bluetooth radios have actually sensors on them, so it's not just a radio, but it can tell you temperature and some other environmental things. They cost $30 retail. The guy on the left is Broadcom's CEO, and he says these radios are going to cost about $10 wholesale or less. They run for 2 years on a single coin battery, so you just stick them underneath, like I could stick one right here, right? And all of a sudden, if you walk toward it with the Glazed app next year, right? All of a sudden you'll know you're near the stage. And you can do things with that. So they're going to put these radios all through AT&T Park, and as you walk by XYZ vendor, it's going to do something different on your iPhone as you walk by them. And it's going to do something different when you're there. You can do new kinds of payment systems because you're close to the cash register, and that's where one of the beacons could be. So this is going to be something to watch. I was just at just in New York and met with Dave Matthews, who runs New Air, Air, A-E-R, and he showed me how many Bluetooth and Wi-Fi radios were just around us in New York, and then he turned on some of these Bluetooth radios and talked about what his systems could do, and a lot of you guys should be thinking about these low-energy Bluetooth radios because Apple's going to make it a thing next year. Next. I think it's going to affect every product. In talking to the product designers at Plantronics and Oakley and whatnot, and going to GoPro, they're now talking about not just making a GoPro camera that captures pixels, but a GoPro camera that captures context. So is your heart racing fast because you have a Nike Fuel Band on or something like that that's going to watch your heart rate? Are you biking or skiing or running or walking or shopping? These systems within 18 months are going to know that. In fact, I think that's going to be built into the operating systems very, very soon, in the next 2 to 3 years for sure. If I take a picture, can I automatically tag all of you instead of having to manually tag each of you? Right now it's manual steps to do that. But in the future, I can see a lot of ways to do manual tagging of people, certainly at a conference. Next. It means all sorts of, take on how it's going to affect products. Here you take Dysonics is taking a normal pair of headphones and putting a little sensor on them so the headphones know where you're aimed. By the way, Google Glass knows where you're aimed. It's the first consumer electronics device that knows where I'm aimed full time. We don't yet have access to those sensors as an SDK, but lots of people I know here have been sideloading Android apps to get access to those sensors, and they're starting to dream about a world where we're actually going to know where you're aimed. And there's an eye sensor here, so it knows where we're looking too. We can. Somebody did a drunk app. Think about all the ways you're going to be able to study the human eye. If you see something on a shelf and your eye gets bigger, you're going to be able to capture that, right, and capture your context. If you see somebody that you really are attracted to, your eye will get bigger, right? And if her eye gets bigger at the same time, maybe a new kind of dating app, right? But anyways, Dysonics, by doing this, if you go to a band tonight, the band is always in the same place, no matter where you turn your head. And he does the same thing. In a normal headphone, the band moves as you move your head, right? That's not normal. Your ear doesn't quite like that. So they put the band in one place, even though you turn your head, and they're doing processing to make that possible. And it really changes how headphones sound. And then they can do all sorts of sweetening and put you in different kinds of rooms and stuff like that as well. But what's the other picture up here? Oh yeah, I went to Park where Steve Jobs basically got the Macintosh idea from. They are now inkjet printing circuitry on anything. Right now it's $1 million R&D project, but in 5 years that'll be out in the commercial world. Very, very low cost circuitry. It's crude circuitry. They can only put about 50 transistors on a little tiny radio on something. But they said, well, think about a milk carton of the future. They can just spray this circuitry on it and study whether it's been outside of an operating range and do all sorts of new inventory controls. You can think of 3D printing in the future where you can actually print the circuitry into the object you're printing, right? For very, very low cost. Next. Next. There you go. It means the new kind, as sensors come down in cost, it means that the things we can use these sensors for changes. The police have always had alcohol sensors. They've been $500,000, $600,000, right? And when they pull you over, they can see if you're drunk or not. But now Breathometer is selling these things for $49. So now my brother owns a bar in Virginia. He can buy 10 of these, right? For the cost that it used to cost a cop to buy one of them. So now he can play new kinds of drinking games. He can study whether you're okay to drive before he lets you leave the bar, and he can call an Uber for you automatically, right? It really does change what's possible, and now also that it's combined with an iPhone, it can study you in a new way. Next. it's going to mean a lot for health, and I think you have a couple sessions today, right, on health. I'm seeing all sorts of sensors exploding around us about health. My friends who are asthmatics have sensors on their asthma bottles, and it's studying their patterns through life. And it studies even if a child keeps getting asthmatic attacks in a certain neighborhood, that there's too much pollution in that neighborhood, and this has actually happened. They move the path of the child a couple blocks away so they avoid the pollution, and their incidence of using the medicine goes down. We're going to have, at SRI, I saw a sensor that can tell whether you have pancreatic cancer. One cell out of 1 billion cells, it can find it within a couple microseconds. And I think Steve Jobs could have been saved if he had been born 30 years later, right? And we're going to see all sorts of wearable tattoos and things that study our health, study our state, and even can study our emotional state. And this is the scary part of where this thing is going. SRI is doing research on military personnel who are suicidal. And all they have you do is read a passage of 200 words of text. Everybody reads the same passage of text, and they can already tell within a pretty good degree of certainty whether you're so depressed enough you're going to commit suicide. Just by reading text, because your voice changes when you're under extreme strain like that. So think about, this thing is listening to me full time. This thing is going to study me full time. My Moto X listens to me full time. It can tell something about my emotional state without me even touching it. And if you think that's not coming, well, I was wearing a galvanic skin response sensor at the Next Web, and it studied how nervous I was on stage. The guy who invented the sensor was standing next to me with an iPhone, and he had a graph in real time of how nervous I was. And that was cool, because then I can calm down and work on my mind, right? But then he came up and we started talking, like we're going to do in a second. And he started talking to me about the red light district, because this was in Amsterdam, and my nervous system spiked back up. And I'm like, oh shit, this world is in my head, and this is a new kind of privacy problem. And I think that's actually the next slide. Next. Yeah, and that brings us to our conversation. Our privacy, our understanding of what privacy is about to shift, because we've never had the ability to study somebody's eyes full time before. We've never had the ability to put a galvanic skin response sensor on us full time. We've never had a 9-axis accelerometer full time on my iPhone watching me, stalking me, following me around. We've never had this understanding of the world before. And that's going to lead to a new kind of privacy, and it's going to be really interesting to watch some of the panels today to see where the innovators who are here are thinking about taking this world, because it's going to be a freaky world.
So
Next, you can put it on the last slide. Yeah. Oh, we have a couple more. So that's the 3D sensor. This game that people are playing in New York subways records video while you're playing the game and sees the sentiment of the eyes. This is done by Ellen DeGeneres. And Dave Matthews' screen is over on the left, and Snowden, of course. Next. And I think that should be the end. Yeah. So are you freaked out?
I think everyone here is less freaked out, a little bit super excited. Probably a mix of you being on stage and also we want 2034 to come sooner.
Yeah.
And this is a lot of what this conference is about. What are the barriers, the biggest barriers and the biggest obstructions to this? And if you could wave a magic wand.
Utility.
Utility.
As we provide more utility to people, as they see there's a benefit to wearing a Google Glass or an iWatch or a Pebble Watch or something in our shoes, they'll use it, right? But right now it's early days. It's like I just got the Apple. I remember unboxing the Apple II in 1976, and it had a cassette tape drive and it had no software. You couldn't buy any software. There was no software. And it cost $3,000. It was really expensive back in 1976, $77, right? And yet we started dreaming about a new world and started dreaming about what could come because of this new box that was in front of us. And that's how I feel about this. It's expensive. There's no software. Google hasn't even turned on the sensors yet. There is a sensor firing full time as I look around, developers are really struggling to do anything with that so far because there's not a good SDK. We don't know how these things are going to be distributed. We don't really know how Google is going to monetize this thing. So a lot of developers are like, but we're dreaming, and that's the important part. And dreams lead to code, lead to utility. When there is utility, we know people will use it. You know, credit card, and I know this, credit cards I remember using a credit card in Starbucks and people in line were yelling at me, what the fuck are you doing? Wasting our time. Why don't you pay cash like everybody else? I'm like, dude, I'm going to pay credit card, deal with it. Yeah. And now everybody pays credit card in a Starbucks, or a lot of people do. And it's accepted, right? Because there's utility there. Credit cards were the largest gifting of private information to a company that the world has ever seen, right? Visa knows everything about me. They know where I shop, who I'm, where I am all the time, right? And we give that privacy up to get that utility. So all the arguments about privacy and people, they're retardants. But I think people are going to be freaked out, and that's why we wrote a whole chapter in our book about it. But I think as you all deliver utility for these things, people will get over it and start using them.
Right. So I firmly believe that at least a few of these people in the audience are going to be the ones that actually push your vision to the future. Right?
It's not my vision. I'm just a good cheerleader for what you guys are already doing.
So what is some, like, because it's going to be hard. Like, there's a significant fragmentation in the marketplace. There's not a whole lot of money. The market is not very big.
Yeah.
These entrepreneurs are here. They're getting out on a limb.
Steve Wozniak's own boss at HP told him nobody would buy a personal computer. I've heard this before.
Yeah.
I'm not too worried because there's already enough utility for me to wear this every day of my life. I know as you guys build new games and new services and new systems that use this, I'll be more and more excited, and I'll be able to show it to more and more people and say, hey, just got a new app, got new utility, and we're just waiting for the spreadsheet. We haven't seen the spreadsheet yet. We haven't seen the IBM PC version of this thing yet, right? If we're talking back through the PC world, we haven't seen the Macintosh version of this. We haven't seen a lot. Right? This is going to be a 20-year thing.
All right, one last question. We'll let you go. We'll let everyone catch you. Are you going to be here till lunch? When are you actually?
Around noon, 1 o'clock.
Okay. So no one mad rush Robert when he leaves, because we got a lot of really exciting stuff. Because he'll be around and he's always super great to talk to people. One last thing. You have everyone is riveted right now. What is that one piece of advice that you could give them when it's going to be tough, when they're building this stuff, when it's going to be hard?
Study great innovators who've done companies. Go and talk to Airbnb. It took 1,000 days for their business to start working. And that's, on my wall I have a poster that says, I'm not delusional. I'm an entrepreneur. And you have to be willing to spend that 1,000 days, because it might be 1,000 days before the market starts to show up for this. And you figure out what the utility is that gets people excited. So study that, and realize you're in this for a decade. When I first met Evan Williams back in 2000, he was broke. He laid off all his developers. The industry was sucking air, right? There was no money. I was laid off. Everybody was we all went to a Dana Street Cafe in Mountain View and hung out together, and we're all like broke. And yet, I knew he was going to be interesting. I didn't know he was going to be a billionaire, but I knew he and other people in the room were going to be interesting because they took a decade-long approach. They said, we are building tools and systems for people that will take a decade to happen. And he's still talking like that, even though he's a billionaire now, right? And that's what it takes. This is going to be a long haul. Wearables is going to, you see the trend lines. The trend lines are going to keep washing new and newer things at us. I just talked to the team building Meta, which is a 2-screen wearable. And he says it's happening faster than I thought it would. The sensors are getting cheaper and smaller. They're getting more robust. There's more sensors for more data. The screens are getting sharper because of the investments in these. I mean, 900 million people are going to buy a smartphone this year, right? And that means the industry has a lot of R&D money to make things smaller and cheaper and faster and new capabilities, because there's a lot of pressure to make something new for Apple and for Google, right?
That's great. Okay, well, thank you so
Thanks.
much for spending life with us. It was great. Appreciate it.
Thanks. Looking forward to the rest of the day. Thank you.
Thank you, Reg. Thank you, Robert. Robert has a book coming out, The Age of Context. I believe you've got some early copies here. Signed copies, so be sure to find them later. He's selling those. I know we're packed in here, standing room only, or so it seems. We actually have some chairs back to the right of the room as you're looking at the stage. So please make yourself comfortable, unless you're one of those standing desk people who think that sitting is going to kill you. We have coming up next, Robert and Reg were talking about applications for wearable computing. E-commerce is one of those applications. We have Greg Bensinger, who covers e-commerce for the Wall Street Journal, in conversation with Manish Chandra, the co-founder of Poshmark. And they'll be joined later by Quinn Lee of Qualcomm Ventures. So welcome, Greg. Manish, welcome. Take it away.
Company important today?
So Poshmark is a mobile marketplace for fashion. Women can take pictures of their items, list it for sale, and other women can come and shop for it. We provide sort of an end-to-end solution. We take care of payment processing, providing them with all of the shipping stuff, as well as handling customer service.
Yeah. Can you tell us a little bit about how many customers you have, what kind of things sell there?
Sure. So we started the company about 18 months or so back, and today we have a little over 250,000 women buying and selling items on Poshmark, which is more than the number of physical boutiques in the country. And we just announced that this year alone, we've seen almost a tenfold growth in the number of items sold. So we've sold a little over 1 million items on behalf of women within the company.
Okay. Now Poshmark is a mobile app.
It is a mobile app.
What sort of ways could you see it applying to wearable technology? How could it be integrated? Is this a threat to the way that you do business today?
Well, I think anytime technology is changing, it can be both a threat and opportunity. So we think of it as an opportunity. I think if you look at something like Google Glass and you look at sort of the ambient awareness, the photo taking ability it provides, it can be used not only for creating new listings, but also being able to see if something you're looking at is available in our vast inventory of items. It can also be used to sort of look at style matches and style combination. And then there's many other sort of interesting, novel ways in which you can use wearable technologies.
Yeah. Well, you're a forward-thinking guy. Is this something that you're already studying? Is it something that you're playing around with in your labs?
I think we're more dreaming right now than sort of I would say actively working on it. But I think the possibilities are quite interesting and quite endless. I think when you think of wearable technologies and you think of fashion, it's in a way a match made in heaven, but in a way it's sort of something that we are in a very early stage of really combining the ergonomics and aesthetics. One of the things that we noticed in our core demo, which is one of the big sort of group of people who are latched onto our platform are women sort of in their 20s to 30s. And till last year, we saw very little penetration of even Android within that constituency. And now what I'm starting to see is a lot of women using that. And what you find there is that the aesthetic of that item is sort of very, very core. So a lot of them are using Galaxy S4, which is a beautiful sort of form factor compared to the other Android devices. So when you look at wearable technology and start to go in the fashion direction, it has to evolve to the point that it has that physical aesthetic beauty combined with all the functionality it has.
Yeah. And one of the things you mentioned is payments. Are there applications on your own platform that could be applied to wearable technology? Are there ways to speed transactions, ways to cut down on friction, as they say?
Absolutely. I think once we start to see the evolution of wearable technologies, we're going to start to see, particularly in e-commerce, you will have to deal with even a simpler checkout process, sort of a smoother aspect of transaction, and rethinking how a transaction happens, both the security aspect of a transaction, but also the smoothness of it can be quite interesting. I mean, you know, we talk about buying in a blink of an eye. I think that's quite feasible in the future.
Was that a good thing?
Anything that's simpler and faster should be a good thing.
Yeah.
But everything good has always a bad side, a dark side to it.
Okay. Well, we all know that customer satisfaction and buying the thing you want and getting it the way you expect it is important, but it's also expensive if it doesn't go well. Could this be an unintended consequence of blinking too much, for example? Or
I think anything that sort of facilitates consumption always has that side. You know, if you think of Costco and us buying, you know, enormous amounts of stuff when we don't need to, you can think of it as a negative thing. But on the flip side, it is very convenient. It does make the core economics of consumption cheaper and faster and easier. So I think there's a fraud aspect, there's an ease of consumption aspect, but then there's also just this fact that you can actually save money if you can look at items and you can figure out if there's an easier way to purchase them or alternative way to purchase them or do real-time communications. I think e-commerce can be vastly simplified.
no. So it seems today that the three main areas where people are looking at this is watches, is glasses, is, I guess, clothing itself. Or does one of those stand out as being most useful for an app like Poshmark, and why?
I think something that's visual and provides sort of visual sensory feedback is going to be more interesting from a fashion perspective. But then embedding any kind of sensors in clothing in a deeper way is going to be very interesting as you sort of evolve fashion. I mean, you can visualize all kinds of crazy things in terms of people connecting around sensory devices. You know, it can have ramification not just for commerce, but for real human connections between people. Today we are seeing it much more centered around health and sort of sensory areas, but I think sort of the whole aspect of people-to-people connection, people-to-item connection can all be transmitted through this ambient sensory devices.
Now, are there ways to sort of integrate, you know, one of the big goals of these brick and mortar stores is to bring their online together with the store itself. Now you're sort of approaching it from a different angle, but are there ways to engage with bricks and mortar stores through wearable technology that could be beneficial for you? And,
Yeah, no, I think when you think of retail and you think of mobile and then you start to take a look at wearable technology, I think blending them together offers us an opportunity to completely change the retail experience. When you think of retail, we think of different channels. Brick store is one channel, online is another channel, sort of mobile is another channel. But really from a consumer perspective, it's one and the same thing. So where I sort of see retail going is you can discover items anywhere. So you could be sort of looking in your Google Glass, you could be looking at your phone, you could be in a physical store. You can find something that you're excited and interested about. Then you can transact anywhere. You could pay for an item walking around from your Google Glass or from your wristwatch or from your phone or at the cash register. And then you can actually fulfill anywhere. So you can decide to have the item shipped back to your house, you can pick it up at work, or you can pick it up in a physical store. When you combine this thing, it really eliminates sort of the boundary between physical commerce, online commerce, mobile commerce, and device commerce. Sort of becomes this one integrated experience. Now, if you think about satisfying this is not just about technology, you have to fundamentally change supply chain, how products are stored, how payments are being processed, what your identity is. And when you start to blend all of these things together, it creates the most frictionless, seamless e-commerce experience. And retailers, e-commerce platforms, et cetera, who blend all of these things together are going to create new experiences for consumers in the future.
no, but you're taking advantage of the fact that today they aren't doing such a great job of integrating their online with the store.
So we do blend physical offline world and online world together. We have this concept of a shopping party where women are actually gathered around virtually and shopping with each other in real time. And we take these things into physical world where we actually have physical parties, and women host their own physical parties. We host some of them. And what you'll find there is often women are just coming with their phone and they're shopping and connecting with each other. Now, if you can take it one step further, you don't even need to hold a phone. And you put on your glass, you put on your watch, and now you're sort of in this party and you're really enjoying a party, having a drink or whatever with each other. And in the process, you're also connecting around shopping, and you may even be shopping with each other. And that really starts to transcend this world of, looking at device or sort of looking at stuff, or really just starting to interact with each other, and shopping becomes a natural extension of that.
Now, you mentioned something that any part of the day could be a shopping experience for you. That sounds like a great thing for the people selling the products, but is it such a great thing for consumers?
Well, if you don't like something, you can always resell it on Poshmark.
Okay, that's fair, but you sort of imagine this world where I'm a walking opportunity, and so let me deliver ads to you, let me deliver buzzy things to you that remind you it's the best time of month to buy diapers or whatever it is. Isn't that a nightmare?
It can be. I mean, I think if we look at sort of messages to buy or consume, they're sort of almost pervasive in our lives. You can be sitting in the bathroom and sort of see that. So you're right. I think at a certain excessive level, they can be super intrusive. The flip side of it is, I think, when that happens, you'll also see the consumers gaining control of that experience, and there'll always be alternative platforms that are not so intrusive that the consumers are going to start to prefer. As we've seen with any technology, you look at the rise of Google Chrome over other browsers, which is really make it much more minimal to interact with. I think the fluidity of how you monetize an interaction is going to move to much more in the flow rather than sort of this intrusive aspect that we are used to. Even if you look at phones, I think an intrusive aspect of monetization is not working. What you're finding is that the best monetization happens in the flow of the experience that is very natural for the user to consume or pay for. So I do expect that ultimately the technology is going to migrate into something that consumers want. Now, what do they want in the future is something that is always hard to predict. What we want in the future is always a little hard to predict.
Yeah, but people selling things, their job is to remind you that you do want it.
Of course, because we're all selling something.
That's fair. Yeah. And so there's going to have to be a fine balance as you
There
see
has
it.
to be,
Yeah. Do your own sellers have they talked to you about the opportunity of wearable technology? Have they asked you? Are you
Very, very little. I would say that we've had these discussions with some of actually the women in Silicon Valley more than anybody else in the country, which is very natural. I think it's still very nouveau and still very sort of conceptual right now. But that's where all technologies start. And in 2 years it could be something that everyone's talking about. But I think we're here because it's early. I don't think we see a lot of demand from the community yet. But I think as soon as the possibilities open up, it'll feel very natural to use it.
Yeah. And have you played around with these devices yourself?
A little bit with Google Glass, a lot with sort of Fitbit and other sort of pieces in there. Where my feeling is, I think we're in this place where if you look at sort of mobile phone, you had a calculator, you sort of had a contact management system, you had a phone, and then everything got integrated with software into a single device. I feel like there's a lot of fragmentation in the wearable device market where there's a sensory input for this, a sensory input for that, etc. And it feels like simplicity in the future is going to really drive the consumption of these devices where you could have a lot of integration into single things. And what that looks like, I don't necessarily have a vision for that, but that is the one thing I find is that so many things to sort of put on is just more things to kind of forget and lose.
Yeah. Well, for your own customers, how often are they checking their device, looking for the greatest deal? And is that important to the business model? Can that improve with a little piece of glass in front of your eye?
Yes. So our users are fairly immersed in the platform. They open the app 7 to 8 times. They spend somewhere in the neighborhood of 20 to 25 minutes a day. So certainly if you have something that's constantly on, it can change the immersiveness to another whole level of engagement and interaction.
Yeah.
And some of them might even appreciate that.
Well, one of the things I imagine is there's a lot of interest in dynamic pricing, and maybe it makes it easier for me to compare prices. That might be a real benefit for consumers. Do you see it the same way, or is it just one more?
I think certainly in our category, pricing is a factor, but I think just thinking of what you want to buy, sort of the inspiration, looking at another woman and being able to sort of understand what is it about her that you want to capture, that has huge potential. There's a fine balance between privacy and capture of that information, but it's, if you look at Pinterest, you look at Poshmark, you look at Instagram, there's a whole chunk of inspiration and just being able to see what you want to consume.
Yeah.
And any kind of visual system will provide you that at an ambient level. You're at a conference, you're looking at things and you say, okay, I like that handbag. You can capture it and then, store it and then have it be available to you. Of course, you'd want controls in terms of not having be available to advertisers who want to push something to you. But for you, it becomes a very powerful thing because so many times you've taken notes or, forget it or trying to take a picture, all of that feels very intrusive.
Yeah. Do you deal a lot with push notifications? Is that a big part of your
Push is
business model?
definitely a big part of communicating to the mobile user.
Yeah. So this might be nice to have a little buzz that your favorite dress is available, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, in fact, watches are becoming a little obsolete, so this could bring back the rise of the watch again.
Yeah, the smartwatch of the future, yeah. And so that would definitely be part of your plans.
It would be, and I think once Michael Kors adopts the watches, it'll probably be very popular as well.
So you're saying that they need to be better styled? Or?
Yeah, I don't think that the watches that are designed, and I don't know if there's many women in the audience who would wear them just, at a clunky level, but the same thing can be rendered 10x better from an aesthetics perspective, et cetera. And once it starts to do that, it changes. To me, it's the difference between, the visual difference between the phones and an iPhone, and Android devices are now finally catching up to that visual aesthetic, and Apple has changed the game again. And that just tends to be something, where what you're holding is also a fashion statement as much as it is a utility.
Right. Okay. And I don't know, what's the real future of this? Will the mobile experience on your phone be the primary experience for Poshmark as you see it, or is this the ultimate goal? Move away from the smartphone, make it more accessible in other ways.
I think it's hard to say, right? I don't claim to be that level of visionary who can visualize what an iPhone would have looked like 5 years back. So, but what I know for sure is that something that makes our life simpler and brings the interactions into something that's much more natural is going to win. And and Google Glass is sort of showing a little bit of that, how a natural the form factor is kind of ugly, but the actual experience is phenomenal, in terms of being able to have this constant knowledge. And how many times are we discussing something that will open up our phone to look up that meaning? And if we don't have to do that, we can just sort of understand that. It makes the world a little more understandable, although maybe makes us a little bit dumber. I don't know.
Well, I think this seems like a good time to invite Quinn Lee up to the stage. Quinn is with Qualcomm Ventures. Quinn, please join us.
Great.
Thanks. Hi. All right. So you're the guy with the money. What? Are you getting a lot of pitches about wearable technology apps and the hardware itself? Is this something you're hearing from about?
Definitely. So I'm with Qualcomm Ventures, so we're the corporate venture arm for Qualcomm, and we invest in mobile and wireless technology primarily. Wearable is one area we're pretty excited about, and recently we invested in a company called Fitbit, which is more in the healthcare and wellness space, right? Tracks people's activities and try to get them motivated to do more exercise and be more active.
Yeah. And you've seen that there are people coming to you asking, with a tin can saying, I have a great idea for an application for a watch or for a Google Glass type product, and you should help me out.
Absolutely. We've seen people with all sorts of wearable ideas. There's one company that was trying to make either a watch or some sort of device that's oriented at the action sports, right? So instead of just tracking your steps, how many activity levels you have. They're targeted at the action sports like, let's say, snowboarding, right? You want to know how high a jump you jump, right? So the sensors that's going to that device has much more accuracy and much more capabilities, be able to track, how far up the hill you'll be able to jump, right? So they're focused on that market segment, whereas Fitbit's more, general purpose, right? Just for average use for activity level tracking.
And do you see that the real opportunity is in health applications like that? That seems to be an area of expertise for you, but also, is that more of an opportunity than e-commerce necessarily? Or are there equal applications? Where does the smart money go?
I think there's different application in different areas, right? So I think you see the first wave, a lot of the wearables today are around health and activity level track. So Nike has a Fuel Band, Fitbit is up. But I think we also see applications around shopping as well. In particular, you can imagine, we have this augmented reality platform called Vuforia, right? So you can imagine where Vuforia is part of the Google Glass. And when you wear the Google Glass for shopping, if you look at the product, right, and additional information can appear on your glass about the product, about the price. So you can interact with the product potentially, right? So it's going to put, digital information, if you will, on the physical product.
Well, as Manish would have it, any part of the day could be a time where I could buy something. Is that part of what you're using to evaluate these companies? Does it change the paradigm of how they operate as opposed to how you were looking at other investments?
I think we're looking at them. I think at the end of the day, the way we're looking at them is the technology has got to solve a real problem, right, for the consumer at the end of the day, right? So I think Fitbit and Fuel Band, et cetera, is solving a problem for the consumer in terms of, be able to gather the data, the activity levels they're having, and then, you can compare with your friends what activity level they're having. So it's solving a problem, get you motivated to go out, be more active, right? So other applications in shopping scenario, I think you really got to address and solve a real problem for. As in the Poshmark example that Manish has, it's really solving a problem of woman wants to sell their stuff that's in their closet, right?
No.
So I think the fundamental thing is you got to solve a real problem for users.
Well, you have two competing forces here. One, which is to encourage people to go out and exercise more, and the other is shop without even having to type anymore. You can sit on your couch and maybe blink, and you've purchased your meal for the evening. How do you weigh these? I'm being a little funny, but how do you weigh these competing forces? And am I simplifying things?
Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily view them as competing forces, right? I mean, people shop all in different ways, right? So some people go into physical retail. I mean, there's still plenty of things where you want to shop, being there, try out clothes and so forth, right? And then there's instances where you may want to sit on your couch and just buy something where maybe you've seen the item, right, already in the physical store. So I think there's different modalities of shopping. I don't think there's one sort of fits all.
Yeah. And I'll ask you the same question about sort of omni-channel, as they call it, combining online and offline for the same retailer. Do you see that as the real promise of wearable technology? Is that something you'd like to hear more about from entrepreneurs?
Yeah, definitely. I think so before we get to the wearable technology, I think to connect the online and offline world, that's already a near-term problem I think retailers should or find solutions to solve that, right? How do you attribute the user who is maybe browsing stuff on your website, right? How do you bring them to the physical store, right? And how do you engage them in the store? So I think that's first step, right? And then wearable technology will be extension of, we view wearable technology potentially as extension of smartphone, right? How do you use that to augment that experience, right? So I don't think wearable technologies solve all problems, right? I think there's a lot more fundamental problems you need to solve between online, sort of connecting online versus offline.
Yeah. Well, one way to view it might be it could finally bring the two together, or it could finally cement the notion of e-commerce as the way to go. It's all in front of me in some way. Is that an opportunity for you guys? Does that mean your kind of model might win in the end, and bricks and mortar guys should be worried?
I think the physical experiences are not going to disappear, right? I mean, I think the opportunity to engage with each other, engage with a product at a physical level, the fact that we're all sitting here and not on a WebEx conference or a Google Hangout, I think that aspect is never going to be lost. I think the ambiguity of what is happening around it will become more codified and unified. And I think the ultimate sort of retailer that wins seamlessly will start to blend these experiences. So e-commerce, m-commerce, w-commerce, and physical commerce will become much more unified. One of the things that is interesting to visualize, right, is today we sort of have two alter egos of our physical self, one inside the phone and one sort of physically here, because even when I'm talking to you, I could be inside the phone and then come out of the phone and then talk to you. When you put me in a Google Glass, you won't even know when I'm in and out, because at least here I have to look at the phone, and now I could completely be ignoring you and sort of be cavorting on my Google Glass. So that ability to provide this continuous experience in all of these different worlds is, I think, very interesting and very important.
Yeah. Well, is that the promise for investors like you?
Yeah, I think so. I think wearable is really, I think an extension to what we have today, right? I don't think wearable is going to necessarily replace smartphones. I think it's an extension of things, I think the key for wearables is, I think it's interesting, or there's a lot of things or momentums around it today, is because a couple of things. I think one is it's intelligent, right? It has electronics, it can collect a lot of data. And the other thing is it's connected, right? Unlike your old-fashioned watch, it gives you time, it's not connected. A lot of the wearable device today, Google Glass or Fitbit, it's all connected, right? It's collecting the data, it's getting the data to your phone or to the cloud. It's enabled people to really have these devices sort of act as another dimension, if you will, or sixth sense, digital sixth sense, if you will, right? So I think that, that area, I think it's still evolving, it's still early days, but I think we see pretty exciting opportunities in the area.
Yeah, we've given Google some good free advertising
Yes.
today, but who are the other winners going to be? What are the big names that you think can take advantage of wearable technology? Maybe it's a chip maker, for example, or a web company.
Chipmaker always wins.
Well, I mean, from more from Qualcomm perspective, I mean, we're a technology platform provider, right? So we're interested in getting more and more things connected, right? Whether it's Fitbit, whether it's Google Glass or other wearable devices, we want more and more things being connected, right? Sort of the Internet of Things. So I think there's opportunity for us to go beyond the smartphones and getting, technology, providing technology into these variety of wearable devices.
Yeah. Manish, who might
Well, I
win
think
big in this?
the innovative sort of device makers like Apple and then now Samsung and increasingly HTC are all going to be very interesting and important. I think Google just has pioneered, just like the iPhone did many years back, in creating a platform that's getting everyone excited in the wearable space. It doesn't mean, it's still a crude platform, it's still an early stage platform, but everyone, I think the race is just beginning. I think we're going to see some very, very big leaps in the next year even, I think, from Samsung and, hopefully Apple.
Yeah. So I'll leave it with this last question. What is the future of the smartphone as it relates to these technologies? Am I going to wear a shirt that can replace my smartphone, or is that always going to be important? How do you view the future of that?
My feeling is, I think holding something like this and constantly looking at it is not necessarily a natural thing. So I think it is something that will get replaced eventually, just like the computer did, because typing keyboards and carrying it out was not a natural thing. Today, touch feels very natural. So I can visualize a day when this becomes an obsolete device, and our kids or our grandkids are asking us, what the heck was that little thing you used to hold all the time and patch on it.
Quinn, I'm not sure you agree.
Yeah, I don't think necessarily, smartphone is going to be replaced by by the wearables, right? I mean, there's scenarios I think wearables are, in my view, is more, at least some wearables are extensions of the phone, right? Like the Fitbit today. I mean, if you want this, turn this into a smartphone, the battery won't last very long, right? So I think this is a special built device that tracks activity levels, can connect to a smartphone, but the brain or the processing power mostly is still on the phone, right? There could be other wearable devices, maybe very, very specific for certain scenarios, maybe incorporate more and more computing power that could, take on some functionality of the phone. In that case, it could act like a phone, but I see it as more of extensions as phones versus replace of smartphones.
Great. Well, thanks, guys. Very, very interesting. Appreciate it. Yeah.
Thanks, guys. It's right through there. All right. Coming up next, we're going to talk about another application for wearables, one you may not have thought of, but you'll definitely have a bug in your ear afterwards. It's wearables and music. Leading the conversation, very pleased to have Ina Fried, senior editor with All Things D. With her on stage, we're going to have Larry Marcus of Walden Venture Capital, Michael Serta, who is an executive at Vivo, the music video startup, and Brian Zisk, who is well known for his Future of Music Tech conference. All right, and with that, I will have Ina bring up our panelists. Ina, welcome.
Well, thanks, everyone. Just going to need just a sec while these guys get mic'd up. But certainly, when they asked me to do this, I was thinking wearables and music, and I wasn't really getting it because, when I think about wearables so far, I've thought a lot about, things like Google Glass, things like watches. But actually, music and wearables have a long history. One of the panelists has a speaker that he's going to show. And it sort of occurred to me that I remember another wearable music device that I used to attach to my belt, way back when. And most of you aren't old enough, but a few of you are. We had Walkmans. So the music and wearable space actually goes back a ways, and they're already in some ways ahead of some of these other spaces. And yet at the same time, music and technology have had a few challenges, which I think we'll get into, that it hasn't always been easy in the music space to take a good idea and have it be a commercial success just because you've had that idea. So I'm really excited that we have a great group of people who have found ways to make business, music, and technology come together and get through some of these hurdles. And we can talk about where this is going, where some of the opportunities are. And as you may have noticed by now, I'm really just stalling. So I'm out of ideas. I'm going to have to dance in a second. Are we ready? Awesome.
Or we could just freestyle rap, Ina.
I am a terrible dancer, a worse rapper. I actually have no musical skills whatsoever. So thanks for having me here on this panel about music and technology.
All right. I think we're ready to start bringing folks on.
Great. Should I just sit over here? Or? Right here.
I think, yeah, that would be great. So while Brian's getting mic'd up, maybe, Larry and Michael, do you want to start by maybe talking a little bit about your background and also just, as you started to think about wearables and music, like what are some of the initial thoughts that come to mind?
Yeah, so you guys hear me okay? Yeah, okay. So it is hot in here, as you can tell. I'm with Vivo. I head product and tech for the company, and so I basically deal with everything from I get labels, record labels give us music videos on hard drives. We ingest them into the system. We encode them for all the various platforms. We build the apps. It's iOS, Android, web, Xbox, Roku, Apple TV, yada yada. The list goes on and on. We're launching tonight in Germany, so I've got a few things on my mind today because it's not quite ready, but it will be by tonight. What else? I used to be at MySpace for a while. I sold them a company, so I've done a lot of startups. I'm a musician, so I've always been into music. As I think about wearables, I think we're very clearly at the very beginning of this whole thing, and there's going to be a ton of roadkill on the way, and just having had an entrepreneurial background, I would just maybe caution some of the folks that are thinking, oh, I got a great idea. Think beyond the idea. Think about how it becomes a sustainable business, because there's going to be a ton of great ideas. I mean, just ask like Jonathan Abrams, right? He had a great idea. So I mean, you got to think about those things. Think about the sustainability, not just the wow factor of the today. And you also have to map that probably to the context of the device. Like right now, we're all thinking about, you know, our glasses and our watches and the most obvious things. But there's going to be lots of other things that that will emerge that we can imagine, our collars, whatever. There's other formats. Right now, we're at the clunk phase where it's very discovery oriented. And I think there's going to be a long road, probably years between here to there. So I think it's very interesting. I think there's lots of platforms that could be leveraged from today's operating systems into wearables. I mean, you look at what Chromecast is doing. I mean, that's a very interesting thing. You start to think about those kinds of things and how that can map into wearables. So we'll get into more stuff, but I don't want to keep talking when we got these guys.
Sounds good. Larry, do you want to?
Sure. I'm at Walden Venture Capital in San Francisco. We do sprout stage investing, which is post-product or post-technology. Doesn't necessarily need to have revenue. Often it does. But it's something tangible. And the key to the starting point of trying to figure out if an investment makes sense is a great demo. So I'm really looking for tangible things that are going to generate a lot of visceral excitement when you actually see them. So if you have different ideas or different products, actually if you have different ideas, I'm not actually that interested in the ideas. What I'm interested in is seeing that tangible product, and if you show me something, that's really valuable to see. And I want to see something that feels like it really has great mass market potential, which means that it will ultimately end up working across very large installed bases of different devices as well. And I think that's a little bit of a segue to the concept of the installed base. I have a dead hardware museum in my office, which is just a bunch of different pieces of hardware. But what made them all great was the service that ran on them. And the exciting service or the game always took really strong, unique advantage of the capabilities of whatever that platform actually is. And for each one of those systems that worked, there were dozens in front of that didn't work. And very often, the service that works on the emerging winner was actually kind of functional and exciting on something that didn't really work all that well. So I think figuring out how to leverage an installed base that exists is a very big deal.
But the key is that guys like you have patience to find that space, right?
That's the part that people don't necessarily understand.
And I want to dive into, once we get going, what's going to separate the roadkill from the ideas that make it.
Let's get Brian in the mix.
Brian's joined us, and Brian also is a little bit busy this week doing his own SF Music Tech event.
Not SF New Tech, but SF
Yeah, I'm
Music
Brian
Tech.
Zisk from the SF Music Tech Summit. Thank you, Reg. What does it say up there? That's Miles, not me. Anyway, we're tomorrow. Anyone who comes with a glazed badge gets half price. Larry Marcus is featured. Michael's featured. Michael's 9-piece Latin jazz band is playing tonight. Really, it was really interesting because in the past, people would buy albums or whatever, and it would be like a piece of plastic that would only play in the room where it physically was with the physical player. And, just like with the internet, it's like distribution of music came first and followed by distribution of movies and all these other things because they're much bigger. But in a lot of ways, it's not as early as like porn or anything, but really music leads the way. And we've been really lucky in the music space because, Walkman and even before that, the Bone Phone and now all sorts of other stuff, has been around a little while. So it's really good to look towards stuff like music to see where these other things are going to go. And
there's a big difference here between porn and music. Porn has a proven business model, right? So we'll get into the fact that music hasn't always, it's early when it comes to technology, but lacks porn's sustained business model.
So it's been interesting because, people have been listening to music for so long, and now there are all these different applications popping up where people are playing music on wearable devices, or I'm not going to, or having portable speakers that they're carrying around, or we've got some great stuff tomorrow where people are having instruments built on Google Glass, and it's really interesting because they're wonderful, but you kind of have to listen to them yourself. So it's really neat to see the bleeding edge of technology, and trying to figure out where it's going to go is really fascinating, because people can build great things, but unless there's the demand and the product market fit, it's not going to go anywhere.
So what I'm hearing from all of you is there has to be a good idea, there has to be a decent sized market for it, or in your case, a really big market for it. What are some of the areas within wearables? Where do you see music and wearables likely taking off first? What are some of the combinations of things that go on the body and music that you think are closer to being around the corner?
Well, much like you can, AirPlay from your iPhone to your TV, to your Apple TV, I'm sure you will be able to AirPlay from your iPhone to something else that you're wearing, maybe in your ear, right? That kind of thing would make sense. I think what we're going to find very early on is that the mobile phone is the anchor for lots of these things, because there's so much already there established. And it's just going to be the notion of transferring that to the wearable.
Well, and the processing power, the network connection, the battery are all going to be in that smartphone.
It's a computer you're carrying around already, so that's a big question is, folks with dedicated devices. Why do you carry multiple devices? Well, I don't know, how many devices do you carry, Larry?
A few.
A few. But in reality, everybody carries a phone, so I think a lot will go towards that as the device.
So I want to disagree with that.
Cool.
Because as it turns out, different devices really have different features and functions. And it's interesting, if you're in a car with multiple people in it, people might actually be all using their phones for, around the music. Like one person is DJing, another person, is doing, they're sound hounding and watching the lyrics, or there's things that are happening on multiple devices. The thing about phones is they sound like crap, right? But they're amazing for music. And I've been carrying around this Boombot. I'm an investor, sorry for the shameless promotion. And, it's wearable because it has a clip, okay?
Like your Mac Portable is portable because they put portable in the name.
Because they put a handle on it. But what you end up finding is that you want to carry this around because suddenly your music is moving with you, into the bathroom, outside, onto the deck, traveling to a hotel. And then it makes you start thinking about, well, I actually like having this second device, but what if I was willing to pay a little more and all of a sudden I could put processing in here? Mm-hmm. And things like biometric inputs from this on a standalone basis can be really interesting. Other kinds of features and functions, but if you have a camera in it, and you're not particularly tall and you're at a concert, you go like this and you're watching your phone. It's like a periscope. So the second devices really get interesting, and they, I think, will have much more input, intelligence over time.
I also think once the phones do multitasking much better, we'll have a much better experience. Right now it is limited.
Yeah, but on the biometric input thing, if you've tried to work out while you're listening to music, if the music is in tempo with your heartbeat, it ends up that's also in tempo with your breathing rate. And that's something that BioBeats, which is a part of the founder from Basis, created. It's about trying to sync up your sound to your heart rate, and it's amazing when you match the tempos. You can actually try it, with some different apps as well. Picking songs that are in the right tempo, and it really affects your mood. So I think biometrics, inputs, affecting your media is really going to, do some interesting things. I mean, why say what playlist you want to listen to? Why can't I just feel you and then generate that?
So one of the areas it seems like is this intersection of exercise and music and technology. Are there other areas that you see as particularly ripe for innovation early on? It sounds like playing music is another one. Somebody mentioned there's some pants that you can play drums on. I think you were saying you'd rather have that if you're going to play drums on your stomach.
Yeah, I'm the chest guy.
Yeah.
The kick drum is here. See that?
I think it's a little higher.
It's kick, and snare is down here.
Okay,
So yeah, I need the shirt.
okay. But do we see the performance of music as, I mean, that's not in Larry's world, that's not a mass market, right? Or are there enough musicians to make that count?
I mean, look, that's kind of niche, even among musicians, right? We're like,
It's what Blue Man Group.
you know, yeah, right. It's been what 10 years in the running now?
That's right.
But that's one band.
So what?
It's been really hard to get new instruments that people really like. For whatever reason, I mean, there's some great folks like Roger Lynn who invented the drum machine, who have some great papers on, why a piano is this wide, because, you need the hammer for each string. So it seems like there would be movement towards new instruments, but folks, there's a real tradition of you learn the piano or you learn the guitar, and even though there are these other great instruments coming out, there will always be some people who are kind of the unique performers who play them, but the question is, what will it take for any of these to get real uptake?
Yeah. I mean, the wearable is a very broad category, and
Yeah, the guitar, that's wearable.
that's right. When you add another screen, like with Google Glass, you've got another major opportunity to deliver different kinds of experiences that also relate to your music. So I think you're going to see some very exciting things, coming out pretty soon that will, leverage that sort of capability. You also have different portions of this platform that really haven't been vetted out. And when somebody really gets creative and they're delivering a joyful experience that you've never had before because of the intersection of the unique capabilities, that's going to be kind of that Mario Brothers, right, for Nintendo, the Halo for the Xbox, the thing that makes it really work. So I think that the hardware side of this is just very uninteresting. It's the services that deliver that, those services will transition.
So I'm curious, how much do you guys, and you all have experience in the technology field of dealing with music licensing, the challenges that the rights play in all this. Have those been sorted out through where we are now, or do you think we're likely to see the intersection of the musicians' rights and the labels and all that again rear its head? I think of, what's the line between personal performance and a musical performance, some of those things coming up. If you have a speaker and you're broadcasting, is this clean territory, or are we likely to have to reinvent the wheel?
Go ahead. I was going to say, I don't think it's sorted out at all. Having been in music and in tech.
Nor will it ever be.
Right. It's one of those things like, but the music people are generally way further behind, and they always will be. So they're not thinking about this stuff like the way we're thinking about it right now. So it will catch somebody by surprise, no doubt. But make no mistake, in due time, although it will be a long time, in due time, if it drives a royalty check, it'll happen.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little complicated because there's such a clusterfuck around licensing. But a lot of folks...
That's a technical industry term, but you guys get it, right?
On the internet, you can almost fly under it in some cases because, if you're small and no one notices you and blah, blah, blah. But if you're building hardware, I mean, you're clearly big enough for them to go after you. So a lot of folks, I mean, what it will mostly have an effect on, I think, is limiting what you can do in some cases. Because, so for instance, the difference between a private performance and a public performance it means different rights. So for instance, if you have something like an external speaker that hooks up to your regular source, that's clear because you don't need to get a license to have an external speaker on anything, clearly. However, if you have a fully integrated system that is designed to play music out loud, you've got some issues. So you may end up with situations where someone like Apple may, or anyone may really want to do something, but they can't do it as one integrated company. They really need to do it up to a certain point. No, it's the jack is meant for headphones, that's private. And then have someone else who does the, and then you probably have, I don't want to give any of the music industry lawyers any ideas, but if all of a sudden it's like, oh no, they're totally separate, but wait a minute, no, that's Apple's, iPhone and Apple's speakers, and they're sold together, and oh my God, it's a public performance. So that term I used earlier is quite apt, and it will be invest for a long time.
I was say avoid music licensing. You know, if you're an early stage company, you just can't do it. It's not fundable.
And this comes from someone who helped start Pandora, so you guys know a thing or two about licensing
And those
music.
weren't, Pandora's not using direct licensing deals. That would have been a non-starter in the business. It's a statutory license, so there's no separate negotiations. And I haven't done any deals. I've done a bunch of different music-related companies because music is an area that's so crucial. You know, everybody loves music. It's a question of to what extent. All the major companies in the world use music licensing as a loss leader to sell their devices or other services. But it's really, if you can create, I keep using this word joy, but it's an important one, a lot of joy around your experience that's related to music, it helps you open up other gateways to other kinds of revenue streams besides of selling music.
So if you guys were going to create or invest in some startups in music, where do you think the opportunities are right now? Where should people be building companies around music and wearables? Well, you've already invested in a few, so.
Right. I mean, I have a bunch that are, you know, pretty early stage. You know, I'd say around the wearable space per se, I almost, you know, put it back on you, which is show me the thing that I should invest in, and I'm willing to have a lot of creativity around seeing how to bring it to the mass market. But it's so hard to actually develop something that's really compelling. You know, step back from the hype and actually look at a demo and see if it wows you. And actually doesn't happen all that often. So if you have something that's like that, that's a very exciting starting point to really build from.
But Larry, so let's say, you know, entrepreneur comes to you, great idea, great demo, you give them 300 grand to go work on it, they get it to the next level. Is that enough room and runway for this whole world to catch up with that, to make it a meaningful enterprise? How do you deal with that?
Right. So I actually find that the seed rounds are relatively easy to raise.
Yeah.
And I've done a bunch of individual seed investments. And, you know, I'd say that's probably the fastest, easiest money you'll ever raise. And if you're having trouble raising seed money, then, you know, that's probably not a great indicator. But let's say you've had that money is now crucial to get to that key next step that I'm using the word sprout. You know, it's turned into something that's tangible. At that stage, I find there's a certain magic in kind of the $1 to $4 million round. You know, most typically $1.5 million or $2 million, which is enough time for a very strong group to both recruit and make great progress over the next 18 months. So I think it's all about the next, call it 12-month window of what you're going to do. It's actually kind of a short-term business. I'm trying to fund plans that look like they're going to kick ass and really build value in 12 months so we can go out and raise more money, and then we'll participate, we'll join in, but our typical check size is probably a couple $1 million.
So Brian and Michael, let's get specific. I mean, what are some music ideas you'd like to see?
So quick question. Is a phone considered a wearable device?
If you get one of those really cool holsters. No, I mean, I think definitely.
Yes.
Because for me, what I'm seeing so much is around the live experience these days and around electronic music and around kids going to Beyond Wonderland with 40,000 people or Electric Daisy with 115,000 people. And you can really get lost in that. So which of your friends are going? How do you meet the people you'll have fun with? How do you connect with people? So much of this is really about connecting with people around music. And those are the ones, if you drive people to, you know, to go to particular shows, you know, a company like Juke League that Larry got in, I just got in on. You know, if you get these folks who like help you connect once you've been in a show, if they help people hook up, if they help people find new friends, there will always be money for that. If you help drive commerce around music, and unfortunately these days, masters are in, you know, people aren't buying as much music, but they're spending tons of music to go to shows. You've got Vegas now where they're kind of switching their whole model. Enough with this gambling. I don't go to throw away money at the table, but people go to see conferences. They go to see Tiesto. They go to see Avicii. So how do you drive commerce towards music or around music by connecting people through the devices? And that's where I think a lot is going to happen.
How do you sell experiences around music?
How do you sell experiences? How do you
Like
get
the band
people?
page experience, it's about, getting in early to a show, spending time with the band, going for a run with them, biking with them,
Yeah.
being a part of the song, being a part of the video.
Yeah, you enter a contest and you get a text, and oh my God, pop backstage and meet the band. I mean, it's like, really, if people can have a great time around music through their devices, that's where it's at, I think.
Fellas, they can do this stuff with their mobiles today. So I mean, what's a wearable instance of this Nirvana music?
And that's the point, is we are on this continuum
Yeah.
where 40 years ago there was nothing, and now there's a bunch, but where does it end up going?
Or do we think, and I think that this may be the case, I mean, you talked about this in other platforms. Pandora started on the PC waiting for basically the phone to exist. When the phone existed, it was sort of an aha moment. Are the great wearable music companies going to exist on phones first, and then once there's a decent wearable platform, then we'll see them come to life?
Probably.
Yeah, I mean, when the Sprint clamshell phone came out, we ported Pandora onto that phone, and it would have to be open to play, and then you'd have to take an adapter to actually get it to a 1/4 inch, and then you needed a car with a 1/4 inch input. I actually had a cassette tape. I didn't have a car with a 1/4 inch input yet. I used a cassette tape adapter, plugged that into another adapter, and then when the clamshell sat in the cup holder, it would fall out if you made a turn, and then it was over like a 0.1 G network, but it still was amazing to hear it in the car. Few different phones, few iterations, it was in position figuring out how to do that. When the iPhone shipped, it was really ready. So that's the service being ready for some of these platforms. And I think the big challenge is make your service. How do you make it work on as big of a platform as you can today to show that it really works to be in position?
So we only have about a minute left, I'm being told, but who's going to bet big on this and fail? What's going to be the most spectacular flame out? What's your predictions on, which big player out there is going to bet big and not make a go of this wearable thing?
I think every big hardware company, every CE company will try big pieces of this, and they're probably not going to work all that well. And there is going to be a ton of flameouts. There could be dozens of different devices that literally just are kind of DOA or have very small niche markets. Those will then turn into something interesting. I want to be seeing what's making those devices really work that's unique, not just you're filming a play and calling it a movie.
I think the companies that focus on proprietary stuff, those are the ones that will flame out because we need leverage. The entrepreneurs that need leverage to get started. We need platforms. We need ecosystems. We have that with iOS. We have that with Android, right? We have that in other marketplaces as well. We need that level of support. We don't need a completely different ecosystem to spread it because that's going to need all kinds of critical mass and have to solve all kinds of other problems that these other platforms have already figured out.
I mean, there are a bunch of these huge folks who are clearly going to go in this direction and look at it, whether it's, Apple or Samsung or Qualcomm. And the folks who are going to work are the ones who have these little skunkwork teams of 3 or 4 people who take the resources and the distribution and find something that really, really works. This is not going to be designed by committee. It's going to be designed by one rock star developer or 3 other guys who are really running, but have the resources behind them to go with it. And it's really going to take a visionary CEO to fund and allow these folks to really move forward and screw all the, it's my area, I'm in charge of blah, 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 and really let these guys run independently as part of the large organization. That's what I think is going to do it.
Well, I'd love to keep the discussion going, but we've got to make way for the next panel. But thank you guys so much. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Ina. And thank you, Larry, Michael, and Brian. We actually have a 20-minute break right now. Please come back at 11:10 because we're going to get to the next big question, which is how to monetize wearables. All right. Thank you very much. See you guys in 20 minutes.
Introducing Green Cloud with Compute Cloud and Storage Cloud. Highly scalable, easy to use, cost-effective, renewable energy-powered cloud services. You can host your website on a renewable energy-driven cloud. Use Compute Cloud to spin up a virtual machine in minutes. Store data and increase scalability through Storage Cloud. Manage everything with ease through our interoperable dashboard, all while minimizing your carbon footprint. Log on for your free trial today. Introducing Green Cloud with Compute Cloud and Storage Cloud. Highly scalable, easy to use, cost-effective, renewable energy-powered cloud services. You can host your website on a renewable energy-driven cloud. Use Compute Cloud to spin up a virtual machine in minutes. Store data and increase scalability through Storage Cloud. Manage everything with ease through our interoperable dashboard, all while minimizing your carbon footprint. Log on for your free trial today. Introducing Green Cloud with Compute Cloud and Storage Cloud. Highly scalable, easy to use, cost-effective, renewable energy-powered cloud services. You can host your website on a renewable energy-driven cloud. Use Compute Cloud to spin up a virtual machine in minutes. store data and increase scalability through Storage Cloud, manage everything with ease through our interoperable dashboard, all while minimizing your carbon footprint. Log on for your free trial today. Introducing Green Cloud with Compute Cloud and Storage Cloud. Highly scalable, easy to use, cost-effective, renewable energy-powered cloud services. You can host your website on a renewable energy-driven cloud. Use Compute Cloud to spin up a virtual machine in minutes. Store data and increase scalability through Storage Cloud. Manage everything with ease through our interoperable dashboard, all while minimizing your carbon footprint. Log on for your free trial today. Introducing Green Cloud with Compute Cloud and Storage Cloud. Highly scalable, easy to use, cost-effective, renewable energy-powered cloud services. You can host your website on a renewable energy-driven cloud. Use Compute Cloud to spin up a virtual machine in minutes. Store data and increase scalability through Storage Cloud. Manage everything with ease through our interoperable dashboard, all while minimizing your carbon footprint. Log on for your free trial today. Introducing Green Cloud with Compute Cloud and Storage Cloud. Highly scalable, easy to use, cost-effective, renewable energy-powered cloud services. You can host your website on a renewable energy-driven cloud. Use Compute Cloud to spin up a virtual machine in minutes. Store data and increase scalability through Storage Cloud. Manage everything with ease through our interoperable dashboard, all while minimizing your carbon footprint. Log on for your free trial today. Introducing Green Cloud with Compute Cloud and Storage Cloud. Highly scalable, easy to use, cost-effective, renewable energy-powered cloud services. You can host your website on a renewable energy-driven cloud. Use Compute Cloud to spin up a virtual machine in minutes. Store data and increase scalability through Storage Cloud. Manage everything with ease through our interoperable dashboard, all while minimizing your carbon footprint. Log on for your free trial today. Introducing Green Cloud with Compute Cloud and Storage Cloud. Highly scalable, easy to use, cost-effective, renewable energy-powered cloud services. You can host your website on a renewable energy-driven cloud. Use Compute Cloud to spin up a virtual machine in minutes. store data and increase scalability through Storage Cloud, manage everything with ease through our interoperable dashboard, all while minimizing your carbon footprint. Log on for your free trial today. Introducing Green Cloud with Compute Cloud and Storage Cloud. Highly scalable, easy to use, cost-effective, renewable energy-powered cloud services. You can host your website on a renewable energy-driven cloud. Use Compute Cloud to spin up a virtual machine in minutes. Store data and increase scalability through Storage Cloud. Manage everything with ease through our interoperable dashboard, all while minimizing your carbon footprint. Log on for your free trial today. Introducing Green Cloud with Compute Cloud and Storage Cloud. Highly scalable, easy to use, cost-effective, renewable energy-powered cloud services. You can host your website on a renewable energy-driven cloud. Use Compute Cloud to spin up a virtual machine in minutes. Store data and increase scalability through Storage Cloud. Manage everything with ease through our interoperable dashboard, all while minimizing your carbon footprint. Log on for your free trial today.
back to business, very literally, because we're going to talk about monetizing wearables. Very pleased to have Christina Farr of VentureBeat, who has recently made wearables a core part of her beat. Christina will be speaking with Det Anson of Brick Simple, Mikael Berner of Easily Do, and Cheryl Yo of Reclip It. All right, and with that, I will just bring Christina and our panelists on stage. Christina, take it away.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Are you excited for the money portion of the day? Because we all need to make money.
Yes.
So I've got a great group of panelists with some really a broad range of expertise, as I learned when we were chatting before our panel. One of them is my roommate, which is kind of great. So we did come here together. But she's going to be bringing a little bit of the retailer's perspective, as Cheryl's now at Walmart Labs. So let's just kind of kick things off with just kind of you guys introducing yourselves to the audience.
Great. Hi, everyone. My name is Michael Berner. I'm the founder of a company called Easily Do, which makes sure you never miss anything by combing through all of the data that you have and pulling out what's important and bringing it to you either on your smartphone or on your wearable device.
Det Anson, president and founder of Brick Simple. We're doing a lot of work with glass, including creating a battleship game for glass, and also medical device integration.
Hi, I'm Cheryl Yo. I recently joined Walmart Labs from a startup, and now I'm in the personalization department in product management, working on very personalized products for the consumer.
So just easy breezy question to start things off. What wearables do you actually own?
Well, I own a watch, and I think that's it, a smartwatch.
It's the Galaxy Gear?
And it's the Galaxy Gear, which goes on sale in 3 or 4 days in the US. Get one if you have an Android phone. They're awesome.
I've been through a few pairs of Google Glass, like many explorers, also wearing a Pebble, and I'm a Kickstarter supporter of the Omate TrueSmart.
I'm obviously wearing a Google Glass with actually, you can see it, customized skin by a company called G-Pop. So you can buy these for like $15 and customize your glass. I also have a Pebble, and I was actually also a very early user. This like huge thing that you strap on here that measures the calories you burn every minute called BodyBug. They're produced by 24 Hour Fitness.
Great. So let's kind of just kick things off with talking about, if you've got a new wearable device, and maybe we'll use the idea of Google Glass because that's what we were talking about most, in our pre-session. What do we do first? Do we try to get consumers excited about it? Do we sell to consumers first, or do we target a vertical, healthcare or education being, two big examples that we've seen discussed?
I think Google Glass is it's an awesome device, and it has a lot more applicable features to segmented verticals like healthcare, which Det will talk about some. I think when you talk about wearables like watches, like I can actually check and see if I'm getting emergency emails here without whipping out my phone. I think that's going to be attractive to a lot of folks. So I think that has more of a consumer appeal. So I'd say there are things about glass that make it just amazing for healthcare, like filming operations or for field service teams and crew. They're just incredible. And I think with the watch, the core value is just bringing stuff 5 seconds closer to the consumer.
Yeah, I think a big part of this is really how consumers have been oriented. I mean, there's really a world we have before the App Store and after the App Store. I mean, look at the Microsoft Spot, the work that Fossil did. The smartwatch isn't necessarily something new, but I think if you look at the consumer market, they're better prepared. In the case of glass, Google's done something pretty radical with its Explorer program to get it out there, to get 10,000 devices out there, to get feedback, but also kind of get the market to understand what the device is and what this could be and the impact for them. And wearing glass full time, you really kind of see that. And I think when you look at this convergence between how the consumers have been trained on App Store type purchases, how we have all this wonderful high-speed wireless networking, that it's really creating this opportune time to introduce these new types of devices.
For me, as a consumer, I think the way glass or wearable tech changes, or functionally how it changes the way we do things is divided into 5 parts. So one is informational, how we receive information. 2 is personal well-being, how we track health and fitness, and how that changes our lifestyles. And then education, how do we learn, how do we keep track of performance over time and compare them, get coaching. And then fourthly, Life logging, how does that change photo sharing? How does that change taking a video of this panel that I'm speaking at right now? How do you share that? And then lastly, communication. How do you change the way you used to pick up your phone and speak, and now with Glass, you don't have to do that anymore. Personally, I think in using Glass in my experience, socially, I haven't found as much use, but in terms of fitness and sports, I've been using it a lot to track my personal sort of progress in like rock climbing or squash and golfing even.
So if we take this consumer example, it's still very much a minority of people that are willing to wear a smartwatch or Google Glass. I haven't actually touched one myself, and I don't plan to anytime soon, even though I write about wearables. So how do we, what do you think we really need, or what needs to be updated, or what needs to be offered that it's going to push kind of wearables, Google Glass, and smartwatches into more of a mainstream audience?
I think Google Glass is basically GoPro on your face. That's the broadest consumer angle that I can think of for Google Glass. And I think that's super attractive, and GoPro is a multi-billion-dollar company, so it's not a small use case. And then there are the healthcare applications, which are not trivial. Fitbit's doing really well. I think the watch is different, though. It's not GoPro on your wrist. It's really 150 times a day people pull out their phone to check something. That just cuts that down to like 25 times a day if you have a watch that's kind of giving you a view into what's coming in for notifications. And I think that means more eye contact with people when you're talking. It means feeling a little more comfortable socially. And I think the Glass and watches are going to both play together because they will have different, I don't see them as completely overlapping, or in many ways overlapping a lot.
I see Glass as a really heavy, big lift. It's a big leap to ask consumers to volunteer themselves to be a cyborg, if you will, all the paranoia. I mean, you see that. I mean, that is a huge ask to demand. It's really, people are familiar with watches and phones. You're asking them to do something dramatically new, and it becomes part of their appearance and persona. And I think that's a tremendous barrier to consumers. I agree with Michael's point. The watch is a lower barrier. I mean, I don't think anyone in the room wears a traditional watch out of functionality. You have all these timekeeping devices. But it really comes down to the utility. Are you getting enough utility out of wearing Glass? Are you getting enough utility out of that smartwatch? And those use cases aren't necessarily intuitive. It's okay, technology is interesting, we all love shiny objects, but the use cases that are valuable aren't necessarily intuitive. I mean, for me, the best use case of the smartwatch is while I'm sleeping. And I can't say that about much technology, but when I get a message that I'm not reaching for my phone off the nightstand, I'm not doing that I can quickly see that in the smartwatch. And that's something when people are talking about the excitement of smartwatches is not dealing with work email at 6 o'clock in the morning thanks to a time zone issue. Those types of things will come out through use, much like the Explorer programs revealing new types of use. I think as we see the smartwatches improve, we're going to get that level of utility, which may be appealing to consumers. But in the midst of this technology, we're talking consumer monetization, that we can't forget that there's value with some technology like Glass right now to business. And you see that kind of strong interest where there's vertical interest in this versus just strict consumer.
In fact, I actually think that my smartwatch should be my Fitbit or my job went up, because I actually I had the first 2 versions of Fitbit, but I stopped using it. Instead, I downloaded an app called Moves, where it tracks my movement through my phone, because I carry my phone everywhere. Why do I need my phone and my Fitbit Flex with me? But now that the smartwatch provides an additional utility, it's really just a reader, and it's a companion to my smartphone, because I can read my messages and sort of cancel calls just with, kind of very subtly with a gesture. This should really merge with fitness tracking apps.
Interesting. And then, what about potential partners for wearables? And I could see, one of the things that I've written about a great deal is sort of how does the fashion industry play a role with sort of helping technology companies create devices that people actually want to wear that aren't, a cyborg. It's not a camera mounted to the side of your face, but it's something that you're proud to wear, and it's an expression of who you are.
So I'm a huge fan of that. I mean, and I know you brought up this concern that, these wearable techs, does it really appeal to women, right? And I'm a woman, but I wear them. Not so much Glass everywhere, just for sports, but Pebble, I wear it everywhere. And may look masculine, but then the reason why I love Pebble is because you can replace the strap, and I've bought this leather strap that's sort of more trendy, and I've downloaded a watch face that makes it look more elegant, and I can change it when I go out. And so I think it's up to people to come out with devices where you can actually adapt to social situations or more elegant
Customization.
function. Yeah.
Yep.
And I think to Cheryl's point, when you have it in your pocket, it's not there, it's not visible, but being that it's part of your ensemble, if you will, that is something that's exposed and people see it, the ability to style it, make it your own, that's an important part of the equation. And we as technologists and entrepreneurs involved in technology, that hasn't been really at our forefront. That's not what we've been thinking about. We haven't been thinking about what does this mean. I mean, you go look at Verizon's Droid branding and campaign, which I think pretty much ignores the existence of women. Part of that is that I think men and women both understand that if I put this on, is it going to be fashionable? Is this something that can adapt to my fashion? And I think there's opportunities. I was speaking in Philadelphia. We have opportunities in fashion where this can perhaps create new opportunities. And you brought up David Lee's G-Pop with the skins on the glass to heighten that.
An easy way to make money right there.
Right there, and that's a potential market that did not exist. When you look at watch faces and finding the watch faces that are tailored and fit your style, and there's ways to promote brands. We're all familiar with the Disney Mickey Mouse type watch, a classic design, that there'll be opportunities for those types of brands, much like in the way we have ringtones now. I think that's part of the equation of the wearables, is it's not just a matter of software, and we love software, it doesn't require a lot of capital, we can code it in our basements, garages, whatnot, but the opportunity to go and extend this and extend it into new types of really effectively content and assets, and pull some of these things which have traditionally been physical item that you purchase, turning those fashion items into something that can be delivered digitally.
Yep.
And that's huge. That's something that isn't really done now. Yes, you can buy shoes on the line, but you can't necessarily download a new shoe and be right there ready to go.
Yeah. So one thing I've noticed is that when it comes to wearables, it's the big players, it's companies like Samsung and Google and Apple that are sucking up all the kind of oxygen in the room. Apple, amazingly, just the bulk of articles written about Apple's entrance into wearables, and they haven't even announced the iWatch yet. So do you think that when it comes to monetizing wearables, this is really going to be won by the bigger players, or do you see startups really having the opportunity to innovate?
Well, I think these big companies, first of all, the incumbents that have the insider track would be the smartphone makers, right? Because they have the hardware and people are already using them. And so like companies like Apple, Google, Samsung, HTC will get into the game first, but they would be a platform, and then startups can come on and create apps. So you do need those big players to create that ecosystem. But apart from smartphone makers, the second tier would be the companies who have a lot of big data about consumers. So companies like Facebook, Google, Amazon even, and even Walmart, who has a lot of consumer data about what they're already buying, can have an opportunity in this space as well.
I think when you look at talking, especially on data, there is an advantage to the incumbents that have solved those big data issues, that have that ecosystem there, because while wearable technology brings immediacy, if you don't have the content, that immediacy is useless. It's wasted. You have to have that content, you have to have that ecosystem to deliver the data and deliver the solutions. Otherwise, you've just made something useless closer to the user. You want to be able to have that kind of content that will drive the utilization.
I guess I disagree with my panelists. Big data has never made a great experience for a consumer. I think there are going to be a bunch of small companies that figure out what that great experience is, and then the big data will come for them. There are some companies with big data, like Facebook, that get both, and they are going to do a great job. But everything's open today. We go out and get all the important posts, sad news, happy news, broken niece's arm off of Facebook. There will be an app provider that figures out and probably dozens of them, what is it that we can do now that we're 5 seconds closer to the consumer and we know motion all the time and we can do all these different things, and then what's that one use case that lets millions of consumers want to use this thing?
Yeah. So here's actually where I get excited, right? So you're talking about big data and how information, is it useful or is it useless? How do you make that useful? So everyone knows a lot of information and has this knowledge about what's good or bad for us. For example, Big Mac. We all know Big Mac is bad for us. But at the point in time where you're in front of a McDonald's and you're hungry and you're really craving for this burger, you're going to just go and do it and eat it, right? And then you might regret later and be like, well, I just gained 5 pounds. For the first time ever, talking about wearable tech, you have this device on your head. The feedback loop is faster, and there's less friction to sort of pull out your phone and figure out the nutritional value. As you're walking to the McDonald's, ideally, this would tell you how it correlates to your personal data, and talking about quantified self and health and fitness, that if you were to eat this Big Mac at this time, 2 months ago when you ate a Big Mac, this affected your cholesterol level, and this affected your heart rate in this manner, and then you ended up gaining X amount of pounds. So to get that real-time information before you take that action will change people's behavior, and this is where I'm really excited about how this can change our future lifestyle.
That's fascinating. So do you see a company like McDonald's actually being negatively affected by the wearables trend? Because people have got devices on their mounted to their faces saying, "Do not eat that."
Yeah, so that's how Fresh Choice makes money off of wearables. They build that out.
Yep.
But I think when you look at this,
Whole Foods is just going to kill
Or
it.
it could be a good example. Say you customize and tell your app that, hey, you're gluten-free, I know you are a vegetarian, you have certain dietary restriction, you walk into a store to shop for stuff, you put stuff in your cart, you scan it, and you can even do that with the barcode scanning already, and you can immediately detect what items you should not be buying.
I think and Robert brought it up this morning in his keynote, it is about the context. And I think if you look at what when Google Now launched, we all thought, we're very nerdy, thinking this is really not just about being on the phones. It's about being able to have that data to make, give the consumer choices to make those decisions, to know that your flight's running late or you need to get moving to the meeting. It's being able to assemble that and really building out the kind of infrastructure. And Apple's doing the same thing in terms of Siri and how they're approaching Siri and how they're approaching their hands-free solutions, that it's really about prepping there. And I think there's plenty of opportunities for small companies to make big waves in that as we build that out. But you see this shifting from being something where you have to constantly search and look up information, but you're getting much more contextual information.
Okay, so back to this monetizing, which is of course our theme. We've talked a little or touched on some of the verticals, and healthcare was our big one. So just to take that example, do you think that people that are building these apps for wearable devices, and we've talked about the platform approach and so on. I mean, is it easy to just sell that technology to a hospital? Like, do you see there just being massive barriers to adoption? Can we talk about selling to the verticals in a real way?
I think part of the challenge that we have has been regulatory. Well, for one thing, when you look at our healthcare side, there's barriers. We've got our HIPAA concerns. What happens with glass when it has to take this information, go up to the cloud, suddenly everything goes sideways on HIPAA. We have FDA concerns. We have Sarbanes-Oxley concerns. It is the single most regulated space. And I think the challenge for startups in that space and monetization strategies is that you're dealing with something that has these massive regulatory barriers. One of the companies we work with at Adherent Health, they have a former FDA governor on their board just to help them navigate those issues. I think if you look at the recent FDA decision around apps related to healthcare,
the final guidance.
Yeah, and that guidance provides, it creates opportunities, then creates opportunities for lots of these applications. I mean, one of the clients that we're working with, Sorora, they've created a sensor array that can determine whether or not someone has a concussion. And the excitement of that from a battlefield, an athletic scenario, that you would be able to combine that technology with a wearable and actually make a determination, a caregiver, a physician, can make a determination whether or not the person had a concussion. That's huge. That type of monetization is more along the lines of a traditional medical device. And I think the challenge is when you look at a healthcare system, if they're going to equip their doctors, they're going to equip their nurses with glass, what's the ROI on this? We're trying to calculate ROI on something that's simply not done. And you also have to look at where can we impact quality of care, where can we deal with issues on the patient side like adherence and compliance. Those things are going to be challenging. I think there are some spaces where there's better opportunities to break through, but because there's so much interest in healthcare, and obviously personal health when we talk about Fitbit, et cetera, but also how medicine is practiced, there's a lot of opportunity to finally have this technology that maybe it's enough to push and get in there. And we talked earlier about this 70% of physicians having iPads, which is an insane product penetration. What do these devices mean to that same user community?
I think about it as there's functionality, and charge in healthcare you can charge for functionality and many other areas, but is this Are these devices more about functionality and being distributed to tens of thousands of people? I'm here because I'm super excited about these getting to 100 million people or 200 million people. And so it's not about necessarily the functionality for each vertical, it's about the distribution. And then when you have that kind of distribution, then for the consumer, what's the experience? You're starting to think about, okay, well, a consumer today is just overwhelmed with, we were talking before, so you can't walk past a mall without getting a notification on an alert or a deal. So you just ignore them, and you get all these other things coming in through your phone. I think what this does is it just gives the developer another platform to get a little closer to the user, 5 seconds closer, because they don't have to pull the phone out. But it also lets the developers start to bring them in a much more funneled way, because you really have to think if you're developing for something like this or like Google. You really have to think, like, do I want to send 10 notifications today? And that's important, because those notifications that you send are going to get noticed. And if your monetization model is off of distributing coupons, or your monetization model is off of selling gift cards, or your monetization model is off of collecting data from the user on different health data points, or other things, then you want that interaction, because that extra interaction is, for Facebook, that's money. For small startups, that's also money.
So I guess in terms of monetization at a broader level, an interesting model that I think could work is obviously these will be first worn by early adopters, sort of people who are probably more well-to-do. It's not for the mass market. So to capture those consumers, you probably have to think of a different model than when it's mass market, right? But I also think an interesting business model is the sort of ad-supported model. I know it's traditional, but for example, Kindle has done really well in that manner. So you have the ad-supported model that's $20 cheaper than the non-ad-supported model. And I think if companies can personalize and send very, very targeted and personalized ads to the consumer, that they wouldn't mind seeing that as you're walking through a mall, and sort of a very Minority Report type scenario where you're getting very targeted offers sent to you. I think consumers might not be upset about that. As long as I'm a guy, don't send me Victoria's Secret discounts. Send me I don't know, what's your favorite?
I think you have this glorious opportunity that there's engagement to die for. People look at this all day long. That's the good news. The good news is it's right there. It's not 5 seconds away. It's immediate. It's engagement to die for. The bad news is it's the size of a postage stamp, basically. And that's what you have to balance out, that you have to have that content that's appropriate, that's a fit. I mean, we see pushback on Facebook's mobile advertising strategy and how they've dumped all this information in the timeline, is because the users have limited real estate and they're scrolling through all these various ads and promotions, that you have that engagement with the user, you need to make very valuable use of it, and that targeting is what's going to make that kind of engagement more valuable.
All right, one very short and sweet question from the audience. Anyone? Shoot.
We've been talking, what you guys have been talking about is monetization and location-based targeted advertising. That hasn't really kicked off, right? I had this mobile for the last 5 years, but how is it going to change for a wearable device?
So in that sense, I think your mobile phone is still something that has friction, as you have to pull out your app to see and check, and you have to unlock your screen. But if the device is on your head, the friction is reduced. I think the reason why Instagram took off with photos on Facebook sharing is because they reduced the feedback loop to posting the photo on your Facebook and getting a response. So in a similar fashion, if you have this thing in your head and it's always on, always present, as you get things that are coming to you, you can either choose to ignore or accept. It's not something that you have to pull out. So I think that's the difference.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, these things don't add any more GPS information than, there's not even a GPS chip in these. So it's more about the display than the sensory aspect of these.
Yeah, the only exception, of course, is glass, because glass has the gyroscope and the compass that you're getting the kind of detail that you don't have access to. But I agree to your observation, is that we're not properly capitalizing on that GPS location-based anyway right now, and having more data points doesn't necessarily help us.
Great. So thank you very much, guys.
Thank you.
For wrapping up.
Thanks.
Really appreciate your time.
Thanks, Christina. It's a great panel.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks. Cheers. Thank you. Thanks. Thank you. Thanks. All right. So gripping talk about money, a very important subject, but none of that's going to matter if we don't get consumers to actually embrace these new gadgets, new categories of gadgets. So very pleased to have Nir Eyal, who writes at nirandfar.com, talking about consumer behavior. He'll be talking with Alex Gorley of BitGym, Cheryl Kelland of BIA, and Katie Fike of Innovate 50. So very pleased to have you all here. Welcome, Nir.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
Pleasure.
All right, so while we're getting mic'd up here, I'll give you a brief intro on what we'll be talking about in today's panel. So we've assembled this really cutting-edge group of panelists who have focused on how do you design user behavior? How do you change people's day-to-day lives, day-to-day habits in ways that we haven't seen before? So we've got a really nice panel today. You guys can come on up when you're ready. Oh, you're going to sit here? Okay. So now that we've got two of the four, why don't we start with some intros? Maybe Alex, you can kind of intro your company and go down the line. I don't know, not yet.
Yeah? Oh, there we go. All right, great. Hi, guys. My name's Alex. I've been hooking up video games to fitness experiences to make them interactive for several years now. And currently I'm the CEO of BitGym, and we bring interactive multiplayer and cardio experiences to cardio machines with iPads and Android devices.
Cool. I'm Cheryl Kelland, and you can think of my company, BIA, as the Lululemon for wearables. We help women achieve new athletic first and develop healthy habits for lifelong fitness.
My name is Katie Fike, and I'm a PhD gerontologist, and I work with companies to help them think about creating products and services for the older adult market.
Excellent. And my name is Nir Eyal. I blog at nirandfar.com, and I lecture at the Stanford Business School and Design School on behavior design. So Cheryl, one thing you did not say about changing behavior is that you have recently changed your own athletic behavior. You just finished your first Ironman.
Yes, I did.
To celebrate your birthday.
Uh-huh, I did.
And now you're in life. Yeah, exactly.
Thank you. Boom.
And so you really live this brand for BIA. Can you tell us more about how you changed your own behavior and how BIA fits in?
Because I think it's actually really important to how I think about wearables as well. So I was mother of four, 35 years old, not really happy with how I looked. I was working all the time, dealing with the kids, didn't have a sense of my own, self and identity. So I decided to set up a big, crazy goal for myself and run my first 5K at 39. Well, that first 5K, that big goal I set, I liked how my body changed. I liked the new people I met, and that 5K sort of turned into a lifestyle. Slowly but surely, but because of how it made me feel and because of the different social circles it put me in. So, which is, the only way that, 4 years later, I can be an Ironman. Because you can't create that kind of behavioral change on your own. You have to do it within a community.
So how are wearables going to make this possible for everyone else?
Great question. My company started because as I was starting to run, I couldn't find a device that I wanted to use to track how fast I went, how far I went. My husband and I had a moment of contention because the best time for me to go run was early in the morning before the kids got up, and I was running alone in the dark, and he was worried about me. No device, dealt with that capability at all. I ordered every device out there on Amazon, every Garmin, every Nike. Everything I tried on was super complex to use. I came with an instruction manual. I'd put it on my wrist and my arm would go numb. I would run and my wrist would bruise. None of them were built for how I wanted to use them. And none of them solved my biggest problem of it was dark early in the morning and my husband was afraid. So we designed a product, for women that fit them correctly, fit their lifestyle correctly, and took away a lot of the impediments in their way for developing that habit.
So you really remove the barriers to create the habit, and that's a big part of why people start these new habits, because you've removed the friction. And Katie, you specialize in elder care and products, new technologies for elder care, but I have to admit that most people's conception of early adopters is not those who are up there in their years, but why is this an interesting market? What are you seeing out there?
I mean, I think the numbers are part of what's getting a lot of people interested, is just the pure demographics. But I think we're also seeing, I was saying to Nir earlier, that actually later life creates a whole lot of opportunities for new habits, new life experiences. And so if you think about it, your life is kind of similar in your 20s, 30s, 40s. You're kind of going to work, you have your kids, there's a lot of routine. And then that all starts to really change in later life when maybe there might be a divorce, there might be quitting your job, there might be your kids leave the house. Suddenly there's all these new times where you need to rethink about your daily routine. And also I think there's just different priorities in later life, and people are looking for tools that help them live the life they want to live longer and longer. So I think, especially on the health and wellness side, I think boomers are very, very apt to find new things to help them age successfully.
So you brought some goodies. Show us the best of breed. What are you seeing out there? So you meet with a lot of companies. What's really changing user behavior?
Well, it's interesting. We were talking earlier, and I joke that I try to help companies fight against big, beige, and boring, because that's traditionally the products we've given to older adults. We have designed for them without older adults involved at all, and then we lob these ugly products over to them and wonder why they're not excited about them. And so I think we're seeing a shift now of what we're calling kind of ageless style of products that really show they understand what the older adult wants, how they want to be talked to, what fits well in their life, and then design them beautifully. And so this is one of the ones that I brought. This is a company called Lively, and they're a activity monitoring company and activity sharing. So it arrives at your house with this cellular-based hub, which is one key thing for older adults, right? You don't want to assume that everyone has Wi-Fi, so you plug this in and it's cellular. And then these are little accelerometer motion detectors, and you put these on different places around the house. So you might put it on a refrigerator or a pill box, and it helps the family start to share about activities that are going on. And I think this company has been really sensitive to lots of things around avoiding talking about monitoring. It's more about activity sharing. The design is beautiful. It's something you might actually want to have in your home. The setup is really easy. So I think we're seeing a shift where people are actually stopping to listen to what older adults want and need, and then designing things that don't scream, stigma or I'm old and I have all these chronic diseases. Instead, it's I'm trying to stay independent and someone cares about me and wants to know how I'm doing.
I see. So Alex, what are you seeing? What's in users' way to exercising that you're kind of removing the friction of?
Yeah, I mean, like you suggested, the biggest problem with getting any exercise trigger to happen is the short-term biases you have. I mean, basically everyone wants to exercise. Like their prefrontal cortex is like all systems go on exercising, but you could do it tomorrow, or I don't really know exactly what I'm supposed to do, or I just don't feel like it right now. All these short-term motivations can come up. So removing friction is a big thing. Educating people so that they feel confident in what they need to do, and that will be enough. Making it fun so that they can look forward to it a little bit with their kind of short-term dopamine senses. And just giving them, and you can also do some other things like try to create a sense of loss aversion. Like if I don't go, something bad will happen. This might be something monetary like GymPact does, where they literally charge you a few dollars if you don't check in at the gym. Or it could be more social, like it's kind of how personal trainers work. If you don't do it, someone's going to disapprove of your actions. So the biggest thing is to stack up as many short-term behaviors in your favor, or short-term wants in your favor, and try to reduce the short-term friction points stopping you from going. And if you can do that, there's a good chance that the fitness habit you're trying to form will actually trigger again and again and again, and form that habit.
So for those of you who haven't seen Alex's product, it's an iPad app that essentially can look at your body, and correct me if I'm misstating this, but it looks at your body and it knows when you're on the treadmill, when you're running, or when you're on a bicycle as well. And it will change the image that you see so that it looks like you're hiking through the Alps, or that you're biking down a nice pathway somewhere in nature. So it simulates that you're outdoors when you're exercising indoors.
And so that's one of those 5 things I mentioned. That just makes it kind of fun and engaging, something you kind of look forward to try and combat the other things. One of the things we're adding in the next few months is multiplayer, so that you'll be able to connect with your friend across the country and go on that run through the Alps. And that's to add a second short-term thing, knowing that if I don't show up, my friend's going to think less of me, that is going to ruin our exercise date, et cetera. So we're just trying to stack up things, in your favor so the exercise action actually happens.
Mm-hmm. So one thing that's useful to know when it comes to changing behavior is the examples of companies that didn't work out. So I'm curious to know, what are you all seeing out there that you think companies are trying that they really shouldn't be doing? Anything that you see that won't work?
Good question.
There's a whole bunch of health apps out there, and none of them is really provided the panacea.
I mean, obviously, most people want to exercise or be healthy or whatever, and only a small fraction of us are succeeding. So there's a problem. So what is the problem? It's.
One of the gaps we've seen in the market is that they're so focused on the mechanics of exercise, the data around exercise, becoming king of the hill or Capstone awesome, and don't focus on the fact that the thing that's going to change your behavior the most is the social circle you're a part of and who you identify with. They underemphasize community. So I think there's a lot of fitness tracking apps out there that collect a lot of data that might have also collected a lot of users, but they're also used for a very short period of time, where you see other sites that really create a sense of community and identity. Like something like Strava has, very tight community, super strong identity. It's an app for guys who like to bike up hills is the best way to describe it. And when I'm riding my bike on the road, I can pick out every Strava rider on there. There's a way about them. Because they've done a job of creating a community around that passion, but that community then motivates.
So would you say that the social community is a prerequisite? You have to have social rewards built into your product? Is it nice to have or a must-have?
I think it's a must-have.
Yeah, what do you guys think?
I think it's just, the more things you can stack up, the better. And I think it's extremely powerful if you can pull it off. But I would say Gympact is moderately successful or very successful, and they're doing it purely off monetary incentives.
And I think there's different components of social. I think one of the differences as people get older is it's not about social for competition. I don't think a leaderboard is going to be something that gets an 80-year-old really excited about getting to the top of the leaderboard. But I think, doing something that makes me feel like I have identity, that I'm connected to people, and that it's, what I'm doing matters for the long run, I think so social is such a big thing. And I think there's different socials that's going to work with different people. And what would work on the Strata guys is different than what's going to work with your women, and it's different than what's going to work with older people.
So one thing we did for our women, when we designed our product, we purposely made something that looked iconic, that you could pick out in line at the grocery store or at the Starbucks. So these women felt like they could see some other woman wearing it and know they were part of this community and start identifying with that. We purposefully made watch bands that you could brand to commemorate milestone events, your first marathon, your first Ironman, again, to create more of that community. So we really put it front and center of our product design.
What about,
I think another thing that people often do, especially when they start designing products for older adults, is they start acting like seniors have nothing better to do than manage their chronic diseases all day, and that they are going to be wanting to, fill in all this information and do all this stuff. And I think, the more you can make it something that goes into the background is what they really want. But over again, I see companies be like, well, we're just going to have them do this and fill out that and do this. I'm like, that puts diabetes right here, and they want diabetes, in the back of their mind. So I think don't assume that older adults, that the negative stuff is what they want to talk about. Help them do that as quickly as possible and get on to the social and more meaningful things.
Yeah, something that we talked about before when it comes to designing for elderly users is that the principles around designing for the elderly are actually the principles of good design for all of us.
Absolutely. In fact, I'd like to ask a question. Who in the room has talked to your consumer as part of your design process? So raise your hand if you've talked to your consumer. Okay. Keep your hand up if any of those people were over the age of 60. So a lot less hands in the room. And I believe that, in this world of lean startup, that one of the most effective ways you can get product feedback is by talking to novice users and often older users, and that they will help you beeline into what is not intuitive about your product, what is offensive about your product, what could be better designed. And if you focus in on that, a lot of younger people they'll compensate for bad design and won't let you see where something is bad in the design. But I think an older user will often kind of show you where the stumbling points are more quickly. And if you design something that works well for a novice, who works well for someone with maybe not as perfect eyesight or someone with less dexterity, that's going to work well for everybody downstream, but the reverse does not happen. If you've nailed it for 22-year-olds, that doesn't mean it's going to work for 72-year-olds.
So I've been asking the questions for about 10 minutes or so. Can we maybe take some questions from the audience? Does anybody else have something that they want to make sure the panel addresses? If not, I can go all day on this stuff. Yeah, please.
My question is around the identity statement you made. I think it's extremely important to realize that identity is as diverse as people, right, and personality. So some people like to be social, some people like to show off, some people like to actually be very reserved. Some people would like to wear something, some people would not like to wear something, right? It's as much as enough fashion. It's a very complicated, intimate process to decide what to put on you or anything.
Yeah, so let me just repeat the questions for those who couldn't hear. So it sounds like almost a market segmentation question of what product are you building for your user segment? Are you building a product that's about which identity of the user? And how do you decide who to build for? Anybody want to take that?
And I totally agree on the identity piece. And I think, I often talk about stuff for older adults, but I mean, that's such a huge segment. I mean, over 50, that is huge. And so I think really segmenting within that is important. But there are some kind of macro trends you can pay attention to, but I totally agree. And I find myself telling entrepreneurs more often than not how undifferent seniors are than the rest of the population, rather than trying to highlight, oh, they're so different. I mean, they do things and I'm like, no, would you want that? Would you enjoy that? So I think it's a lot of personality stuff stays the exact same throughout all of life.
Is that something you can know? Can you know your market size when you first get going, or when you guys designed your products? Were you thinking this is for me and that's why I want it, or were you thinking this is because of a large market of users who need this?
I mean, we started by building something we wanted. We built something that was very video game heavy. We had race cars and pixelated graphics. And we just learned through iteration that what people were really excited about was this, this HD trail footage from around the world. And it was an older audience, about 35 to 55, and we just kind of went with it. I mean, you can design a product either for yourself, that's a nice shortcut, or if you're careful, you can design it for other people by bringing them into the loop and seeing how they work with things. And that's what we ended up doing at BitJam.
We started out designing for ourselves, which is actually not a bad place to start because I'm a 40-year-old woman. I spend most of the money in America, and I'm the least under-designed for a demographic out there, probably, except for 80-year-olds. So it was a pretty good place to start, but we looked really broadly at our market. We spent a lot of time with more advanced athletes, as well as, trying to go back to where we started in our early days, before we started running and before we got fit. So we started with our core sense of judgment, but we definitely spent the time understanding the market on both ends of the spectrum. And when we recruited our beta users, we did a great job recruiting from all ends of the spectrum. We've got the first-time 10K-ing, 70-year-old woman. We've got the former college athlete, and everyone in between, both demographically and geographically. So we pulled really strongly from, red states and rural places. And
I think we have time for one more question. Is that right? Okay. Yes, in the yellow.
Yes, so I'm just curious as to whether any of you have experienced any big data fluctuation already. Typically when you start using something that everyone's decided on variably, it gets too difficult to maintain. So an example was I bought Your Right Up. All my friends, everyone was really excited for a month, and there was really active people. And after a month, I noticed things started dropping off, people forgot to charge it, and all this stuff. So I'm wondering from a design point of view, in your own experiences when you're obviously had adoption, and people are using it, like what should drop off, and how do you design to sort of maintain and engage, keep bringing people back, keep making them charge it by using it?
So to rephrase the question, it's what's the role of data? How much feedback, how much data do we give our users, and how useful is that over the long term? That maybe some people get kind of data fatigue, as you said, and those figures become not meaningful after some time.
We were talking about this. Okay, we were talking about this earlier, and I think one of the things we talk about in the aging space a bit is qualified self instead of quantified self. And I think especially older adults are kind of like, just tell me the minimum amount I need to know to kind of get the information I need, and don't overwhelm me. Give me the ability to drill down, but like Lively's product, their kind of interface is all very kind of happy face, smiley face, or neutral face and negative. And if everything's happy, then you know mom's doing fine and I don't need to drill down. So I think kind of higher level information that's summary, that gets out of the way for people, I think makes it easier to engage.
We look at it as we sort of track cumulative progress. What doesn't get old is telling the story. Our users think about, I am going to scrapbook this journey I'm on. I want to share pictures, and I want to share the story. I want to share who I'm with. The stats are nice to back it up. So if anything, we are collecting a lot of data to give a few key insights and provide motivation behind what is actually a qualitative story.
I think it's helpful to think about what those stats and graphs are doing to your short-term incentives, and I see it as two things. One, if you have a trending line, you don't want it to dip because that would be a loss, so there's a loss aversion of wanting to keep your momentum going. But second, there's also a coaching element to it. You know that you're on track and you're doing good, because fitness and wellness especially, it can take a while to know that your body is undergoing the changes you want it to go. But a graph lets you say, oh yes, I'm trending towards what I want. I'm on track. I don't need to change anything. I have the confidence that if I do this tomorrow, it's taking me slightly closer to my goal. If data fatigue is setting in, it might be that they have stopped caring about that. And I don't know if that's data fatigue. I don't know. That feels like a more underlying issue about what their goals are or how much they care about the momentum of a line. And I would try to think about it like that, a little bit below just the data layer.
And I'll chime into that. I think that numbers and metrics are great when they can't be used for punitive reasons. So if people start looking at these numbers and that becomes the punishment, I think you'll get what's called reactance. It's a psychological phenomenon of when our autonomy is threatened, we push away. And so I think that might be what people start feeling after a while when the results start feeling punitive. I'm sorry we have to cut it short. I just got we're done. But I want to thank our panelists and thank you all for your attention.
All right, so we've talked about how to make money. We've talked about who's going to use these things. How do wearable computers, smartwatches, other gadgets, how do they actually get made? How do they get on the market? How do they get funded? With us to talk about this subject, very pleased to have Mark Millian of Bloomberg. We also have Eric Migakowski of Pebble. And we have Rob Conybeare of Shasta Ventures, who is a venture capitalist who has funded some crowdfunded enterprises, and Kate Drain of Indiegogo. So, believe we're just getting our panelists ready, and we'll start. Actually, do we have Mark ready? Actually, Mark, come on up and we'll just get you started. Do we want to start with Mark on the mic? Okay. Sorry, guys, we're just taking a few minutes to get our panelists prepped. I don't believe there's an open Wi-Fi network. Unfortunately, we're in the Old Mint, which is a historic building and very hard to wire up. So apologies for those of you who are burning through your LTE minutes. All right. Here's Mark Millian.
Thanks, Owen. All right. Forgot my Google Glass today, so I'll have to do without. We're going to be talking about crowdfunding, and we've got a good group to cover that topic. From your perspective, to my right, Eric Migakowski, the CEO of Pebble, which crowdfunded its smartwatch on Kickstarter.
We made a watch.
Yeah. And that was a pretty good experience for you guys, right? Still the biggest crowdfunding project ever on Kickstarter, I think.
Yeah.
To Eric's right, Kate Drain, who's the hardware marketing director at Indiegogo.
Hi, guys.
And to her right is Rob Coney-Beard, the co-founder of Shasta Ventures. So we're going to jump right into it, just talk about sort of some conceptual things in crowdfunding. What, if you were going to start a hardware crowdfunding project tomorrow, these are the three people who would be most likely to give you the best tips, I think. For starters, what types of products work for crowdfunding and what doesn't? Does anyone have any thoughts on, I have a great idea for, say, some cellular network technology that I want to sell to Verizon and AT&T. Is that going to work on crowdfunding?
One of the ways to think about it is if you're crowdfunding something where you think it'll be a big platform, I think Eric's company, Pebble, is a good example of this. We're investors in Ouya, and that's one where they're building a large gaming developer community. It makes a lot of sense because you want to get out there, have people aware of it, and then the developers, when you're trying to solve this chicken and egg problem of is there going to be a platform out there, are going to be a lot of people using it, when they can look at something like a Pebble Watch or an Ouya game system, they know that there's going to be an installed base that they can start to write against before it's out there. So that's pretty interesting.
But remember that Ouya and Pebble both started off as companies that were just trying to make something useful for end users. You can't really assume that you're going to be able to build a platform just because you're starting on a crowdfunding thing. I think that to gamble on solving the chicken and the egg problem with a crowdfunding project, I don't know if that's the be-all and end-all answer. I think that it's a very public way of doing it. If you want to increase the publicity around your product, then it's great. But there are a lot of platforms that have popped up. That's true.
Yeah. So it's interesting. I mean, this is something that I've thought about a bit because being an early investor in Nest, where you have person by person by person makes a decision to decide, that was a circumstance where we didn't want to give any sort of advance notice to others what was coming, what was going on to prevent the competitive activities. And the flip side is I made the mistake of passing on Pebble before you did your Kickstarter campaign. And you went out and you proved that there was actually very large demand for your product. And I think that's one of the strengths. And you were able to really prove out that there was a platform opportunity to be able to bring developers, which I think is a real strength of the crowdfunding opportunity.
Yeah. So his successful, Pebble's successful crowdfunding campaign sort of demonstrated to you that you were wrong when you passed.
I'm wrong a lot. I mean, to be clear,
it pays to be wrong when you're a VC because there's just so many opportunities. Yeah.
But it is interesting because what happens is then he's right, and then it becomes a very expensive valuation.
But what I would say, just from having an Indiegogo view, that using Indiegogo or using a crowdfunding platform as that this is our creating a piece of marketing collateral, and we were just talking about this outside of using it as a marketing vehicle and understanding that is the intention behind it. While yes, fundraising is part of it, marketing is a large part of it as well. And so if you frame it that way and you set out your intention that way, I think that it runs the gamut of the type of business that can benefit from it because you're getting your name out there, you're putting out your story in a concise way where people get to relate to you specifically and they get to know the story behind you. It's like a new investor pitch because you have a 3-minute or less video. You'll make 112% more money if you have a video that's 3 minutes or less. Just a little pro tip for you. And then also you have a concise, this is what we're setting out to do, this is our story, this is our team, this is how you can get involved, this is how we're using the money. So it's really any business can benefit from putting yourself out there. And I would recommend if knowing what your market is, maybe setting your goal for a lower amount so you could set and calibrate your expectations for what you would make from a funding side.
So it's interesting that point about crowdfunding as a marketing vehicle. So how do you then go about executing a successful marketing campaign? I mean, do you need to hire some marketing pro to come in and?
No, not at all. I mean, thinking about a crowdfunding campaign, it's this beautiful page. It's simple. You've got a video and you have a button that says back this project. So marketing on a crowdfunding platform is really about drilling down to what is your product in 3 simple sentences, pretty much, and then creating a video that illustrates that, and making sure that your video supports your product as well as the page, because some people are just not going to be able to watch the video. And I would argue that it's very much about simplicity. You want to figure out why would people be interested in your product or service, and then eloquently explain it in a short enough span for them to keep their attention around, and then figure out how you can convert those people to be supporters of your project. It forced us to think long and hard about what we had been working on watches before. We had made a previous product and company and everything, and going on Kickstarter and creating our Kickstarter campaign forced us to think about why in the world would people around the world buy a smartwatch, pretty much. Up to that point, it had been mainly, I think we were trying to do the platform play a little bit too early, thinking about apps. But at the end of the day, on Kickstarter, it was just, sports and fitness, music control, and notifications.
Right. We talked about this over a year ago. You told me that you had trouble raising VC money. You said, pitching to investors, I don't know how to do that. We have to come up with numbers and financial projections and things that I'm not good at. But when you're pitching on crowdfunding, you told me, it's just showing people how they're going to use this thing and getting them excited about it. Does crowdfunding have this potential for many entrepreneurs to just completely replace seed funding from angels and venture capitalists? I mean, Rob, do you see that as a potential competitor to getting into early stage deals?
One thing I think about when I think about alternative funding is I love to see funding for startups, truly, especially at the seed stage anyways, for people to get started. So anything that provides more access to capital for entrepreneurs, I love to see. So number one. Number two is it's interesting when people think about disruptions to the venture capital business, because you get people in the venture capital business that are always talking about, oh, you should go out and be a disruptor. But the moment that there's something that might be disruptive to your industry, people are like, oh no, that won't work. But I think here, there are pros and cons to it. So the way that I tend to think about it when I look at businesses is fairly neutral, actually, because it can prove that you have a market, but it can also prove that you have a market. And if you prove that there's a market for a business, you can be pretty certain that you'll have competition. And if you prove that there's a market, and then you find that it's a little harder to make than you thought, and you're delayed 3 months, 6 months, 9 months, you can open up the window for other people. So my point is that it's not obvious to do it, because you might prove, because you've done a $200,000 goal and you get to $180,000, it's not that interesting. But you can go the other way, like what Formlabs did with their 3D printer, going into a pretty crowded space, and they raised, $7 or $8 million, and they proved that there was real demand for their printer. So that's how we think about it.
But doesn't that go against the idea of a minimum viable product, though? Like if you're saying don't go on a crowdfunding platform because you want to shield your idea until it's ready, that really goes against the grain for the the standard web startup, which you launch with a launch rock page before it's even out there, just to find out gauge the interest level. I was just going to say that I think in some ways it's good to see people kind of launch projects without worrying about the competitors, because in my opinion, no one's going to kill your startup except for you. People have this gross misunderstanding of massive competitors, basically tracing people, and they're gonna target exactly what you're building. But at the end of the day, no one really cares about your product except for you.
This is coming from the guy who's about to face up against Apple and Samsung and Qualcomm.
Yeah, but I mean, we launched our product a year ago, and we launched it while there were already competitors in the marketplace. Like Motorola already had a watch on the market. Sony Ericsson had been making watches for about 3 or 4 years. No one knew about those, and no one really cares. I mean, at the end of the day, if you make a product that people want, then be proud of it. Don't not show it off.
And one thing that crowdfunding allows you to do, and I would imagine I would want to hear your take about this as well, is that because you have this direct engagement line with your community and with the people who contributed to your success, that they are now a part of your story, and they want to help you. They're like, oh, I was talking with one of our campaigners, and he said that one of the contributors' campaign wrote him an email. It was like, hey, I noticed that you only have an 8-inch wire for these speakers. I think it would be so much more effective if it was twice that length, because then I could do X. He's like, that that is an amazing suggestion. Thank you so much. So now it's called the Bob Wire, like internally in their company. And so that's one thing from the minimum viable product perspective to keep in mind is that you have this really rabid fan base who really wants your product and is invested as a not investor, but that is invested in your success directly. And so, but I would be interested to hear how that has affected your company.
Yeah, how do you even go about cultivating this sort of evangelist among your backers?
It's difficult. I mean, it's a very public platform to work on, as I'm sure you know, and you know it basically is a crash course in PR and public relations and I guess managing expectations. We took a stance right from the get-go on our Kickstarter project that we would be as transparent as physically possible on everything except for the ship date. And that was basically a blog post that we wrote back in June 2012 where we said, we want to be open, we want to be transparent, but one of the things that we can't talk about is the exact date that we were going to start to ship. And the reason for that was because the variables that controlled that date were not only immense in terms of number of variables, but also very interdependent and interlinked. And while we were doing our best to understand that the sort of math and magic that went into predicting that ship date, we didn't feel confident conveying the exact date that we were projecting along the way. So that was something that we had to learn very quickly.
And this has been pretty common in crowdfunding, at least for hardware across the board, is a lot of missed ship dates, people overestimating their ability to deliver. Rob, is that unique to crowdfunding? You've seen a lot of hardware companies over the years.
The one thing that will happen with hardware if you start a hardware company is it will be late. It will be. You almost have to set a deadline.
And twice as expensive as you thought.
I mean, I've been in the last 7 years, there's been a lot of consumer hardware, but before that I did a lot of communications hardware. And I can't think of a single company I've been involved with that hasn't had some level of delay. But you know the delay is going to happen, so you almost have to pick the date you're going to be late for up front. So that's one thing that we think about with these companies. I think when you're very public about it, this cuts both ways. It has to fit with your strategy. I think it worked very well for Eric and for Pebble to be public about what they're doing because a lot of people weren't sure about the category. But there are other areas where it's important for all the news and everything to come out at the point at which the consumer can make a decision. And that's part of what happens with crowdfunding is if you get it right and you hit the seam, the consumer can make a decision. And they can go in and they can feel that there's a scarcity value, which is it's going to go away and they're not going to get this perk or that perk if they don't act. It's always that scarcity, but you have to tie it to the consumer being able to take action. And in my view, the worst place is no man's land. Either do it early, pay for working capital up front, do what Formlabs and Pebble and Ouya did, or go the other way, which is have something that's capital efficient or get some big backers, and then announce the product and have it available to ship within a few weeks of when you announce it. And that's a very different strategy that I think has worked very effectively for Nest, for example.
There's one more category, which is like extremely early stage projects where you're just feeling out the idea and seeing it, like people that are raising $10,000, $15,000 to just make circuit boards. Like I've bought an untold number of circuit boards on Kickstarter because they've just been so immediately accessible. Like I just really want that circuit board at some point. It'd be cool, $20. And it's just an idea at that point, really.
So one quick thing I want to build on, if we could come back for a second, is this idea of like how can you make the most of the crowdfunding platform? And I think so much of it comes back to what Eric was talking about, this idea of marketing, but I put it in slightly more colorful words, and I would say storytelling. It's the idea of storytelling, and it's this idea of a basic story you can tell over and over again. And I think naming is very important here. It should be something that's easy to spell, easy to pronounce, and easy to recall. And Pebble is a perfect example of this. So what happens is you tell a great story, people see the video, they feel great about it, they can have the recall, and then when they put it into social media and they go ahead and they do something, it works for you. And all this stuff is like, you go to Indiegogo, you go and it's like, how do I succeed on Indiegogo? And one of the top things above the fold in Google that'll come up is your fact page. And it's pretty easy to do, but you just have to pay attention to those resources and think about the actual storytelling element of what you're doing.
So you mentioned the video. I see, it seems like almost every crowdfunding project that's successful that I've seen has video attached. Why is that important, and how important is it?
As I mentioned, 112%, you'll raise 112% more money on average if you have a video that's 3 minutes or less. But it's to your point of so people contribute to crowdfunding campaigns for one of three reasons. One, because of the person. Either there's a direct connection to that person. Maybe you really like the way that they told the story. They said it in a way that made sense and that was accessible. And you're like, I can recall these three benefits to how this is going to help my life. Two is because of the perk, the thing that you're getting in exchange for a contribution. You really want that watch. And you want to look as awesome as Eric does with his watch on his wrist. And then third is that participation and pride to say that you helped make that happen. And just think of how many people that they get to brag on their social media feeds to be like, holy crap, I just was part of the largest crowdfunding campaign ever. You should be here too. Or help make this happen, help make this possible. And so it's remembering that all of those things are what motivates people and that you want to hit on all three of them to ensure that people really are motivated to action.
One thing about the video that I've found is I looked at a hell of a lot of videos before we shot ours. I looked at the Twine video, which was one of my favorite ones. I looked at a lot of videos that were just filmed in the style of movie trailers that were a lot of fun as well. But with the video, we didn't have any money. But if we had money, we probably would have been lured into the idea of hiring someone to shoot our video for us. And I think that in hindsight, shooting our own video and doing all the editing, doing all the sound work ourselves, forced us to think harder about what our product was and what it means and how best to convey that to people. If we had relied on someone else to do it, I can't even imagine really what we would have made. We probably would have made a bit of a higher budget. We would have spent more money and it would have looked nicer, but I'm not sure it would have had that core connection to the use cases and core experience built in right into the video. And so my advice for anyone working on a crowdfunding campaign is film it yourself, write the page yourself. Don't rely on, you can't outsource marketing. It's not something that anyone else can really do better for you at the beginning. Maybe later on possible. But even now we do most of our marketing and PR ourselves, because at the end of the day, like I said before, we're the ones who care. And it's very difficult to pay someone to care more about your product than you do.
And how did you figure out how to do PR and marketing when you didn't have a background in that?
Trial and error. We to film the video, I just borrowed a friend's camera and borrowed a friend's microphone and borrowed some friends, shot the video of them.
I think part of building a campaign is trying to sort of make a cohesive message and kind of distill it down. Do you have any thoughts on how to do that successfully? I would think that some of your best VC pitch meetings have come from entrepreneurs who have distilled that message.
Well, I think it's a measure of not just making us happy and making it simple enough for a VC to understand, but it's, do they understand the importance of that storytelling to every other part of their business? Because if you can distill it down into a simple message, you're going to be able to promote it more effectively. You're going to be able to leverage social media more effectively. You're going to serve your customers better. There's a quote I love from Albert Einstein, which is, if you can't explain it simply, you don't really understand it. And I think that's true for most businesses. They should be very simple to describe. And it also helps with recruiting. You talk to somebody and you want somebody to be able, when they're deciding what to do, when they're talking to their family and friends about what it is, you want them to be able to say very simply what it is they do. So storytelling is really at the core of building a startup in today's world.
Yeah, recruiting is interesting. I remember you mentioned something about recruiting during the campaign while it was still running, and you were getting, your hype was snowballing, and you were racking up money on your Kickstarter page. How did you go about recruiting?
Well, we only had 3 people on our team when we launched. 3 people and 2 interns, so 5 people, but 3 full-time and 2 interns on our team when we launched on Kickstarter. And it was a bit of a shock. Obviously, we had been expecting to raise about $100,000 in our campaign, so we knew that we had to scale up relatively quickly. And at that point, I had talked to a lot of my friends who had rapid expansions of their team, and at the end of the day, I decided to just hire a lot of my friends from engineering school because I could trust them from having worked at group projects in the past, and also they had the technical. I was very confident in their technical ability. But I try to think about. We hired about 7 people within the span of a month, and then we didn't hire anyone for about 5 or 6 months after that. And it was kind of a decision that we had to make, which was, do we spend the time? And it does take a lot of time to recruit people, to hire and to interview, and to, it's a distraction for the entire team. So we had to it was a bit of a decision that we had to make. Do we build the team first, or do we build the product? And we realized that if we didn't build the product, there would be no team, there would be no company left to build. So we decided to focus on building the product.
And you mentioned when you were doing those recruiting phone calls, at least in those rare instances, you would tell the person to pull up the crowdfunding page on Kickstarter at the start of the phone call. You would go through the interview questions, discuss any concerns, and then at the end you would say,
look at the page.
Refresh the page.
Yeah, those were some pretty powerful recruiting
There would be
tools.
an extra $100,000, $200,000 on there to cover their salary and then some. All right, thanks a lot, guys. This was fun.
No time for questions, or?
I don't think we do. I think everybody's probably hungry for lunch right now.
Okay.
So we'll let
Well,
you guys
we'll
go.
be around
Thanks.
for questions.
Thanks.
All right, thanks.
All right, everyone. We're going to break for lunch. If you look at the floor plan here, what you're going to do is you're going to go out right into the main hall, go up to the point where you entered for registration, turn right there, and there will be one room for the buffet line, and then you'll take your lunch out into the courtyard to enjoy it. All right, and we will see you guys back in about an hour. Thanks. Cheers.
Introducing Green Cloud with Compute Cloud and Storage Cloud. Highly scalable, easy to use, cost-effective, renewable energy-powered cloud services. You can host your website on a renewable energy-driven cloud. Use Compute Cloud to spin up a virtual machine in minutes. Store data and increase scalability through Storage Cloud. Manage everything with ease through our interoperable dashboard. All while minimizing your carbon footprint. Log on for your free trial today. Introducing Green Cloud with Compute Cloud and Storage Cloud. Highly scalable, easy to use, cost-effective, renewable energy-powered cloud services. You can host your website on a renewable energy-driven cloud. Use Compute Cloud to spin up a virtual machine in minutes. Store data and increase scalability through Storage Cloud. Manage everything with ease through our interoperable dashboard, all while minimizing your carbon footprint. Log on for your free trial today. Introducing Green Cloud with Compute Cloud and Storage Cloud. Highly scalable, easy to use, cost-effective, renewable energy-powered cloud services. You can host your website on a renewable energy-driven cloud. Use Compute Cloud to spin up a virtual machine in minutes. Store data and increase scalability through Storage Cloud. Manage everything with ease through our interoperable dashboard, all while minimizing your carbon footprint. Log on for your free trial today. Introducing Green Cloud with Compute Cloud and Storage Cloud. Highly scalable, easy to use, cost-effective, renewable energy-powered cloud services. You can host your website on a renewable energy-driven cloud. Use Compute Cloud to spin up a virtual machine in minutes. store data and increase scalability through Storage Cloud, manage everything with ease through our interoperable dashboard, all while minimizing your carbon footprint. Log on for your free trial today. Introducing Green Cloud with Compute Cloud and Storage Cloud. Highly scalable, easy to use, cost-effective, renewable energy-powered cloud services. You can host your website on a renewable energy-driven cloud. Use Compute Cloud to spin up a virtual machine in minutes. Store data and increase scalability through Storage Cloud. Manage everything with ease through our interoperable dashboard, all while minimizing your carbon footprint. Log on for your free trial today. Introducing Green Cloud with Compute Cloud and Storage Cloud. Highly scalable, easy to use, cost-effective, renewable energy-powered cloud services. You can host your website on a renewable energy-driven cloud. Use Compute Cloud to spin up a virtual machine in minutes. Store data and increase scalability through Storage Cloud. Manage everything with ease through our interoperable dashboard, all while minimizing your carbon footprint. Log on for your free trial today. Introducing Green Cloud with Compute Cloud and Storage Cloud. Highly scalable, easy to use, cost-effective, renewable energy-powered cloud services. You can host your website on a renewable energy-driven cloud. Use Compute Cloud to spin up a virtual machine in minutes. Store data and increase scalability through Storage Cloud. Manage everything with ease through our interoperable dashboard. All while minimizing your carbon footprint. Log on for your free trial today. Introducing Green Cloud with Compute Cloud and Storage Cloud. Highly scalable, easy to use, cost-effective, renewable energy-powered cloud services. You can host your website on a renewable energy-driven cloud. Use Compute Cloud to spin up a virtual machine in minutes. Store data and increase scalability through Storage Cloud. Manage everything with ease through our interoperable dashboard. All while minimizing your carbon footprint. Log on for your free trial today. Introducing Green Cloud with Compute Cloud and Storage Cloud. Highly scalable, easy to use, cost-effective, renewable energy-powered cloud services. You can host your website on a renewable energy-driven cloud. Use Compute Cloud to spin up a virtual machine in minutes. store data and increase scalability through Storage Cloud, manage everything with ease through our interoperable dashboard, all while minimizing your carbon footprint. Log on for your free trial today. Introducing Green Cloud with Compute Cloud and Storage Cloud. Highly scalable, easy to use, cost-effective, renewable energy-powered cloud services. You can host your website on a renewable energy-driven cloud. Use Compute Cloud to spin up a virtual machine in minutes. Store data and increase scalability through Storage Cloud. Manage everything with ease through our interoperable dashboard, all while minimizing your carbon footprint. Log on for your free trial today. Introducing Green Cloud with Compute Cloud and Storage Cloud. Highly scalable, easy to use, cost-effective, renewable energy-powered cloud services. You can host your website on a renewable energy-driven cloud. Use Compute Cloud to spin up a virtual machine in minutes. Store data and increase scalability through Storage Cloud. Manage everything with ease through our interoperable dashboard, all while minimizing your carbon footprint. Log on for your free trial today. Introducing Green Cloud with Compute Cloud and Storage Cloud. Highly scalable, easy to use, cost-effective, renewable energy-powered cloud services. You can host your website on a renewable energy-driven cloud. Use Compute Cloud to spin up a virtual machine in minutes. Store data and increase scalability through Storage Cloud. Manage everything with ease through our interoperable dashboard. All while minimizing your carbon footprint. Log on for your free trial today. Introducing Green Cloud with Compute Cloud and Storage Cloud. Highly scalable, easy to use, cost-effective, renewable energy-powered cloud services. You can host your website on a renewable energy-driven cloud. Use Compute Cloud to spin up a virtual machine in minutes. Store data and increase scalability through Storage Cloud. Manage everything with ease through our interoperable dashboard. All while minimizing your carbon footprint. Log on for your free trial today. Introducing Green Cloud with Compute Cloud and Storage Cloud. Highly scalable, easy to use, cost-effective, renewable energy-powered cloud services. You can host your website on a renewable energy-driven cloud. Use Compute Cloud to spin up a virtual machine in minutes. store data and increase scalability through Storage Cloud, manage everything with ease through our interoperable dashboard, all while minimizing your carbon footprint. Log on for your free trial today. Introducing Green Cloud with Compute Cloud and Storage Cloud. Highly scalable, easy to use, cost-effective, renewable energy-powered cloud services. You can host your website on a renewable energy-driven cloud. Use Compute Cloud to spin up a virtual machine in minutes. Store data and increase scalability through Storage Cloud. Manage everything with ease through our interoperable dashboard, all while minimizing your carbon footprint. Log on for your free trial today. Introducing Green Cloud with Compute Cloud and Storage Cloud. Highly scalable, easy to use, cost-effective, renewable energy-powered cloud services. You can host your website on a renewable energy-driven cloud. Use Compute Cloud to spin up a virtual machine in minutes. Store data and increase scalability through Storage Cloud. Manage everything with ease through our interoperable dashboard, all while minimizing your carbon footprint. Log on for your free trial today. Introducing Green Cloud with Compute Cloud and Storage Cloud. Highly scalable, easy to use, cost-effective, renewable energy-powered cloud services. You can host your website on a renewable energy-driven cloud. Use Compute Cloud to spin up a virtual machine in minutes. Store data and increase scalability through Storage Cloud. Manage everything with ease through our interoperable dashboard. All while minimizing your carbon footprint. Log on for your free trial today. Introducing Green Cloud with Compute Cloud and Storage Cloud. Highly scalable, easy to use, cost-effective, renewable energy-powered cloud services. You can host your website on a renewable energy-driven cloud. Use Compute Cloud to spin up a virtual machine in minutes. Store data and increase scalability through Storage Cloud. Manage everything with ease through our interoperable dashboard. All while minimizing your carbon footprint. Log on for your free trial today. Introducing Green Cloud with Compute Cloud and Storage Cloud. Highly scalable, easy to use, cost-effective, renewable energy-powered cloud services. You can host your website on a renewable energy-driven cloud. Use Compute Cloud to spin up a virtual machine in minutes. store data and increase scalability through Storage Cloud, manage everything with ease through our interoperable dashboard, all while minimizing your carbon footprint. Log on for your free trial today. Introducing Green Cloud with Compute Cloud and Storage Cloud. Highly scalable, easy to use, cost-effective, renewable energy-powered cloud services. You can host your website on a renewable energy-driven cloud. Use Compute Cloud to spin up a virtual machine in minutes. Store data and increase scalability through Storage Cloud. Manage everything with ease through our interoperable dashboard, all while minimizing your carbon footprint. Log on for your free trial today. Introducing Green Cloud with Compute Cloud and Storage Cloud. Highly scalable, easy to use, cost-effective, renewable energy-powered cloud services. You can host your website on a renewable energy-driven cloud. Use Compute Cloud to spin up a virtual machine in minutes. Store data and increase scalability through Storage Cloud. Manage everything with ease through our interoperable dashboard, all while minimizing your carbon footprint. Log on for your free trial today. Introducing Green Cloud with Compute Cloud and Storage Cloud. Highly scalable, easy to use, cost-effective, renewable energy-powered cloud services. You can host your website on a renewable energy-driven cloud. Use Compute Cloud to spin up a virtual machine in minutes. Store data and increase scalability through Storage Cloud. Manage everything with ease through our interoperable dashboard. All while minimizing your carbon footprint. Log on for your free trial today. Introducing Green Cloud with Compute Cloud and Storage Cloud. Highly scalable, easy to use, cost-effective, renewable energy-powered cloud services. You can host your website on a renewable energy-driven cloud. Use Compute Cloud to spin up a virtual machine in minutes. Store data and increase scalability through Storage Cloud. Manage everything with ease through our interoperable dashboard. All while minimizing your carbon footprint. Log on for your free trial today. Introducing Green Cloud with Compute Cloud and Storage Cloud. Highly scalable, easy to use, cost-effective, renewable energy-powered cloud services. You can host your website on a renewable energy-driven cloud. Use Compute Cloud to spin up a virtual machine in minutes. store data and increase scalability through Storage Cloud, manage everything with ease through our interoperable dashboard, all while minimizing your carbon footprint. Log on for your free trial today. Introducing Green Cloud with Compute Cloud and Storage Cloud. Highly scalable, easy to use, cost-effective, renewable energy-powered cloud services. You can host your website on a renewable energy-driven cloud. Use Compute Cloud to spin up a virtual machine in minutes. Store data and increase scalability through Storage Cloud. Manage everything with ease through our interoperable dashboard, all while minimizing your carbon footprint. Log on for your free trial today. Introducing Green Cloud with Compute Cloud and Storage Cloud. Highly scalable, easy to use, cost-effective, renewable energy-powered cloud services. You can host your website on a renewable energy-driven cloud. Use Compute Cloud to spin up a virtual machine in minutes. Store data and increase scalability through Storage Cloud. Manage everything with ease through our interoperable dashboard, all while minimizing your carbon footprint. Log on for your free trial today.
that's going to grapple with, or fail to grapple with, the coming change that, that wearables are bringing. It's moderated by my good friend, the fabulous Megan Kelly of VentureBeat. Megan, please. And I think they've got you right here. And Megan will be joined by her panelists, Mark Johnson of Zeit, John Swartz of USA Today.
Hello, sir.
Hey. And Chris Tolles of Topics. All right, and with that, I will hand it over to Megan. Take it away.
Thanks so much, Owen. Welcome. Thank you guys for coming in after lunch to hear us chat about the media and how wearables will either kill it or make it stronger. I want to start off talking more about the role of media with wearables, because the panel title already kind of damns us for having failed at mobile and failed in all these other aspects. And I'm wondering, do you think that's true, number one? And where do we fit in this next round?
I mean, it seems difficult to have failed on a platform that's just emerging, right? I mean, that would be like having failed on the web in 1994. So I mean, right? Like, there's so much more yet to come. So no, I don't think that we failed yet, and I think that there's a lot to do. And unlike the web in 1994, for example, I think most media companies are moving into this. I get CNN alerts and New York Times alerts, and I did not put Vogue alerts on here, but I could if I wanted to, and I'm getting Zeit alerts on here. So I think that,
yeah, I'm assuming every time you do this, you're
I'm doing something. Yeah, no, there's a lot of stuff that happens here, and I think media companies seem to be embracing early on. I think that's a healthy change from earlier revolutions.
But media companies embraced the web, they embraced online. Knight Ridder was one of the owners of Netscape back in the day. It's not like media companies are dumb or aren't seeing it. It's just they're going to fail. It is never too early to announce the failure of media to catch something, ever. Because it's going to be someone else, because it's always someone else. And it's not like media's not going to have a role, it's just going to be the same role they have online, which is the big players are not going to be the big media companies.
No, the media, I mean, we're always late adopting technology. Believe me, I've worked at every place, and we're always 2 or 3 years behind, if that. So in this case, at least it's on our radar. And I think for somebody like me or our reporters, the one thing we're going to have to learn to do is do Vine from every news event, blog about it, write about it, do some sort of sound, some sort of video on the spot. And if we have some sort of tool that makes it easier for us, so be it. Unfortunately, the problem we have is we have no budget to buy some of the actual equipment we need to use. That's always been the crux.
Mm-hmm. Actually, and I think, I think your statement is not true. Like, the large media companies still are the large media companies, and
well, except for they're not the largest media companies online. The largest media companies online are Google and Facebook. They are not NBC. They are not CNN. They are not Time Warner. Having been an employee of AOL Time Warner and been through the largest media fiasco in the history of man, I understand that the thing is, the people there weren't dumb. And it turns out that idea was great, this whole roll-up of media and online. But it turns out the pure play wins. And my issue is not that, it's if you're running a big TV network, you're going to continue running a big TV network. You're not going to be in charge of search for the internet.
So you don't think that a company like NBC at all would be able to even match what Google's doing right now?
Well, again, it comes down to Google is going to own search forever. I don't think anyone will displace them. They might not be the big wearables thing. In other words, I don't think that the current ownership of a market doesn't necessarily lead you to current ownership of the next market. It's very difficult to do that. So it's not like media's not going to have a big role in it. I just don't think that they're going to be the major player, which is a different thing than saying they're not going to have a role at all.
Is that because they're not creating the actual wearable?
I think that, well, they're not creating the wearable, but the question is what wearables are going to do. Are they going to be a platform for media consumption? I'd argue that they're going to be a platform for media creation. And there are people, my guess is that the gentleman from CNN will probably talk about how CNN's done a lot of stuff in terms of media creation. They've done a great job. But that's really the issue, is where does the media creation happen and who gets to curate it?
Well, I think actually CNN would be a natural, because given the eyewitness accounts that come in from their viewers, which they've been doing for a couple of years, yeah. They might adapt. They'll adapt a hell of a lot faster than we will, honestly. I think television is conducive to that. I think print is struggling to figure out what it's going to do day to day.
And this is, iReport is the CNN product, and it was released in 2006 or something. And sure, everybody's got it on their phone, but I think the problem is you have to be like, okay, I'm in an event that's newsworthy, I better bring out my phone,
I better switch to iReport, I better take a picture, and I better write something in. I think that imagine Tahir Square, imagine Syria, where every single one of these people has a wearable on their face and is taking video in real time. I think that changes the game for a lot of things out there.
Well, you know, that's actually one thing we were trying to do. Actually, I've heard from our publisher about a year ago that one of the things they would love for us to do is what you guys are doing. But the problem they have is that the sheer amount of content that's coming in is like a fire hose. And where do you find all the people to filter it and parse it? So
it's kind of what's the market for wearables? There's the thing that makes the wearable. There's the actual technology, but it's the parsing and the CMS and the dynamic of how you're going to put it in front of someone. And one of the issues of media companies, they have reporters and journalists. They're the worst people in the world. Worst people in the world are journalists.
I know.
To actually get, because it turns out because editorial is the enemy. It turns out, you know what's the biggest thing right now in terms of getting news out there? Something like Reddit, something where you don't have an editor involved.
Well, so
the problem is not that they're not situated to go and own this, like iReport and having the infrastructure. It's that they don't want to produce it. That they don't want to they're not culturally able to handle putting out raw footage from people. And you have to have the courage to say, hey man, we're going to put out a bunch of things that might not be true. Journalists really freak out about that.
That's true.
Well, yeah, I mean,
And the problem is that you actually have to give people the choice whether to believe it or not.
Well, that's the problem. We always have the process. So where I work, everything has to be fast. We need stories quickly. And the way he's talking about the process and editing, and people sit on stories going over every line. It's like, you know what? Fuck it. Start doing like 4 or 5 paragraph stories, something that's really easy and digestible. And that's actually what we're trying to do. And I think with video, you might be able to do it.
Well, let me ask here, what do you think that citizen journalism is going to become with wearables? Like, is this going to be something that media companies like VentureBeat, like USA Today, like CNN, they're going to have to put on top of all this information some sort of analysis, context, something like that? Is that where our role?
We're going to have to watch what we do, because if we have like a shooting in a movie theater and somebody sends in the video, I mean, people are going to object to that. You're going to have somebody as a traffic cop to look over that.
Right. Well, like who's that editor? What is the editor?
That's part of our weakness.
But the value of media, the value of journalism, though, is providing narrative and story, and that's why it's the plus and the minus. So when you go to Reddit, you don't necessarily know what you're going to get and the value that you like. Tell me what Reddit means. The New York Times is going to tell me what that Reddit article means, or CNN is going to tell me that the importance of that Reddit article, or the person in VentureBeat is going to come in and say, hey, on this technology piece, this is what the implication of this is. That is not what you're going to get from 4,000 different watch feeds coming in. But I don't think that, on the other hand, I don't think that it's easy to take those things and make a new thing out of a CNN report or a USA Today article. I think we start off as a news aggregator, and it turns out just a new form factor is to aggregate news and say, hey, our big value is going to be putting together a bunch of things that are like each other and then comment on it. The average editor would look at that and go, why is that valuable? People have to read the article. Oh, no. Commenting doesn't require reading the article. It just requires seeing the headline, turns out. Wearables, I'm sure there'll be other insights that come out in terms of making a media company that will be different than what's traditionally there.
Do you see any companies right now that are putting that sort of context on top of this big? We already have a fire hose of data that's coming at us right now from mobile. Do you see anybody who you think can make a good transition into wearables because they're already handling that in a good way?
Look at CNN. Yeah. And those guys are on top of it, right?
Yeah, I think we're going through the transition right now, right? I mean, how do you suddenly go off and convince, the guy who runs CNN, who is a great guy, a really smart guy, but a traditional media guy, and convince him that, I need to hire a team of 10 data scientists to sift through this information? That's a much different ask than saying I need 10 editors to sift through this information, which they could never do in a reasonable length of the universe.
So it's going to have to be a different focus on hiring for these companies in order to actually stay on top of all of the data. We need data scientists.
I think it's happening already. I mean, it's happening already where we work. I mean, and we have these daily meetings at noon our time. We have the top 20 editors talk about what's going into the paper. And the first thing they do is they go over the list of the 5 most popular stories online, and invariably 3 or 4 of the top 5 is video related. And they're talking about the traffic and how they can parse that and how they can push that. And one of the things they've done is they brought in younger people who are much more technically astute than what they, face it. We have like a bunch of people who are 60, white, old, and kind of in the newspaper era. And they're bringing all these younger people in to teach them how to adapt. And this is just going to accelerate things.
What's the timeline of when the newspaper actually goes away?
I don't think it's going to go away.
Never?
No.
I don't know, you get,
Well,
a, Sunday,
never, but
you get a
yeah.
Sunday New York Times, and it's like this big giant wad of paper. It's kind of nice. I don't really want to replace that with a tablet. I mean, I've talked about killing the newspaper business for 10 years. I still like the newspaper, Jesus Christ. I mean, it's like, there are parts of that.
You're not
like
going to be sipping your tea on Sunday morning.
I mean, I think
like
that there's
this.
the form factor. The form factor of paper is not a bad thing for certain things. I think it's a great marketing vehicle for the electronic version too. Like you have distribution.
It's a last nice iteration wherever the story is. So you have like 7 versions of a story. First, what you throw out there online, then you update it constantly. Then you have the online version, the final version of the day. Then you put it in print. There's always, I think that's always going to be that. And I'll tell you, it appeals also to the executives of the companies we cover. In everyone, from the smallest startup to the largest company, the one question they always ask is going to be a print version of this?
Actually, I'll say this. Everybody wants their picture in the newspaper.
Exactly.
If you ask any startup person in the world, you go, hey, if you get your picture in USA Today, does it matter? Why, yes, it does. And as long as that's true, I think there'll be a print newspaper.
Makes sense. So what opportunities do current media companies have? Because I know you feel like there's going to be it's going to be random. The guy who figures this out is going to be a new player, suddenly pops up, has the idea. I know you felt a little differently, like you have to get in early and understand the technology from that perspective. But do we have any current advantages for companies?
I mean, I think, if you look at a company like CNN, so Zeit was bought by CNN about 2 years ago. And we continue to kind of run Zeit as like what Zeit is, which is that CNN wants some disruption internally. And I think that's why I've got a watch on, I've got my glasses on, because well, it's not even telling the right time. It's not quite connected to my phone yet. I haven't figured it out. I literally, the package came at 7:30 this morning. So, but look at, there's no reason it couldn't come from a big company. I agree with you that history is against us, but we have all the content. We've got a lot of smart people. We've got massive distribution on mobile, which I think is something that we didn't have. Like the transition from print to web, it's like people that have computers and newspapers, they don't really have a strong connection. These are intimately connected with my phone, which means that CNN is going to be showing up on these things early on, even in the earliest iterations of just notifications. The question of what next, I think, can logically be answered by us and ought to be answered by us, and I think we can do it.
I think that it's the how. I mean, Microsoft did the Xbox, right? Totally unrelated to their other business. That's really one of the coolest things going on at Microsoft. Giant business. Apple did something very outside of their comfort zone with a phone. And I remember running into the guys from Nokia when Apple first came up with the phone. They were just kind of like, yeah, right. No way is this going to work. And they made it happen. It's not impossible, but I think that the biggest thing about the wearables, I think Reg, the guy who did this conference, came up with the best line I've heard about wearables, which is they bring you 10 seconds closer to the consumer. And I think that taking advantage of those things naturally, whether it's dealing with being able to handle huge amounts of feeds from people with wearables, or making a consumption form factor that works on a glass that actually makes sense. There's no reason why a big media company can't make that happen, or even a small media company make that happen. But really it's focusing on that part of it, the specifics of that interaction that I think will make it work or not work.
So my only concern is somebody from the media is that in our haste to be the first to have a story, eventually what's going to happen is we're going to rush something out there. We're either going to get sued, we're going to be totally wrong. It's going to make a nice media column of how we mangle the story. That's always in the back of our minds. That's our biggest fear.
Because you guys, the peer action on journalism. The worst thing about journalism is peer review. You guys all pile on each other. The worst thing is to make a mistake. You know the best thing about Silicon Valley? So what?
Well, it's a risk. Failed. I mean, you're right. It's a risk.
This whole idea that the truth matters. Truth matters. It's like all you guys pile on each other and stuff, and it turns out, so what? Correct. In other words, if you print a wrong story and you correct it in 5 minutes, it's like it never occurred. And yet, journalists will never let that go. I think that if I were you, it's a branding problem. Create the brand that doesn't mean truth. Don't say USA Today. Say, Crap Incorporated, and everyone goes, I don't know what's on Crap Incorporated, but it was pretty cool. Like, stop trying to be journalists. Hey, that worked for, who owns Reddit? Last time I checked, it's Condé Nast. Condé Nast doesn't have that stuff on Vanity Fair or on, the New Yorker, but they do have it on Reddit. And I think that's the way to do that is to make sure your brand means, something different. And it might be instant on from Syria, and you're going to see all sorts of horrible stuff. Mm-hmm. But it also, you know, I don't know, how
I
to
think,
bridge
actually,
that
but I do think things are kind of moving in that direction a little bit in terms of what you see in print. I mean, some of the photographs that are shown in print have kind of pushed the boundaries, and especially, you mentioned some of the countries. So you see some minor steps, but, you know, as you know, like reporters, we're living in an old era, and it's very hard to drag people away from what they're accustomed to doing.
It's your religion. Hey, I'm not going to, it's a blasphemy to go against the truth. That's great. I just think you have to be outside of that space to deal with real time.
I mean, we discuss that internally all the time. It's one of those kind of difficult situations. It's hard to reach an easy conclusion.
I just say, like, I think that we need to find what you expect or what we expect media companies to do. I would argue that this is a platform where people will consume content. It's a great notifications platform for now. It's a great platform to create some kinds of video content, especially sort of when you need your hands. I think those two things alone suggest that it should be useful to media companies. And I would suggest that most media companies that exist today will not be killed by wearables. They will likely find a way to play in this platform. Now, if you're looking for something revolutionary, if you're looking for the next Google or the Yahoo, which I would argue are tech companies, not media companies, they're not content creators. They create technologies that lead people to that content. No, you're probably not going to find it at a media company because it's out of their wheelhouse.
I feel like from a technology company standpoint, because now everyone's a content creator, right? So you're going to have companies like Google and Yahoo who have an opportunity to take advantage of people they don't even have to pay, providing content for them to become a media company.
Well, I mean, the fact that we're all content creators is true, and yet, you know, even though that's the case, you know, people like you, thankfully, are still employed to write. You know, the Fifth Estate still exists to give us.
There's so much pressure for us to produce that crap content too, though. Actually, I mean, it's just you can't believe it's like as soon as something happens, you're getting an instant message. Okay, put something up now. It's like, but we don't just put.
I got one 10 minutes before this panel right here.
That's something I don't understand, because it really is like, people do not want, I do not want to go to the New York Times and have some unsourced thing. I want the thing to be good. I actually don't necessarily need something instantly from my media company as much as, like, there are places that I can get that. In fact, that's Twitter to some degree is my go-to platform for now. If I want to see what's happening now, and if I want to see the analysis and what's going on, now it should be soon, but it doesn't need to be like, you don't need the breaking story does not need to be on the top 5 media sites.
That's actually my favorite media source. Actually,
Clearly.
by far.
Twitter?
Yeah.
By far. Twitter, by far. Yeah.
Because you want the you want the place where it's like,
unvarnished, right.
You want the wire, and then you want the analysis. And I think that's a challenge, especially with wearables, where you're going to have someone it's like their eyeglass thing is going to come give you a live feed of a battle scene, but no context for it. And I think that is going to be a discipline issue for people who hire journalists, but that's why they have journalists.
Do you think our existing wire services are going to be absorbed into Twitter, and then those companies will have to?
You know, actually, I won't say who, but somebody I know who works for one of those services is convinced they're going to end up working for Google, or Google's the company.
Well, there's two major ones, right? There's the AP and Reuters, and that's pretty much it. Reuters is basically Bloomberg. They have and Bloomberg, and those guys they have Wall Street guys who are willing to pay their stuff, and they have a wire services on the side. And there's the AP, which is owned by a bunch of newspaper companies. My guess is the AP, and the guys who run the AP are pretty smart. They've shaken down all of us web companies to get some money. The issue is that's probably not the best model for going forward. So at some point in time, something's going to have to happen.
I mean, I don't think this world is that much worse for the wear if the wire services disappear. I mean, I think that it's been the void has been filled already. It's just that this is how media evolves, and I think that's okay. I mean, the challenge for us in media companies is, I believe that information is important for a free, open, democratic society, and that's the kind of world that I want to see. So I want to preserve media in that sense, but you have to be really careful as you're seeing the progress of media, that you don't stifle the ideas, which probably are going to disrupt what media looks like today. And I think it's a real challenge for us kind of in a business that still makes money.
So we were talking about this earlier briefly about how you don't think that the general wearables community will need to have kind of an understanding of this is early, this is new, let's not sue each other like left and right in the very beginning. How does that look for media companies?
Absolutely.
Especially when business models are like hard to come by.
Sure, and I think that media companies, to a large extent, have missed. in the sense that they've missed the web, they haven't missed it in the sense that they don't get a lot of use their web pages or tweets about them or comments on them. The problem is they don't make as much money. None of us make as much money on the web as we used to make in TV and print. And that's a problem. And I think that a part of this was because, you know, litigiousness happened fairly early on and stifled what could happen. And people didn't imagine what the web could be early on. And I think that media companies, so this is near and dear to my heart. I mean, it was 2 weeks after Zeit launched, we got a nastygram, a cease and desist from 8 major media companies. It was, let's see, it was Gannett, it was New York Times Company, Dow Jones Company. It's like, wow, this is a bunch of general counsels agreeing on language. I mean, they must have really been angry. And in the end, all the companies wanted to work with us and figure out ways to work with us, and we've inked deals with some of those companies. But why that knee-jerk reaction? Why not call us first and have a conversation and not realize that, realize that we're a small market right now? There are 2,500 people out there or something like that with Google Glass. There's no reason to be litigious on this. Let people innovate for now, and then send the lawyers in later, or send the business people in later to figure out how to make a business out of it.
I think the wearables thing, I'm not as worried about that in particular, because the problem with existing content and repurposing it is really what the media companies have the knee-jerk react to. We're a news aggregator, and we were lucky because we got in before anybody really realized what was going on. So because there's a flip point when when you aggregate content, the key is to aggregate enough of it so that people want to join you. So at some point in time, it goes from the first time you aggregate someone, they're like, you're stealing my stuff, get out of it. Once you've aggregated everything, people are like, I need to be in your thing, like Google. It's like getting kicked out of the index right now, not a good thing. But I think that people have the wearables thing is going to be about essentially sensor data. It's going to be an exponentially larger amount of information. And so I think the real problem there is going to be parsing, and relevance is going to be more important. Usually with aggregation, you need a lot of things to aggregate to make it worthwhile. Like people who aggregate classified ads have the problem, there's 4 providers. They're not interesting to aggregate 4 things. When you aggregate everything, it's fascinating. And so if you have hundreds of thousands of people wearing, or millions of people wearing a watch that tells your heart rate, and what's the correlation between heart rate and earthquakes, or heart rate and temperature. I mean, there's all sorts of things that you can get out of that. And I believe that's the place where having a media company be able to provide a story around data, that's a fascinating thing to me that I think this needs to be explored. But I don't think it's litigious. I don't think the litigiousness will be as big with this one.
What do we think that's going to actually, what do we think some of these products are even going to look like? And are we worried about the filter bubble of not actually getting any new content, or we're just going to narrow in on only things that we like?
No, I think this is the greatest opportunity for media companies in a long time. So Jeff Zucker often says that the goal of CNN now is to make it relevant in all parts of people's lives. We write hundreds of pieces of content a day on the website. We have 24 hours of programming that come out a day. And if you look at the history, we've got all this programming that's interesting to your life. It's like, I just went into a sandwich shop to buy a sandwich. Like, which one should I have gotten? Is there a new study about turkey that suggests that turkey breast is unhealthy for you? I don't know. But there's going to be lots of situations like this that are very real situations. What am I eating? What am I doing at the gym? What kind of clothes am I buying? That are...
It's a lot of opportunity for FUD.
I think...
eat the turkey.
Well, yeah, exactly. There's a lot of FUD, and there's a lot of annoyance too, right? I mean, I'm going to turn this off if people just start annoying me. So I think it has to be selective, but I think it does give media companies the opportunity to become relevant, not just on Sunday morning when you've got your New York Times in front of you, but all the time around you when you're engaging in things in your life. And I think that'll expand the editorial of a media company also. What else can we write about? Because we can deliver that stuff right when people want it.
It's such a rich opportunity. It's an incredible opportunity, like Mark said. I'm just thinking of different major historical events and how that might be different if we had 100 people with watches filming them in real time and going straight to the website. I mean, you just look at anything, like a plane crash or a presidential assassination, you're going to have like 25 perspectives, and the history will completely be rewritten in the way it's interpreted. I think that's actually incredible, but it's kind of overwhelming too. But you know what? Finally, though, this helps us in the news gathering side, and anything that helps in that vein, no matter what the cost technologically, is worth it.
Amen.
No thoughts?
Again, I think these guys pegged it on that side. Although on the litigiousness, I just realized the interesting thing is that the live event thing will be something like the NFL is already be like, sports is hilarious. Like they're on the cutting edge of obnoxiousness, right? Basically, they're out there going like, hey, you can't take pictures of this, you can't record this. We're going to provide you can't even tweet about this. It's like that's where it will be the live event thing where you have 10,000 people watching the Super Bowl, and what rights does the NFL have to prevent that from? Do I have a right to film something? What happens if I go there and film it anyway? That's where this stuff becomes kind of contentious. But I do think that's the place where things are most interesting, where all of a sudden it's like the life of a city as filmed by everybody who's there. Like, will we have real time? Or the other part is like, will we have real-time video feeds of everywhere provided by everyone? Nicholas Negroponte in Wired 2 decades ago posited that there will be a video surveillance society, and there's 2 choices: that the government owns it or that we all own it. That's the choices. There's no other choice.
I mean, in certain cities,
and that's where it's interesting.
In certain cities, there's so many cameras everywhere that in a sense, kind of is true. I mean, like London or New York. Yeah.
But who has the opportunity? If it's the police monitoring us,
right,
or
it's government.
Basically we all have access to everything. And I think that the wearables-equipped society, enabled society, perhaps gives us an opportunity that, hey, there will be the video surveillance society, but we all get to tune in. We're all on equal footing with the guys who run the place. And that's the thing I think is also interesting. And the media companies can help with that potentially, or provide some tools to help it analyze that.
Do we feel like these media companies, in order to actually take on huge problems like this, especially old publications, are we going to just try and fit what we currently have onto wearables, or do we need to start from the very bottom of our businesses and rebuild?
I think you probably, for traditional paper, whatever media, you're going to need probably a new group of people who are early adopters who probably go in and, I don't know. I mean, you probably do need a whole new perspective and fresh take, because given the realities of where I work, and not to be too critical, is that they still think in newspaper time. You do a story and you say, this happened. Let's get it up on the website. Let's update it as fast as possible. Well, we have to copy it at first. Like, no. Just put it up there now. And you get and they think it's somewhat reckless, but that's the reality of the situation. I mean, if you don't do it, somebody else is going to do it, and they're going to read that publication. That's why newspapers have been dying for years. I mean, we're just slow to the draw, and we're intimidated. We're terrified of change. Absolutely terrified of it.
Yeah, I think we need to embrace crazy change, because we haven't done in the past 2 revolutions. There's been somewhat for the web, hardly at all for the iPad, and I think this is hopefully going to force us. So one of the examples I love to use is I've got an iPad. I can simulate a nuclear bomb on this thing. It has an amazing high definition screen. It has access to all of my social information. It's constantly connected to the internet, all these things. And yet one of the things that people show is iBooks and the ability to turn a page. Wow. So novels haven't progressed. The people who write novels haven't thought beyond that. I mean, we still write articles in several hundred to several thousand words. Surely, I think Circa is an amazing company right now, because they try to reimagine what the atomic unit of news was. They reimagined the atomic unit of news to be a fact, rather than to be an article which is a string of sentences together, some of which are facts. I think that's amazing, and look at no other media company has tried something like that.
Actually, let me just, okay, I know Anthony DeRosa and I know Matt Galligan, and the problem with all this crap is it's eye candy, and this is the problem with all the stuff on the iPad. It turns out, what's really awesome? Text. Text is awesome. Nothing will ever be better than words. Not ever, not anything. And it turns out that's why Reddit and Twitter rock. Now, it turns out still pictures are probably a close second. But still, it's I don't think that you're going to displace text, and I don't think that this multimedia thing, I guess there's always 2 clouds of people on the net. There's the network people, and there's the graphics people. I just hated the graphics people. Because it turns out text matters. It turns out that the refactoring of short text bursts are really critical. Circa, I think, it's pretty, but things that it's not functional. It turns out Craigslist works. Every designer in the world comes out and spits at Craigslist. It's never changed. It's awesome. Don't change it. I don't think with wearables, it's going to be some new thing that we can't think of. I don't think it's going to be necessarily a new form factor. I think it's going to be a new uses of that data, and it's not going to be. If it's pretty, I'll just make the statement. If it's pretty and people think oh, that's so nice, it's not going to be the thing that works. The thing that works will be ugly and brutal.
Look, I agree with you that text has been and will always be king. But think of before Gutenberg. So Gutenberg essentially enabled the novel. Before that, everything was either it was still text, but either plays or poetry. Why? Poetry is a lot easier to memorize, and it was hard to write down things. And plays are easy to disseminate because I can show them in front of a bunch of people.
Well played, by the way, the whole Gutenberg argument. But okay,
yeah, I pulled a book. But I think that this is our challenge now. It's almost like our Gutenberg challenge. It's like, how do we go beyond a written story that's a couple hundred to a couple thousand words? How do we tell things in timelines? How do we allow people to zoom in and out of a story? How do we show people how that story is connected with other stories, with a larger story arc? I mean, that's the challenge of media.
That leads into the question of what do we need out of this technology? Like, what do we not have to build that should already exist, be provided through the hardware makers? Or
that gets scary, right?
We're probably going to end up with bots that are going to edit, automatically all the video that comes in and then just send it out based on criteria.
Of course, there'll be robots, but we know that. The issue is, I think the reverse chronological feed was an innovation that you didn't like. The newspaper is not a reverse chronological feed. There's that thing that the newspaper article, the reverse pyramid or whatever it is.
Inverted.
Sorry, thank you. The inverted pyramid. The Twitter and blogs introduced a new form factor for text, which actually be critical for dealing with things, which is basically a reverse chronological feed because you're getting stuff in real time. It turns out that's the right compromise. I think that will be the interesting challenge to tell the story, and I do think that the challenge for media is telling that story, but the form factor of this, it might be what's the right form factor for huge amounts of feed data. Now, it might be just something that we box up with a robot, but I bet you there'll be something that comes out it will be unique. We will not understand it until we all use it for a while. It's kind of
it'll be a new form of narrative, probably.
Yes,
it's always happened every 20 decades or 20 years or so. There's a new form, like the new form of journalism or whatever, blogging, etc.
Yes,
it'll change. I mean, as long as the text is important, that's all that really matters to me. That's like the last thing I've got going right now. I mean, I'm not going to shoot video. I'm not going to edit it. I don't have the capacity. I'm not an engineer. I don't have the capacity, the skill to do that. But as long as words matter, I think I'm somewhat relevant.
As long as they still have a place on these things.
Yeah, unless, well, you know what though? Actually, there have been, was it Reuters or someone experimented the idea of doing sports stories with a bot? Where they would write the story based on
Max Preps would take news stories and fill them out. They'll take a bunch of sports scores and then edit it with narrative, and then Randy Oralco took second base in a blinding flash, and it was like you read it like a news story. You're like, all they did was they took stuff and they auto-magicked the editing, which was, I have to admit, you showed it to newspaper reporters and they were just they turned white. It was just like, oh, check this out. Have you seen Max Preps? And
some of the stories are actually better than what the humans wrote. Often.
Sure.
I mean, I read
I think it was, if you had enough data, you could do that. The problem with that business is that there's not enough underlying data to make that work for everything. If you had a canonical thing entered by people, you could then fill it out. But that's the...
All right, well, we have 1 minute left. I want each of you to tell me how we can actually make money off this thing.
I work for a newspaper, so I have no idea.
I'm with you.
I would say if you're
y'all make money.
Trying to make money right now is not the right question to ask. I mean, we should try to figure out what people need and deliver that, and we'll figure out money later.
How do we make money?
He's just totally passed this.
You've got 20 seconds.
Spam. How do I spam your watch? Once I figure out how to spam your watch, I'm going to make a buttload of money.
And that's our panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Megan. That was fabulous. Thanks, Mark. Thanks. John? Mr. Scholes, always with the last word. All right, so you've been seeing me trot up and down the stage, introducing our panels, but I actually get to moderate one for once. If you missed my introduction earlier, I'm Owen Thomas. I'm the editor-in-chief of ReadWrite. We're a 10-year-old site covering technology. I have recently launched a series called ReadWrite Body, which is something of an exploration of the space, wearables, other fitness gadgets, apps and services that help you maintain or increase your level of fitness. So I'm very pleased to be moderating this coming panel, which I gave the title, "You're Just a Big Sack of Water and Data." A Wi-Fi engineer once told me that human beings are essentially just sacks of water as far as networks are concerned. We actually block signal. So like, in this room, the Wi-Fi signal is bouncing off of you. In the wearables world, those sacks of water become containers, vessels of data. And on our coming panel, we are going to be talking to folks who are helping capture that data. And I find that so interesting. The thing I'm going to challenge them on is, what do you do with the data once you capture it? The universal thing I've seen in the gadgets like this Sync Burn fitness tracker and other apps and services I've used is that they don't really tell you what to do next. They may tell you, you've done a certain number of steps. Okay, is that good or is that bad? Do I need to do more? Maybe less. Should I do something differently? This is my heart rate right now. Let's see, right now, checking my heart rate. Let's see, 64, I'm very calm. But what do I do with that information? So to help us solve these questions, I believe we've got our panelists mic'd up. We have Casper de Klerk of Norwest Venture Partners. We have Sunny Vu from Misfit Wearables. And we've got Marco Dellatore of Basis. All right, coming up, guys. Welcome. All right, I guess we'll start by just hearing a bit about your involvement in kind of the digital health space and kind of what brought you here. So, Casper, you've been involved with medical devices, which is that's long before we called them like fitness trackers, what have you. Venture capitalists have been investing in this category.
Yep. So my background is just more hard science. So I look at a lot of what's happening in the consumer world. I'm like, wow, the standard's a lot lower than what we're used to with the FDA. And secondly, you just realize how much noise is in the system when you're trying to measure things accurately. I come from a background of 20 years of medical device investing. Most recently, we invested, or several years ago, we invested in Basis. And then about almost 12 months, a little bit more than 12 months ago, in Sunny's company, Misfit. And we also invested recently in a company called iRhythm, which is a 2-lead ECG patch, which is competing directly with Holter monitors. And the whole premise is increased convenience and ease of use, and ergonomics will improve compliance and will drive market share. So that's it.
Right on. And Sunny, can you show everyone your device?
Yeah, sure. I'm wearing it right now. It's called the Shine. And so you just tap it and it lights up, tells you how well you're doing for the day. Personal progress bar, basically. And we launched it on our favorite crowdfunding platform, Indiegogo, and it's been history since then.
Right on. And you may remember earlier today we had Kate from Indiegogo, Kate Drain.
That's right, yeah.
So it just shows how tight and close this community is.
Yeah, we're big fans. They actually helped us a lot. So.
And Marco, tell us a bit about Basis, and I understand you also might have something new to tell the audience?
Yeah, I have a little bit of news.
Right on, please share.
So Basis is the most advanced wearable tracker for health. We make devices that look a lot like this. This is the Basis B1. It has 5 biosensors inside it, so it measures heartbeats, skin temperature, ambient temperature, perspiration, and movement. So we're really getting past just the limitations of tracking sort of steps and simple motion-based activities and into physiological monitoring for everyone. So God bless you, we're standing up on stage waiting for 15 seconds for your heart rate to sync. I can tell you right now mine's 68. So having that information right at your fingertips counts for a lot.
That was a great demo of how old and busted the technology I'm using is.
We'll fix that for you. And that's been really successful for us. We have a really great user base, been very supportive. It's been hugely popular. People are really looking for more than what's been possible before. And so we've been sold out since we launched, since 35 minutes after we launched. So much interest from the public. Hello? So today we made an announcement. Hello. So today we made an announcement that we're reopening our store.
Looks like it's just a little too
Hello. Today we made an announcement that we're reopening our store next Tuesday publicly. And we're actually giving away a band every day between now and then through a social media campaign. So check out @mybasis and you'll win a Basis band if you make a good submission one of those days.
Excellent. Very cool.
And we might win a new microphone. All right. I think...
Let's see if we can get someone to help with that.
So in reality, just getting back to sort of your original question about how we got here, an engineer by background, biomedical engineer originally in medical devices. A bit frustrated by the regulatory pathways and the cost of how long it took to get products to market. I started out working in the bionic eye, and those things are really inspirational, but take decades to get to market. And so I wanted to do something that was still possible in terms of global impact, but then quicker in terms of iterating features for users. So with Basis, we're able to not only capture physiology and bring that benefit to bear, but also listen to what people want, respond to that, and give them the features immediately. As soon as they ask for them, we work on them and release them. So that sort of turnaround of listening to consumers and iterating rapidly, which is so common in web companies, is, in my mind, one of the things that's making wearable technology really successful now.
One question I have on the wearables category is that it kind of goes against the grain of recent history. If you think about gadgets, like why were smartphones so successful? Well, you actually took 3 devices, a digital camera, an MP3 player, and a cell phone, and put them into one device. I mean, PDA too, we were carrying around like 4 or 5 gadgets replaced by one. So, the smartphones were expensive, but they weren't actually that much more expensive than all the gadgets they replaced. With wearables, we're asking people to lay out more money, and based on my personal experience, my reporting, an unclear benefit today. What's going to make people go out and buy? Now, Marco, what you're hearing is that you're selling. What I'm hearing from you is that you're selling as many as you can make.
Well, I think for us, the important thing about what you just said is that there needs to be additional value beyond what you already have. So I think as we look at wearable technology, what's clear to us is what you're wearing has to provide something that the smartphone doesn't already provide. Convenience is interesting, but features is what users are really purchasing. So one of the reasons we built a heartbeat sensor into our device is because that's something that the smartphone can never do. It just lives in your pocket and on your bedside table. It's not tracking your heartbeats while you're up on stage or having lunch or sleeping. And that insight into your physiology is really something that can add a lot of value and really make achieving those health goals a lot easier, but you're never going to get those from a smartphone. So for me, the purchase motivation is really about getting those features that you're never going to get in a smartphone, and the convenience that happens when you have something on the wrist with a screen and you can see your heart rate and your calories and your steps right there.
And Sonny, you've gone with a completely different form factor. There's no display on the Shine, is that correct?
There is a display, 12 dots, and it tells you how well you're doing. And the display actually doubles as a watch. So dual function display there. I mean, there are other activity monitors out there that don't have displays, but no.
And I mean, is that the goal? Or should we be trying to replace the watch or substitute for it?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Is that how you kind of substitute for something that consumers are already wearing and buying?
Yeah. So we were originally just going to make this clip. Originally we were actually just going to make a button, and we thought it was too big for buttons, so we shelved it. And so we worked on another product that we got venture capital money on, and that's pretty exciting. We'll be launching that hopefully next year. But then we saw this space just take off. Literally hundreds of thousands of these units sold by other companies, each company hundreds of thousands of units a month. I said, okay, surely we could do, so we're somewhat opportunistic about that.
But we just felt like, wow, a lot of these products don't look really wearable. You know, they're plastic and rubber. And most of the thing that people wear, or at least part of the wearing vocabulary, is cotton or cashmere or leather or precious stones, precious metals. You know, so we wanted to make something in that space. You know, and so we started with metal, with the material, the size, the wearability, the fact that you could wear it as a clip, as well as you know, on your wrist, and as a necklace, etc. And just go from there. See what people would wear first, and then let's put technology into it. And this is no joke, we almost didn't put a sensor in it. It was almost going to just have lights, and that was it. Illuminated jewelry that would remind you to be more active. Fortunately, we were able to put a sensor in there, and we were able to get it to communicate with the iPhone. So it does do that. But our philosophy has always been, let's start with what people wear now, and let's see what we can do with that. And that way we don't have to change any habits, unless there were like amazing sensors and technology that you can bring to bear. You know, then, okay, you know, like, okay, I would wear that, you know, because, you know, it's going to get me insights that I'm just not going to get.
I think one of the things I'd love to touch on if we have time is Casper invested in both of these companies. So clearly there's a lot of opportunity out there, and there's different approaches that make sense for different people. And as Reg said at the start of the day, you know, this is a part of the world that's only just starting to evolve. You know, we're really figuring out where the value is, which parts of wearable technology are really compelling for people. So I think it says a lot that there are investors who are making plays in multiple companies in this area. I think it also says that there's a bright future for companies like Basis and Misfit in terms of finding out where the real value is for the people they're targeting, and then making an experience that's on top of what we can already get with the amazing technology in our pockets. But
yeah, I mean, Casper, the good news for venture capitalists is that hardware companies need capital.
Sure.
The bad news is they need capital.
I think that's going to change.
You know, it's certainly a different risk profile than, you know.
I was going to say something about the cell phones. I think what you're dealing with there is this idea that instant gratification of something that is useful to me right then and there, you know, whether it's email, taking a photograph, whatever. And I think health is a fundamentally different, you know, I was talking a little bit earlier about the fact that there's just so much noise. When you say here, we're just a sack of water. You know, I have a WeThink scale, and on any given day, my weight is 162 or 168 pounds. What do I do with that in the moment, right? And I think we've all talked about the fact amongst ourselves here that what you really need to get context on your health is data over time. I think it's extremely important. And so I think our investment hypothesis even changed with Basis. When we first invested, we thought, this is just this is a great heart rate monitor that's going to compete with Polar or any one of the straps. It's going to be more convenient. And what's happened over the last year and a half, I think is, for me certainly, and also the company, I think, is recognizing that consumers, it's what you do, it's monitoring the other 23 and a half hours of your day as opposed to just doing your exercise. So, you know, the smartphone's great if I want to go run and I push start, and then at the end of my run I push stop. And then, you know, I write down how many times how far I've exercised for the week, or I've got a log of that. But it's really not giving me any insight on my health. And yeah, again, the experience just that I've had is I now want all the data, and I want to have it over a period of time so I can see what was I doing this summer, what do things look like when I'm back at work again, you know, with kids going back to school. And I think their dynamic there is extremely important. And then Sunny's doing something completely different, which is, hey, make it, the other tension I think is friction, sort of, I have to have enough value in what I'm doing to overcome the friction or the activation energy of wearing this thing. And what Sunny's done, which has been his mantra from day one, is it has to be so great that I'm going to turn around for it, or it has to be so seamless I don't even know it's there. And I think that's also a great way to look at this market.
And yet you don't want it to disappear so completely that you forget about it or don't interact with it. I mean, it's,
right.
You know, it's a question of finding that balance. For example, I found, you know, with this device, it's a very simple step/heart rate tracker. I've kind of stopped paying attention to it after a few weeks. Part of that is I've experimented with another way to measure my heart rate. It's actually a heart rate strap that gives me real-time monitoring. So I can see, if I'm spiking my heart rate during exercise, which, trainers recommend for, getting maximum benefit. And so, if I'm kind of forgetting about this device, I'm wearing it, I'm gathering data, but I'm not really using it, I might swap it out. Is that the risk that it's forgettable?
I'll just 2 seconds on this, because I was an athlete in college. I still run a lot. I bought a heart rate monitor 15 years ago. I wore it for 2 months, and then I was like, when I'm running up this hill and I'm running hard, my heart rate's around 160. And
right, you kind of learn it.
You kind of learn it. You're like, okay, I'm not wearing the heart rate monitor anymore. And so I do think that's a very limited kind of engagement where you have a very specific objective. What I'm finding with kind of the wearable, the increasingly wearable products is you are collecting data in background, and then it's incredibly helpful to see things in context when you go back in time. So that would be my answer to that.
I think with what we're noticing with continuous monitoring, and part of our philosophy was not having to wear a chest strap or multiple devices to actually get to that. It's the times when you wouldn't have ordinarily checked those pieces of data that are most interesting. So, someone made a comment at lunch and that made me sort of sit up, and I can check my heart rate and see, what impact that had on my physiology. I would have never thought to have checked that. And times when you're also not able to, like during sleep, I can see what the impact of a few extra drink is on my physiology that night. I can see what a big night does to my body. I can see how the sleep in an aeroplane is different to the sleep in my bed. I know that my resting heart rate is going to be 15 or 20 beats higher than it normally is because my body just is not going to rest as much. But you need a device that tracks that automatically and knows when you're asleep and measures that. And part of the approach that's been really successful for us is we studied behavioral psychology very closely to see how to motivate people. And we developed a system called Healthy Habits, which is really about dynamically adjusting goals that sort of understand where you are and then set a goal that's just a little ahead. And then as you improve, the goals keep staying a little bit ahead of you, so you continue growing. We all have a bad week, so if you have a bad week, it can sort of ratchet down and pick you up again. But that dynamic adjustment is really important. I mean, some people are never going to wear a chest strap and another device. And you're wonderful, but you're a minority.
I take it to an extreme in the service of journalism.
So I think part of the importance here is actually being flexible for different people. I mean, when it's as simple as a clip, whether it's something that's, anyone can monitor their physiology continuously, the important thing is that anybody can pick up that system. And part of what we did with Habits is making sure that whether you're a more athletic person or a more sedentary person, the system can actually recognize that and pick you up where you are, set goals that are appropriate, and adjust with you over time. Because the reality is, health oscillates. You get healthier, you get less healthy, and the system needs to be able to adjust with you to continue pushing you up that hill. Otherwise, it doesn't feel like it's really looking after you. It feels like it's setting goals for someone else that you sort of have to force yourself into. And that can be demotivating. So a system that can really understand you is key.
Right. I think an earlier speaker called it reactance. If you have this robotic system telling you what to do, you pretty soon you start resisting it and just saying, no, I'm not going to do that. So what's the goal here? Who are these devices really going to help? I mean, we've talked a lot about kind of that athletic context. Is it the non-athletes who we really should be serving?
Absolutely. So we love quantified self. We love elite athletes. Great. There's just not that many of them. Most of the world is not an elite athlete or even competitive athletes. Most of the world, like over 99%, are not quantified selfers. They're just not. I always bring up Oklahoma City because that's where I'm from, so I can poke fun at it. But people in Oklahoma City, that this is, many of them haven't heard of some of the leading brands in this space. They haven't heard about these types of products, and they're like, well, why should I even wear an activity tracker? And so let's win them over at another level. Like one is let's try to find some value that we can deliver through this kind of information for sure. Like we have to do that. That's part of the job. But the other part of it is let's make something that people would wear even if it didn't do anything. That's been our internal goal, is let's design stuff that you would wear even if it didn't, if the batteries were dead, or if it had no function. So we tried that with China. We're not quite there, but we got pretty close. Around, when we've shown this to people, it's mostly women actually, about 10% said they just wear it. And then we tap on it, lights turn on. Oh my gosh, about 20% of people said they would actually wear it without knowing what it is. And then when we presented another product, one of the other clip-on pedometers, we said, would you wear this? And the first question has always been, well, what is it? Why should I wear it? Will it show? And so we're trying to, we love the fitness tracking space. It's great. Hopefully we can get people to lose weight, et cetera. But what we'd love to solve are some of the deep problems with wearable technology. And I think one of the first one is wearability. And I think there's several ways to solve it. Just great wearability design. And it's not just about making things wearable, as the term implies. You can wear it, but would you want to wear it? So, but the other part of it is battery life. So for us, we are maniacal about power management. And we've gotten this to 4 to 6 months of battery life, no charging ever. And part of it is, I think that's one of the barriers to usage. Again, unless you have extraordinary function, And then the other thing for us is just really useful and accurate information. I think between those three things, I think you can win people over. And I think it's, and to the extent that you can wear it in multiple positions, because not everybody wants to wear, especially with the female segments that women we've spoken to, there's a huge segment just won't wear any watches or anything because they don't want to have tan lines. No tan lines, How can you compete on that, And then a number of them, wear beautiful watches, and they're just not even, ours is pretty nice looking, but they're just not going to even wear ours, because they've got a Chopard watch, which is gorgeous. It might not even work, and they're wearing it because it's a statement. And so how do you compete against that? So there are these segments out there that are very tough. Anyways, but like with ours, we want it to be worn anywhere so that you can wear it on your wrist, or if you're cycling, since your wrist doesn't really move much when you're cycling, you can clip it onto your shoe or pants, and that way you can get credit, because any wrist-worn activity monitor is going to have a hard time getting credit when you're stationary cycling, for example. So
this may be an extreme outlier use case, but apparently fitness trackers are terrible at measuring treadmill desks. And I realized the problem is I'm putting, I use an app called Human, which actually uses my phone to detect motion. Except if you put your phone on a treadmill desk, Human can't detect that you're moving. It's a problem. It may be a very first world problem, but all of these devices kind of, they attempt to capture context, and that may be an extreme example, but they're attempting to capture context, but right now, the Shine doesn't know if it's on a lapel or a wrist or a
It does actually correct for position. So like if you wear another wrist-worn activity monitor and ours is within about 2%, will be within about 2% of them. If you clip ours to the hip and you wear a hip-worn activity monitor, one of the other ones out there, we're within also 2 or 3%. So we actually can correct for some position. Our thesis, though, is not, we want to get as much accuracy as possible, so we have these position-dependent submodels, et cetera, okay? But at the end of the day, it's kind of like what Casper was saying. If we can get people to wear it for a long time, because you don't have to charge, it's really easy to use, you just tap it and the lights turn on, that's it, then you have the hope of getting more continuous data. Mm-hmm. And if you can get continuous data, that's really interesting. Then you can see trends over time and learn about yourself, see how you're doing week to week. Are you getting better? And just for any given day, how am I doing for the day? For me, I'm tapping here, I'm about halfway done with my activity goal. Okay, because half my dot's lit up. So that's it.
And Casper, have you seen anyone doing a really good job with these trends over time, like doing something with the data?
Yeah, I think you're bringing up a really hard, I think I've spent a lot of time in obesity and diabetes, and it's like smoking cessation. It's incredibly hard to change habits. And there was somebody I was at a talk a couple weeks ago, somebody was talking about the fact that 95% of what we do is habit. Only 5% is real consciousness, right? A great athlete isn't somebody who goes, I'm going to get up and work out because I feel like working out. Like, that's just a habit. I'm going to go do this, and I get up, and that's my thing. So it's extremely hard, and I would say half the population is not in that mentality for any given thing, whether it be health or whether it's, you know, whatever it is you want. I'm not going to be great at, I'm never going to be a great artist. And I think health is very similarly a subjective qualitative thing. So I think, you know, where we have started as quantified solvers, what we have to get to very quickly, and I think it's going to happen very quickly, is getting context and providing useful insight to people. I mean, it's not going to take long. It's already happening where the data from these devices will be context dependent. I'm going to be linked to my, you know, where was I GPS location when this event happened? What was my heart rate like at work? What was it like at home? And I think those things will surreptitiously begin to impact if they're invisible and frictionless. I mean, I have the same experience. I don't know if you all tried a Zeo, you know, the sleep band, unfortunately, that went bankrupt. I just pulled it out of the closet, you know, a couple of weeks ago, and I was like, I really hate wearing this thing. I really detest it because it bothers me. And at the same time, all I've used, one of the main uses I've used with the Basis over the last 5-6 months has been tracking my sleep. How long did I sleep? How well did I sleep? And I love going back to them and going, gosh, you know, this summer I was sleeping 8 hours a week, and now I'm sleeping 5 hours a week. That's significant.
And that personalization is sort of what I was touching on earlier. I mean, for me, one of the earliest wins I had with the Basis band was actually realizing that I was a really inactive person. And now I walk to the office every morning. I live just across town, and I have a 45-minute walk to work. And now I get up in the morning, I shower, I put my clothes on, I get out the door, and before I've even consciously processed that I'm walking to the office. You know, you're right, it's actually not a conscious decision, it's a habit. And it's because I had this realization about my life. Even though I considered myself an active person, I was really just going to the gym, working out a couple of times a week. I didn't have regularity in that.
Yep.
And so now I have a regular exercise schedule which really just fits in with my lifestyle because I made it a habit. So for you, sleep has been really important. Maybe you'll integrate activity into that as well. You know, part of that is a system that can adapt to the different focuses you have. Because some people start on sleep and then they want to become more active, and probably going the other direction. I wanted to get more active, and now I'm kind of worrying that my sleep isn't allowing me to do that. So that dynamic adjustment is really important.
So some of the medical research I've read suggests that the identity of a person who's exercising or trying to watch their nutrition is really important. That, you know, if you identify as a runner, you're more likely to run because you feel like that's just part of your makeup. So maybe what all these devices really help us do is adjust our sense of self, or kind of check our self-perception. Like, you know, you're viewing yourself as a quote-unquote active person. Well, does that actually stand up to the test when you measure your activity? So is that, you know, does it let us be a little more rigorous in our self-evaluation? Is that the benefit?
Yeah, so I can tell you about how I got to that, just as a personal anecdote. And because our system sets these goals, you really have an opportunity to win every day. So if you achieve your habit for the day, the system responds to that. It'll give you a push notification on your phone, it'll light up green, it'll give you points. And giving yourself an opportunity to celebrate gets you towards that realization, that identification. So as I was actually becoming more active, the system was telling me that and rewarding me for that, and it builds in that psyche of like, I'm actually achieving something, I'm winning, you know, and that in the context of health is unusual because health is such a long-term journey in most cases. And part of the success, I think, that we're seeing in wearable technology, and we're certainly seeing at Basis, is tying together short-term victories with long-term achievements in health. Because, you know, Rock Health published a statistic that 80% of health app users abandon those apps within 2 weeks. And the reality is that you simply don't change your health permanently in 2 weeks. Nothing gets done. With our system, you know, things take weeks to achieve. You start out with one goal, you have to achieve that a little bit, you can get a second goal. It takes some time to get through the system and actually build up that success. And that's the reality of health, is you have to stay on the system for a period of time to achieve that. Part of that means that we're seeing people stay on our system for a long period of time because they actually get those wins over time. But part of it's also that we can really impact true health, like not just increasing your step count, but actually like internal physiology improving over time. And that's when you start to get into the realm of people achieving this dream, which is empowering them with their own health, which is something that I think wearable technology can uniquely do.
So, Casper, any thoughts?
I was going to say, I just think that, you know, we all know about gamification. We all know about, you know, tweeting and sort of social context. I think those are incredibly powerful tools. I mean, those are sort of obvious ones, but just think about, compare that to the current healthcare system with obesity. If you're going to get a gastric bypass surgery, you're going to spend 2 months with a therapist talking about why you want to lose weight, really truly have the motivation to change your habits. And that's including then subsequently following it up with radical surgery on your stomach. Because it's been demonstrated that if you don't do that, those patients will continue to gain weight, amazingly. So I think certainly what I've noticed about myself, and I think this is fairly common, is by measuring these things, you can start to gamify, you can start to develop habits. So it's sort of this, first it's the awareness, and then you get into actually caring about it, and then thirdly, doing something about it. And you know, everybody has their journey of self-discovery, and you either start with, you know, I think that's one way to get there. The alternative is to go heavy-handed with, I'm going to have a religious conversion, or I'm going to, you know, see a therapist. And I think this is actually a really interesting way of democratizing change for health.
Right on. And I think we're almost out of time. So, Sunny, any last thoughts on the deeper meaning of this all?
Yeah. Well, you know, my typical one-liner is that this world of wearables is super, you know, like so I went to University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign, you know, and where, you know, Netscape came from and PayPal, and I like totally missed the internet revolution. And then I was using Palm Pilots and whatnot and missed the mobile revolution. I was like, okay, this is ridiculous. I'm not missing the, so I do actually believe this wearable stuff is gonna happen. Like, this is why we went and started this company, left my last job to do it. But I feel like it's really it's still quite early. You know, people say, oh, activity monitoring is such a saturated market. There's only 30 competitors right now, okay? So what's the big deal, you know? And there's only a few that are like really amazing, right?
There were about 30 web browser companies in 1995.
Yeah, right. And then how many are there now, right? So the question is, so I don't know if that number is indicative of the stage that that the industry and the movement is at or not. It could be. But the other part of it is there's still such massive problems in this wearable space that are like, it just feels like it's going to take a while to solve. Battery power, like energy density is such a non-Moore's law-like type of thing. I mean, like a 2032 battery maybe 10 years ago, had 180 milliamp hours, now it's got 220. And then maybe in 10 years it'll have 280. I don't know. You know, who knows? I mean, it'd be awesome if there were some incredible advances there. But you don't see that. So like energy, you know, wearability, being able to make things really like that you would just wear, that you would go back home for, or that you would wear and you feel good about wearing, and just for what it is. And and if it has a secondary function. That's the other thing, is if we can make wearable devices where there's a secondary function where you just wear it, even if the battery's dead because it had this other thing, how cool would that be? And so I think these problems of wearability are still very deep in this space and need to be resolved. And before we get to wearable fitness stuff, or wearable payments, wearable identity, wearable controls, wearable safety and defense systems, you know, I mean, there's a lot of stuff you can do other than just measure yourself, right, in a wearable context. But before we get there, the cool thing is we have kind of like this beachhead in the fitness space. But before we can get to more of this beachhead and other areas, I think it's about solving these very fundamental problems in wearability. And we're working on it.
Right on. All right, thank you very much, Casper, Sunny, Marco.
Thank you.
Introducing Green Cloud with Compute Cloud and Storage Cloud. Highly scalable, easy to use, cost-effective, renewable energy-powered cloud services. You can host your website on a renewable energy-driven cloud. Use Compute Cloud to spin up a virtual machine in minutes. Store data and increase scalability through Storage Cloud. Manage everything with ease through our interoperable dashboard. All while minimizing your carbon footprint. Log on for your free trial today. Introducing Green Cloud with Compute Cloud and Storage Cloud. Highly scalable, easy to use, cost-effective, renewable energy-powered cloud services. You can host your website on a renewable energy-driven cloud. Use Compute Cloud to spin up a virtual machine in minutes. Store data and increase scalability through Storage Cloud. Manage everything with ease through our interoperable dashboard. All while minimizing your carbon footprint. Log on for your free trial today. Introducing Green Cloud with Compute Cloud and Storage Cloud. Highly scalable, easy to use, cost-effective, renewable energy-powered cloud services. You can host your website on a renewable energy-driven cloud. Use Compute Cloud to spin up a virtual machine in minutes. store data and increase scalability through Storage Cloud, manage everything with ease through our interoperable dashboard, all while minimizing your carbon footprint. Log on for your free trial today. Introducing Green Cloud with Compute Cloud and Storage Cloud. Highly scalable, easy to use, cost-effective, renewable energy-powered cloud services. You can host your website on a renewable energy-driven cloud. Use Compute Cloud to spin up a virtual machine in minutes. Store data and increase scalability through Storage Cloud. Manage everything with ease through our interoperable dashboard, all while minimizing your carbon footprint. Log on for your free trial today. Introducing Green Cloud with Compute Cloud and Storage Cloud. Highly scalable, easy to use, cost-effective, renewable energy-powered cloud services. You can host your website on a renewable energy-driven cloud. Use Compute Cloud to spin up a virtual machine in minutes. Store data and increase scalability through Storage Cloud. Manage everything with ease through our interoperable dashboard, all while minimizing your carbon footprint. Log on for your free trial today. Introducing Green Cloud with Compute Cloud and Storage Cloud. Highly scalable, easy to use, cost-effective, renewable energy-powered cloud services. You can host your website on a renewable energy-driven cloud. Use Compute Cloud to spin up a virtual machine in minutes. Store data and increase scalability through Storage Cloud. Manage everything with ease through our interoperable dashboard, all while minimizing your carbon footprint. Log on for your free trial today. Introducing Green Cloud with Compute Cloud and Storage Cloud. Highly scalable, easy to use, cost-effective, renewable energy-powered cloud services. You can host your website on a renewable energy-driven cloud. Use Compute Cloud to spin up a virtual machine in minutes. Store data and increase scalability through Storage Cloud. Manage everything with ease through our interoperable dashboard, all while minimizing your carbon footprint. Log on for your free trial today. Introducing Green Cloud with Compute Cloud and Storage Cloud. Highly scalable, easy to use, cost-effective, renewable energy-powered cloud services. You can host your website on a renewable energy-driven cloud. Use Compute Cloud to spin up a virtual machine in minutes. store data and increase scalability through Storage Cloud, manage everything with ease through our interoperable dashboard, all while minimizing your carbon footprint. Log on for your free trial today.
Welcome back from the break. We're ready to talk about another application for wearables, and that is having fun, playing games. Here to talk about it, we've got a great panel. We have moderating, we have Martine Paris from Pocket Gamer. We have Nabil Hyatt, who is with Spark Capital, and Sean Harden, the founder and CEO of MindPirate, and Charles Hudson, who is a partner with Softtech Venture Capital. And they all have interesting backgrounds in the game industry, as well as their current endeavors. So I'll let them take it away. Martine.
Thank you. Thank you. And thanks to everybody for hanging out here with us this afternoon. So I'm the US Events Editor at Pocket Gamer. And when I was asked to speak on this panel, to moderate this panel last week, I was actually pulled in at the last minute, I was thinking, gee, wearable gaming, what possible applications could there be? The only thing that could come to mind was Oculus Rift, because I come from the gaming industry, and all my friends are hardcore gamers, and they all have the dev kits, and they've all been very excited about this, this device. And so I thought, when I heard that Nabil was on the panel, that this would be a great place to start, because to me it seems that the Oculus Rift has the biggest success of winning the wearable gamer, and maybe in the closest time frame.
Well, it hasn't launched yet, so I don't know if you can call it a success yet.
But all the excitement over VR and AR, this has come up quite a bit over many, many years. Everybody gets really excited about AR, and it never goes anywhere. There's never any market adoption. So clearly, Spark Capital putting money behind and being the lead investor in Oculus Rift, makes us all very curious that they're obviously going to make it happen. So I guess my question to you is, how do we know that this is not going to go the way of 3D or AR or VR in the past? How do we know that Oculus Rift will have market acceptance, will have commercial adoption? Maybe you can just give us some insights of what you were looking at when you made the investment, and where do you think it's going to go?
Obviously, we had those same conversations internally. I would say we had more of those conversations before we met with Palmer, Brendan, and the team than we did afterwards, to be perfectly honest. I think it was easy to be skeptical in the abstract. I think the first time I had a friend call me and say, there's this dude and he's working on VR and it's going to be really good. And I'm like, is it 1993? Like, what kind of conversation are we having here? And I think Cliff Bleszinski, a very famous game designer, said it, the quote that's being tossed around is like, there are people who don't believe in the Oculus and there are people who've tried it. And that was certainly the experience for us too. It was one of the quicker partner meetings we've had to make a decision, again, barring a bunch of technical considerations. I think there's two ways to evaluate a piece of technology or a new platform. One is, is it technically possible? And which is a real issue here. We'll talk about in a second. I'll come back to that. And two is, how transformative is the experience really? Like, is it us chasing a new shiny penny, or does it just feel very different when you're experiencing it? And I think the Oculus clearly has the second category nailed. And we're seeing this in demo after demo. The one this last week was this company, Greenwood Games, did a demo for a VR horror game called Alone. And you can imagine a really good horror game where you're just dropped into this world and it's mind-blowing. And these are coming out every 2, 3, 4 weeks. They're all relatively early, but they all have that kind of pow and impact that you can feel that it isn't just a fly-by-night thing. Still lots of risk, don't get me wrong, but it feels like there's traction there in the user experience, which is where we should all come back to with all of these platforms, whether it's Glass or Thalmic Labs or watches or whatever it is, quite frankly. The first, which is a real one I mentioned, is technical considerations. Right now, Oculus is shipping dev kits out to people so that people can play with them and build these demos. But of course, those are nowhere near what the final commercial hardware will be. And in fact, we know, for instance, that the refresh rate isn't high enough, the resolution rate isn't high enough. You will get nauseous from using the dev kit for some amount of time. Like maybe you'll last 5 minutes, maybe you'll last 2 hours. But the refresh rate and its positional accuracy isn't enough for you to be there. And then we spent time as a venture capital firm in a way that maybe you backing in on Kickstarter can't spend that kind of time, digging into due diligence on the pipeline of technology, the next 18 months of screens and chipsets and graphic GPUs that are coming down the road to make sure that it wasn't science fiction, that this wasn't a 10-year thing, that this was a near-term thing. And we, all I can say is like we felt comfortable to write a very large check. So. We could be also delusional, but we spend a lot of time and attention, and we do feel like it's in the fairly near future.
Yeah, I don't think it's delusional because I love what you had said earlier that we invest in the future. We don't invest in the impossible, and so that gets me really excited about that. This will actually have some commercial success. It's certainly captured the imagination not just of the gaming press, but of the gaming elite, the people that are going to develop on the platform. So I can see really big games going. I really enjoyed it. How many of you saw the Star Wars Trench Run?
That's cool.
Enjoyed that? It's a great video, along with Alone, pretty scary, the Alone video. But again, this is a device. Currently, it's tethered to the PC, very large. I can't imagine anybody, a little child, 11 years old, walking around the house like that.
Yeah.
And we don't even know what the price point is going to be. It has to also be the right price point to come to market. So in terms of time frame, since we're all so excited about this, what do you see as the horizon? Is it next Christmas? Holiday 2014? When is it going to be more of a reality in the consumer mind?
Yeah, I'll try and both not leak internal announcements we haven't announced yet, and two, not be entirely dissatisfying in my answer for you guys. I'll try and walk that fine line in between the two. All I can say is in any of these technology life cycles, we have no idea what's coming 3 years from now. Like what new OLED screen or display is coming 3 Christmases from now. Could be 10x better, it could be 5% better, we have no idea. And in fact, I'd put that in the impossible, possible, it's more in the impossible camp. Who knows what's happening? But I can say when we made the investment and we dug in deep, and went to Asian manufacturers and talked through what's coming off the lines for them and what they'd be able to work with Oculus to put into their units, we could see in small numbers of runs, not 10,000, 100,000, 10 million yet, but in small numbers of runs, all of the quality that we needed to see for what we believe to be a major mainstream device. So without going bullet point by bullet point, I have the same annoyances that you might have when I first put it on. Like first I'm like, wow, and then I'm like, if I'm gonna use this every day, then here's my list of issues. Like for one, we were talking about this earlier because you talked to Brendan, the CEO of Oculus this week, and like one of the big benefits is that Brendan, as CEO, is actually made incredibly nauseous by the Oculus. If there's a pendulum of folks who have tolerance, like Brendan is like way far on the other end, and that frankly gives us comfort, right? Like if it passes his test, it's likely to pass the 95% of folks who are going to use it test. And so we feel like in the pretty near pipeline future, like we can test units that work.
So the one way to win the wearable gamer are the games.
Yeah.
Right? So I would imagine as the dev kits have gone out, you must be talking to major game developers, I would think, just because of who's in my feed, I could see that. And so what can we anticipate when you launch? Will you be launching with launch games like everybody's expecting the Steam machine to launch with Half-Life 3? But is that something that you're looking at in terms of the overall business plan to have launch games? Because again, it's the killer game, the killer app that's going to drive sales. People are going to be like, I've got to play that.
Yeah, I mean, I'll give you, I'm not speaking directly on behalf of Oculus here, but I'll give you my perspective on the issue, which is just that we were talking before the panel, me and Charles were talking about what it's like for Glass, right?
Yep.
Like, is Glass going to be a gaming platform? And I think it very well might be. I don't think it's all about Oculus. I'm happy to talk about other platforms too. Also, I'm happy to talk about Oculus forever. Like, I'm a fan, obviously. But I think we have very little precedent of a major gaming platform ever really launching without very strong first and second party content support. Like, that's my personal view.
We just had a fail with the Wii U. There wasn't a big enough plan, right?
Yeah.
Not a big enough vision. I think that's a good lesson for Oculus.
It wasn't, I don't think it was transformative enough, one, and two, it's Nintendo, and they didn't launch with enough content.
Yeah.
And so if you look at the launch of the PlayStation, every PlayStation, every Xbox, Nintendo, these are all not situations where even where they know they're going to ship millions of units or spend $50 million of marketing, they don't say, hey, it's cool, there's going to be devs, we'll ship it and they will come. They very, very carefully pick the best people to build products for that platform. They make sure they're on board. I think the best thing that Microsoft ever did for the Xbox Kinect was working very closely hand in hand with Harmonix, which really, I think, if we're going to have a conversation about any of these platforms, the conversation, the more broad conversation is how do you get somebody like Harmonix to work on your platform? Yep. Because there are very few people that know how to tackle a new user interface, know how to tackle a new platform, and build unique experiences for those platforms. And Harmonix has done it. They did it with Guitar Hero and then Rock Band, and then again with Dance Central, which had, in Glass I saw, it had over a 50% attach rate to everyone who bought an Xbox. About half the people who ever bought an Xbox Kinect also bought Dance Central. And that's the kind of thing that will move units, will make people understand the breadth of what can be built for that platform. There aren't a lot of those people, and they don't come just because they don't come because there's a Kickstarter and a couple of news articles, right?
Yeah, the most important thing when you launch a new platform is you have to have a content roadmap and software to support the platform, or the platform will just die. There are a lot of people like Google that have announced amazing hardware devices. We were talking about this earlier. I own a Google TV, unfortunately. And then they abandon the platform 6 months later. So you have to be able to trust that there is an overall plan when you buy and fall in love with this device. And I want to involve the other speakers on the panel because you guys have a lot of experience. You're wearing Google Glass as well.
The thing I'd say is, generally speaking, most consumers don't buy hardware for hardware's sake. They buy hardware because there's some really cool experience that it enables. So the idea of launching a hardware console or hardware device for gamers that doesn't have games, it's kind of crazy. What are you going to do? Just sit there and stare at it on your entertainment center until someone makes a cool game? I think that's really, really hard to do. I was thinking about what you said earlier. The only platform I can think of that really took off for games without really great platform games built by that party is probably the iTunes App Store. And that wasn't really designed to be a games platform. It just so happened that if you put a computer in people's pocket all the time, they want something to do.
I think that if there's going to be a path for games on Glass, it will be that. It's either you are very carefully curating up front and working hand in hand with folks. You're probably spending a decent amount of money and a lot of time and love to get people to build for your platform, or you're going to wait till you ship 100 million units, right? Like anyone, I think about the moment. So I started a social games company previously. Charles has
Same
as well.
vintage.
Yeah, and a moment I really remember is almost like a milestone moment for the Facebook platform was when Brian Reynolds joined Zynga. Yep. Brian Reynolds, for those of you who don't know, built Civ. He's one of the, 10, 20 best game designers on the planet, and him coming to make Facebook games, lowly Facebook games, was a sign that this was a real category, that there were now going to be real games here, somebody with real heft was going to work on the platform. Like, that was after hundreds of millions of users on Facebook, and Zynga was already well north of $100 million in annual run rate. So that's what happens if you just let the platform do what it wants to do, right? Is Brian doesn't come until a couple years in, and it's fait accompli. And if you want to build games into your platform, you can just wait until it's the last man standing, or you can do it up front. But there's no in between. You don't launch and then 3 months later, suddenly, magically, some cool games show up. I don't think it happens that way.
So how you get Harmonix, you partner with PS4 and Xbox One, right? Right now it's tethered to the PC. right? It's only, I haven't seen any demos on console. Has it?
There haven't been any demos on console. I don't think that's the only path. I think it can be, I think Oculus or Glass, I think there can be their own unique platforms. I don't think you have to tie into Xbox or even PC to get there. But what I do think you have to do is have people believe in that platform in a really deep way and opt in early, right? And we're seeing this with companies like Eve, which has built CCP Games, which has built Valkyrie for the Oculus. A really wonderful experience, probably the most polished gaming experience on the Oculus right now. They have a dedicated team to it. And there's a certain amount of faith and belief that will get you there, but it's also working with the team and a little bit of feedback from Oculus and all the rest of that.
If I could jump in, I think there is a big difference when you talked about the Wii, because the real answer to why will Oculus or other examples in this category work is if you've used it, is the experience is really disruptive. It's a really profoundly different kind of user experience.
Yeah.
And I actually think what's little discussed is actually the continuum between what Glass is today and what Oculus Rift is trying to do. Between the range, there's actually a very interesting relationship. So just to take a second on that, I think the head tracking, the latency, the high quality display that Oculus is really trying to focus on bringing into a virtual reality experience is actually really, I think, very relevant on the continuum of where devices like Glass are going, right? And the difference is that this is really getting out into the mobile world where people are taking it into their lives and they're wearing it everywhere that they go. And right now it's a monocular with no spatial sensing and really no AR capability, and yet it's still going to offer, I think, some very interesting use cases for games. But I think where it's going to go, and actually the conversation I was having with Brendan, is really if you take the back of that Oculus Rift off, and it's no longer VR, and you're looking through that display, now you actually have a world where you're going to have high-quality gaming opportunities and other kinds of app opportunities where you can do stuff that's just never been seen before. I mean, you can power through technology real-world hallucinations. And those can be utility-driven, or those can be mind-blowing games. And I think people who've seen those and used those demos and played with the development kits for both, they see that future and they want to get a part of that, because that's not like another game console. That's a disruptive, transformative change in the market that only comes along every few generations in our industry. And I think that's why there's so much excitement around this.
I think the other hard thing is I have Glass, Pebble, Jawbone, all these things. The way that I actually use them always ends up being different than what I thought before I bought the product. And so it's really hard to say, what will be the killer games for Glass? What will be the killer games for some of these wearables? I think until you get them and use them and understand what it's like to have a computer on your face all day long, it's hard to know what kind of game would be fun to play when you have a computer on your face all day long. And to go back to the Facebook example, I think when I remember the day when people finally started realizing on Facebook, oh, this platform is not just like an arcade game, it's not like a Nintendo, it's not like Flash games on the web. We can build fundamentally different games for this platform because the underlying plumbing and architecture is different. So we can throw out a lot of the constraints that we would have had, and we can build a different kind of games. You can build a game like we built at Serious Business where you buy and sell and trade your friends online like a dating game. I told my friend I probably would never want to play something like Candy Crush on a 52-inch plasma.
Yeah.
It would just be weird, but it's great for my pocket. And so I think it just takes some time and familiarity with what the platform allows before people figure out what the right things are to exploit.
Yeah, I think in terms of going to Sean and where your expertise lies in kind of creating scalability, because what we're going to see as all these devices everybody starts to fool around with this new technology, we're going to see a lot of fracturing in the marketplace as people kind of come up with their different platforms and different form factors and so forth. And what Sean's working on with MindPirate is to try to make it easier for the devs to achieve scalability and kind of get to the next step, kind of get closer to commercial adoption. Maybe you want to talk a little bit about that.
Well, I mean, yeah, I think there's such an explosion of interesting devices right now coming into the market. And I think, one thesis we have is that it's not likely in the near term that there's going to be a single kind of iPhone takes all type of winner. That there's going to be a lot of really interesting devices emerging across all sorts of areas of our lives, really as computing web weaves itself into our lives out in the real world. And those are going to present, I think, exactly to Charles' point, a myriad of new kinds of opportunities for developing user experiences and applications and games. And that's going to be a challenge for developers who are looking to get to scale. And so, yeah, part of what we're focused on is the technology to make that migration, in our case, from the very mature game verticals of mobile to these other wearable devices very, very simple. So that you can achieve scale through, for example, things like having a universal game space across multiple OSs and multiple device types.
Right, so that you can have kind of synchronous play? You can have like kind of synchronous PvP whether you're wearing Google Glass or...
iOS.
Yeah, okay. How about if you're wearing Google Glass or Google or Glass Explorer? They're two
Or
different manufacturers.
Samsung Galaxy Gear.
Okay, I got it. Yeah. So it's an interesting conversation. So in terms of other, glass outside of Oculus Rift, is there any other platform that looks interesting for gaming, a potential for gaming? I know the Oculus Rift is leading with the gaming foot. And the glass kind of has like 1,000 possibilities of what it could be done. So
I don't know if you saw the news last week. Recon is another competitor, 2-lens, similar kind of display on one side. They announced 50,000 units shipped, an investment from Intel.
Yeah.
There's a long list of other players, whether it's Vuzix,
But is it gaming?
Meta.
Is it gaming?
Well, they're basically new form factors, extending beyond what Glass is looking to do. They obviously Google has a very specific thesis around the single lens and what that can do. It's certainly not an augmented reality platform in any way, but it does offer a variety of interesting ways to deliver apps. And there's a lot of other people coming to market. I mean, we've had the advantage of wearing and using many of them, and I think some of them are quite compelling. And I think we're going to see a very competitive device marketplace in the smart glass space over the next 2 quarters. And they offer many different advantages. I mean, for example, I think you and I were talking earlier, Martine, Meta has a real focus on bringing in spatial sensing. Yep. So they're looking at bringing in a near-term spatial sensor as well as about a 10-meter spatial sensor. So what that'll allow, which is markedly different than any other device right now in the market, is it'll now near-in sensing to bring in your hands and actually use that as a gesture or direct input to the UI. And will also allow for real-time scanning of the space that you're in terms of actually capturing the indoor map as well as space, physical objects in your space, which allows you now to think about how you might overlay virtual digital information into that space and design different kinds of applications.
Yeah, I think the hardest thing for me is just input. So I grew up with console games. I love controllers. They're great. They're really good for the kinds of games I like to play. And then I had to learn touch, and I was like, oh, touch is a little harder. I kind of have to look at the screen a little bit more. The gestures are a little different. The input on this is primarily voice and swipe. I don't know how I would play most of the kind of games I want to play with this as an exclusive device. Maybe as a secondary device, maybe with another device in the loop like my phone or something, or a wristwatch or something else, or a Thalmic perhaps, hopefully. But I don't think anyone has really come to me like, this is the compelling input mechanism for games that live on this little monocular. So I think there's all of these oddities to platforms that people haven't cracked or even made their hypotheses public about.
Look, obviously we're having a conversation about a relatively, we're not talking about the 3 people leading wearable gaming, right? Yeah. We're talking about a relatively nascent space. But I do think that we'll see, I don't actually think it will look that different when it's done. I mean, no, I don't quite want Candy Crush on my 50-inch screen, and I do want it on my iPhone. But at the same time, when the iPhone came out, I remember a bunch of my friends at the time starting companies and talking about how revolutionary this touch device was and how everything would be totally different. It's a new era of gaming. And I actually think that game dynamics are relatively universal. There are basic human behaviors that we like and don't like doing that give us dopamine hits that feel entertaining and feel interesting. And I think it's the same. It turned out that what in Candy Crush's case, it's a match 3 game, it's Bejeweled, it's been around for 25 years, right? And similarly, the second game that people talk about is Clash of Clans, which is a strategy RPG game, which is a mixture of Farmville, again, which had been around for a while, and it goes back another 15 years in the previous iteration.
Poker always works.
Yeah, so I think these things are relatively universal. The things that'll work in these new user interfaces, it'll be more like, just because you get a new type of television doesn't mean you get a new genre of movies. Like there are comedies and there are horror and there are things that people like for certain reasons. And yes, one might get higher or lower in certain genres. Like you might get more Candy Crush on a touchpad than you would but they all are fairly universal. And I think that's actually a good sign. It's a good sign that if these platforms take off, I think there'll be entertaining experiences relatively quickly on the back of them once content creators know they can either get the love from that platform creator or just wait until there's enough units where it's going to make economic sense.
Yeah, I very much agree with that, and I would add to that I think it's also though that it's the full utilization of what's most unique about the particular platform or device that will enable that next step function killer experience. So I mean, obviously, iPhones, 07, Angry Birds, fundamentally, what was the innovation? Multi-touch and swipe. Fundamentally, that was the mechanic for the game. They both rode to multi-billion-dollar success. And I actually do think, we've looked at this several times at our company, that it's pretty surprising. Over 90% of the games today in Android and iOS, free to play, 90% of the developers only use one sensor, the touchscreen.
Yeah.
Only 10% of the developers today are using anything on these phones beyond touchscreen, of which many of these devices are laden with up to a dozen sensors. So I actually think there's a lot of ways where people are kind of a little bit catch to the point about how nascent our market is. There's a lot of stuff where there's a lot of experiences that sort of only really further reinforce your point, are really porting experiences that come from sort of legacy desktop kind of models. And yet there's entirely new ways to design user experiences that you could only design on a mobile device. And I think we're seeing that yet again with wearable devices.
I guess I'm going to be, I'm the slight contrary thing here, where I'm just saying, like, most people say, wow, there's another 3 sensors, it's going to be totally different and new.
Yeah.
And I'm saying, no, it's really not. The first game I ever played on a PC was Scorched Earth. That's Angry Birds, right? Like, it's the same game. Now, of course, I really enjoyed Angry Birds. I still burned, I have no idea how many hours. I'm very glad I wasn't tracking it on Angry Birds. But these are fairly universal experiences. The ones that will rise, though, will be like the things that have existed forever, maybe were the second-tier genre, and will rise up because of the new platform. For instance, strategy games on the PC were always a second or third-tier platform. I think they are made for a touch device. I think on the iPad, strategy games will see a massive resurgence over the next couple of years just because of what that device is, in a way that the iPhone couldn't be. And I think it'll be similar with glass. It won't be that we'll get new games we've never ever thought of. It will be games that we enjoyed a little bit over time will suddenly become more primary experiences.
Yeah, no, so one category we haven't spoken about yet, where we'll be getting close to audience questions in a minute, is the watch. And I had seen Mark from Pebble. We were talking over lunch as we were getting our couscous. And, and I said, so, what kind of gaming can you do on Pebble? And he said, oh, well, casual gaming. Asynchronous play, casual gaming. You can play chess, take turns playing chess, and you can certainly play Words with Friends, and just a whole bunch of really fun games like that. And I'm thinking, well, why wouldn't I just pull out my phone to do that? That doesn't seem like a compelling enough reason to get the watch, other than maybe location-based games. That sounds pretty cool, hide and seek, or something like that, scavenger hunts, or applications like that. So I wanted to get your thoughts on the current watches out there, the watch platforms, and if you see anything winning in the wearable gaming space there.
I think it's an interesting new device category. I think that there are a lot of opportunities. I think you did touch on one, and I think it does go in the category of what we're just talking about, which is that I agree with the idea that there's a lot of proven game engagement models that are likely to be reborn over and over again. Yeah. But I think they get reinvented in the way that you might interact, and what the core mechanic is, like Angry Birds was with the touch piece. And I
think there's no creativity in it. Like, there's a lot of creativity.
But you kind of boil it down, you're kind of looking at a similar kind of fundamental ideas about game design and game engagement. And I think there may be some of that for watch, in terms of, you touched on the sensors that maybe reveal where I am, and how that might be something that I want to pull in. The proximity of that relative to other things that I do. Fortunately, our focus is really on making it very, very easy for developers to take their best idea and try it out on that device and many others. Mm-hmm. And so not having to be myself in that hit-driven business, which is very difficult. But I think that the use cases, the fact that it's with you all the time, and the new sensors that are there and differentiate it from some other devices will ultimately enable some different kinds of games there.
All right, well, thank you very much to the panel. We have time for questions from the audience. I'd love to poll the audience while you guys are thinking about your questions. How many of you have tried the Oculus Rift? All right, so which platform, and you guys can shout this out, do you think is going to be the first successful platform for gaming? Okay, say it's 2014, holiday 2014. What are you buying your friend, your girlfriend, your boyfriend, your children? Rift, okay. Anybody else? We're San Francisco. I would expect everybody to say Rift. But
Come on, there's got to be a Google person.
Steam Machine. Steambox 2. Okay. Why? What's the next iteration look like?
I like that. I like the jumping to
it's
2.
Not wearable.
There's a Rift. Yeah.
Nice. But it's not wearable, Steambox 2. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Still awesome.
No, in terms
you don't know it's Steambox 2.
Right.
That's true. Okay, so any questions from the audience? Ah,
I just was wondering what you think the factor of like hackability and kind of like DIY stuff like we've seen like with the Wii and the Kinect, how those kind of got appropriated by hackers to make their own games and new kind of interfaces. I wonder what kind of like wearable stuff do you think is going to be in that situation?
so like homebrew or modding?
Just any like hardware that you can take and use for your own purposes.
Yeah, I think we'll see people do it whether they'd like it or not. I mean, that's the joy of something new in your hands and being able to tear it apart. We've, in Oculus' case, we've, the conception of the device, that Palmer had initially wasn't actually gaming. It was gaming and we just happened to believe that, and I certainly believe in this, that it's great to have a platform and to have 1,000 different ways that you can use something, but without a tip of the wedge, you're never getting anywhere. Without a singular thing that is seismically different and better. And so the reason Oculus is focused on gaming is because it just has so much clear impact there that it can obviously lead and then back into a bunch of other applications. And I think those other applications, they'll likely come out of that DIY community. They'll likely come out of people that are hacking away and doing interesting things on it. I mean, I love the fact that there's a YC-backed company called Matterport, which does 3D scanning of rooms. So you can set it inside a room, it'll spin around quickly and give you a 3D model of this room in about 30 seconds on your iPad, which you can then take over to any kind of 3D rendering software. It's great. Like, it's 2 Kinects. Like, that's the hardware, right? They're now using third-party sources, but it was basically a hacked version of a Kinect, and now what they're trying to build is Google Maps for indoors, right? They're trying to build the indoor model of the universe. So I think where it leads you when you hack is like way in the left field, which maybe isn't even the market, and that's kind of beautiful, but that's maybe once it actually starts hitting, if you know what I mean.
It's a little bit the other side of your question, but it's notable. I was talking with Martin earlier about, the Upband announced their open API a week ago and the SDK for that, and the Basis Watch has been talking about launching one for over a year and hasn't done it. Now, I don't know why, if that's a proprietary kind of walled garden approach or not, but I do think the other side of your question is the open, transparent availability of user data. And I think, I think that's inevitable where that's going, which is open. But it's interesting to see that not all companies right now are doing it that way and that have leading devices in the wearable device space.
Yeah, originally one of the questions to the panel is, are we going to see any of the watches turn into a platform like Nest is doing with its API program? Because to me that's super exciting that it's going to turn to a home controls sensor, possibly. But then Charles was saying, well, there's no face. There's no face. So
I always just come back to input when I think about a lot of these things. And like the thing I like most about my Pebble is it lets me keep my phone in my pocket. And so I don't know how that translates. It's not something I look at and say, gosh, I wish there were a game right here. It's for me primarily a utility-driven device that makes me less rude, I hope, when I'm trying to see if something important came in. So that's very different for me than almost any other wearable I use.
Any other questions?
Yeah, hi. I'm just a question. Out of the wearable computing devices in the market, which one do you think has the best UX and UI in terms of the interaction design and the user experience? I know the market's really saturated with all these wearable devices, and there's always room for improvement. I think that when dealing with a smaller form factor, the interaction design plays a huge role in this. So, my name's Eric, and I'm from Autodesk. So, little backstory.
You see the most stuff.
It's staring off into space. It's really, a winning UX. I think there's a lot of headroom and opportunity in that space.
Early.
I think someone touched on this earlier, but once you own a piece of hardware, it becomes a software device. That's the secret, right? As soon as you own it, the hardware blurs away, and it's what can I do with it? And I don't think enough hardware companies internalize that. I think they talk about it at a high level amongst the management team, but every time you look at a Gantt chart of what they're doing over the next 6 months and what they're doing up to launch and when are they ready to launch, it's like, well, when is the hardware ready to launch? And we're already late on that and so on and so forth. It's like, you're not ready when the hardware's ready, you're ready when the software's ready. And I don't think that's been internalized enough. I have a feeling that we'll have a fair bit of carnage in this iteration of hardware startups, and that will be one of the core learnings where we'll look back at the startups 2 or 3 years from now, and just like getting a Super Bowl commercial was the thing to do in 1998 and then looked like a completely ridiculous thing to do 3 years later, I think that over-investing in software is something you really can't do early on for a hardware company. I imagine the pendulum will swing back pretty heavily in 2 or 3 years, but for right now, it's honestly, I would shake my head as well. There aren't a lot of really wonderful experiences, and it's unfortunate.
There is a question that, sorry.
No, it's just kind of one thing that, which is I think kind of funny. Bill's on the point, which is that that the EPN was released and then kind of recalled, and then they redid the whole thing. And I think it's somewhat you can sort of see that in that they had a lot more time than exactly to Neil's point to redo their back-end service, and their service experience on the mobile side is actually quite good now. I think social, easy to share, team-based dynamics, and things like that. But it's interesting because when you ask the question about interface, it's like, what interface, right? There is no interface on this device at all, which is actually somewhat of a problem if you want any feedback at all about what's going on in the day, right? Where there is feedback on the Basis Watch for progress in a day, but then when you get on the mobile app, and basically from our analysis, it looks like 99% of all wearable tech has a symbiotic relationship with a smartphone.
Yeah.
So you really look at the app experience and the interface could really be not on the device, but on the companion device. So just another point to your question.
I also think you'll see these companies invest more in software as their business models mature. Right now, most of them are just really happy to ship hardware. Put hardware in a box, sell to consumer, tell you about this top line margin number. Oh, we got great gross margin on the hardware, and then you get in these questions of long-term engagement, usability, LTV, can you layer subscription services on top of it? All of that stuff actually requires a great software experience, and I'm seeing some of the companies that have been at this for a while longer realize exactly what Nabil said, which is, gee, putting the thing in the box and getting on the shelf is half the battle. Getting in the consumer's checkout basket is a quarter of the battle, but how do we keep them engaged over time? That's a software problem.
Exactly.
Yeah, and I mean, community is an answer to that, right? You've got to start bringing on your super fans and your evangelists really early. Kind of like what Fitbit has done. It's kind of like a hedge against what might happen to Fitbit as more M7 apps come on. Unfortunately, we're out of time. I'm so sorry, but time for the next panel. So we'll stick around. The panel will stick around and answer your questions off stage. And thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you all.
For that great panel. Charles, Sean, Nabil, thank you. All right, folks. Very pleased to bring back our Glazed Conference co-founder, Reg Snodgrass.
Hey guys, I got it, I didn't die. It's like, oh, it's been almost a great event, and then I died right at the last second. As we do a quick stage change, I just want to get a couple really cool kind of understanding and feedback real quick from everybody. How many of you guys are entrepreneurs in the audience right now, building glass and wearable tech? Awesome. Woo! All right. And how many of you guys are investors? Investors? All right. Generalized media people. People that just geek out about wearable tech. Oh, sorry. Raise your hand. All right. No one's listening to me. That's awesome. So as we advance, a couple of things. One, thank you guys so much for enduring like the heat and the sweat and the pressure and everything else like that. We're about to bring this conference home, and I just want to say thank you for making this an amazing event. You guys have all tweeted great things. You've said some pretty awesome things. Whoever it was that's been proposing to me all day, hey, you know, all right. No, I'm just kidding. Anyway, so we're, I will say this. How many of you guys are going to the after party tonight? I'm just curious. I got a little bit of woo. All right. When we thought about this conference 3.5 months ago, what we weren't really ready for was this explosive reaction to what it was we're building and where we were going to go with it. And I just want to say that thank you guys for kind of making it happen and bring it together. So Vince, are you ready? All right, let's go. Let's get it done. All right, this is Vince. He's Senior Executive Vice President of Technicolor. We're going to talk about Technicoloring the wearable world.
Thanks. Thank you very much.
Woo! Yeah. Bring it on. So Vince, like, for us in the Valley, like, we may not know, what is Technicolor?
Well, I guess, you know, Technicolor is a name that some of us have had imprinted into our brain from watching Bugs Bunny cartoons and some Disney cartoons over the years, but we're a company that's been serving Hollywood for probably about 100 years now. In fact, it's our 100th anniversary of that in 2014. But you've got to think of us as a technology company that serves the media entertainment industry. We've got a long history of trying to create great media experiences, the technology that makes those media experiences work, connect artists and creatives with a large audience. And so we've been working now for probably the last 4 or 5 years to try and energize the company around some of the new capabilities that the technologies that we're seeing in the marketplace today make them relevant to consumers.
So like you guys are, you guys are the nuts and bolts and really the platform that the entertainment industry runs on. Why now? Like, why are you guys starting to focus on wearables and innovation and all this stuff? Like, where have you guys been? It's been quiet.
Yeah, well, so, I guess put it in context of who we are as a company today. So today we're probably the largest technology company that serves the creation of premium content. That traditionally means Hollywood. And that's one of our largest businesses, but we also do other things. We're also one of the largest providers of set-top boxes and gateways that connect people's homes to the internet or to TV. And as a part of that, we've developed a lot of technologies that we've been able to translate into either new licensing or new forms of services. And so the third business that we operate today is a technology business, a classic technology business with over 350 pure researchers, people that are, I call them propeller heads, but people that are genuine cardigan wearing, studying the science of entertainment and media. And that business works with over 80% of the world's consumer electronics companies to bring our technologies to market. We have pieces of different technologies like HDMI, MPEG-2, MP3. These are the sort of brands that end up being relevant to us. Now, as we look forward, we look at some of the technologies we brought to market, right from the very first color movie that came to market in Hollywood through to the future. We realize that there's a lot of new experiences that are being capable of being delivered, and we want to be able to be a part of telling those stories. And so as we look forward, we look at some of the new business models that are changing, the ways in which entertainment needs to be funded or need to be brought to the market, but also just simply the amount of consumption. Basically, if you look at this last 5 or 6 years, as smartphones and tablets have exploded, consumption of media is exploding as well, which is a great opportunity for everyone. And as a result, we're looking at different aspects of the creation of content. How can we actually serve these new screens? We're also looking at the different types of business models or services that are going to need to be able to take transactional video away from, say, physical media and into those new screens. But also recognizing that content creation is becoming something that's much more widespread. The fact that a smartphone can have a camera and can actually allow any one of us to create great content is also an opportunity, and you can see some of that in the demo room we have outside.
So I want to get the audience to kind of understand what we're talking about here. Like the majority of the entertainment world is ran on your guys' services, right?
That's right. So if you think about it in terms of every year we produce over 4,000 visual effects shots that are used in movies or in television or commercials. We would, in some way or another, touch more than 75 to 80% of the world's blockbuster movies as they're produced out of Hollywood.
So what does that mean? Like, let me rephrase this. So you guys are this really big company. You've been quiet. You were not so healthy for a long time. You guys are finally healthy again.
That's right.
And when you're a healthy company, you can do things like
what?
like invest.
Yeah. So if what we've discovered is that we're a very inventive company. Lots of great inventions that come and ideas that come from our workforce as we touch these great problems. And so we've started to invest in incubating those ideas into businesses in a traditional startup way. So we have this internal incubator function that's starting to spin up new ideas. Some of those we keep internally. Some of those we're looking to bring to market, just as you would any venturing exercise. So we have a blend of internally incubated startups, some of which we can show you here today. Even we've got 2 operating, some of which we've made great progress. And MGO is a startup that we began about 3 years ago. We've got other investors involved in it, and it's been quite successful. So we want to be able to make sure that all of those great ideas we have inside the company find their way into the marketplace. And we're looking to make sure we connect with innovators, entrepreneurs, and other people that can see some of the vision that we have and can realize some of those ideas.
So I mean, we're all part of the Valley. We've heard the story before. We've seen a lot of really large companies that have said, oh, we're going to have an innovation program. We're going to have an internal one. We're going to connect with entrepreneurs. We're going to do all these great things. We're going to build centers and prototyping labs, and and they do that. But most big companies, and we both came from a really big company together. It's interesting to know that we both were from Alcatel-Lucent. But most big companies, they're big on the talk, but then they never deliver for the Valley. So as a Valley community, we're very, very skeptical. How are you guys going to be different?
Well, I think from the very top of the company to the working level, we've tried to make sure this message gets through quite clearly. And in terms of just simply my own presence here, as a part of the executive team of the company, I've based myself in this part of the world. We've also set up the head of the technology business here in the Bay Area. So we've definitely swung the emphasis of the company into the Bay Area. So we live and breathe what's happening in the Bay Area. Secondly, I mean, we're putting our money where our mouth is. We're actually really investing in these ideas, really investing in these startups and making them happen. But remember, as I said, we're a very inventive company. It's our nature. We're a bunch of researchers and engineers that try to marry the art of storytelling to the engineering that's required to deliver that imagination into people's living rooms and the theatres. And so it's important for us to make sure those ideas become real. We want to be successful through this sort of innovation.
I think that it's one of the larger disconnects, and I've seen this in a lot of larger companies, is that an executive team will say, we're going to be innovative, and then you see there's disconnect that happens in the middle management because there's competitive products or there's competition for funding internally, and so, you know what, that's close enough to me, I want that money to build my own product, and then the innovation is actually halted and stopped. I like the fact that you're a top-down approach. I think that we haven't really broadcast how high level you are at Technicolor, and how influential that you are there. Will you? And I don't want you to brag about yourself because I can't, because that would just be weird. Could you just kind of say, give me an idea how you're going to get the middle management to move forward, how you're going to stop that competition, and because I want to see it happen.
Sure. I mean, I think that one of the things is that experience brings you a lot of scars. So we've definitely had our failures. That's the first thing, and that's always a good way to know what works and what doesn't work, by finding things that don't work. And we've definitely had the experience of trying to do some of these things where we didn't get the middle management buy-in. And that's why we've taken a mix of measures. Some of those measures are quite direct. In other words, taking some of these businesses outside the exact scope of everything that's going day to day so that people can be dedicated. We've also started to bring in external entrepreneurs, set up these businesses as actual spin-offs and bring people on board to do that. But you also have to find the champions inside the business, the people that are the real spokespeople for that type of vision, and make sure you connect to those people, that they get the passion themselves and drive it, and you nurture that, feed it, breed on those successes, and make sure that it continues. So we've had now 2 or 3 years of this, and we see the fruit of that starting to come through.
Okay, and so that's giving you some traction,
Mm-hmm.
and that's giving you the ability to kind of call on the executive team to say, hey, this is it. Because even I was with Alcatel-Lucent for a long time. What I loved is the fact that how excited different business units would get when you would actually connect them to the world. And
Mm-hmm.
Internally, you'll see a lot of internal team. Everybody wants to do cool shit. That's just what we want to do.
Sure.
We want to do those things. And being able on the executive level, and I don't vouch easily, but we've had our conversations, and I will say, of all the executives of the big companies that I know, I think you're one of those executives that gets it, and I'm actually pretty encouraged with what you guys are attempting to do.
Yeah.
So I'm glad. But why wearables? What is so exciting about wearables? Give us that picture.
Well, wearables presents a couple of opportunities that we're trying to understand and want to take advantage of in the market. Firstly, there's new screens. Wherever new screens exist, new displays, there's opportunities to reach those screens and be able to tell a story on them in some way or another. And once you can connect a creative to that screen, you've got the opportunity to exploit that as a storytelling mechanism. So that's one avenue. But simply knowing more about consumers and how people are interacting and relating to that content creates its own set of opportunities. And we're showing, for example, in the demo room, sensors that measure the emotional reaction to content. so that we can actually get a feel for what the profile of a piece of content is and how people will react. Everyone will react differently, but you have a much better understanding of how people are reacting to that content than a thumbs up or a thumbs down, or 4 stars out of 5, or 1 star out of 5. Once you start to understand the profile of that content, you can now start to make recommendations for that content to audiences that you've got a feeling are going to have a similar sort of reaction. So you're now able to help people connect to content that they're more likely to like. And that is better for everyone. But there's the other thing which I think is important, which is if I can now understand more about what works with content, what sort of reactions are working, and how I can take advantage of that as a storyteller, then there's another set of things that can happen from wearable tech.
So I think this is important because it changes kind of the paradigm of storytelling. If you can get through the sensors and through everything else like that, real-time feedback as to how audiences are reacting to that content, imagine the things that you could do. I mean, you could, elevate the music, you could lower the music, you could make it more intense. Like, there are a billion things that you could actually do to enhance the art of storytelling.
Exactly right. That's exactly right. How are people reacting to the color? How are people reacting to the sound? What is the way that I can make that experience the best possible for that user at that time?
Not that I tell stories, but I tend to a lot. And the best thing that you can do while you're telling stories, imagine like early technology where you're on the campfire, and you're telling you're around the home fire where you're eating, and you're telling these stories like Homer is telling a story. He's able to react in real time to the crowd. Can or will Technicolor eventually be that type of company where you can connect the guys to that type of stuff so that they can enhance and change the way that the story is being told in real time? Because that's when the shit gets cool. That's when it's awesome.
Absolutely. Now, look, so that's the vision. That's the sort of thing I actually have a fair bit of passion for as well. I believe that storytelling will take advantage of the technology to enable it to do those sort of things. Today, storytellers is on the spectrum between the linear story, boy meets girl, and they get married and live happily ever after, to a truly gaming type experience where you're much more immersed and much more interactive. I don't think everyone is willing to have that type of story, that spectrum, the full end of the gaming spectrum. Not every storyteller is going to want to reach to that. But we are all drawn to great characters and great stories, and this sort of technology allows that story to be engaged across an audience more effectively. Storytellers will be drawn to that. So I think it's only a matter of time before we get leading artists, leading directors telling stories that way.
It's a whole nother level of 3D, right? It's this enhanced type of real-time sensory experience while you're in the movie theater. So is this something that you guys would look at investing in? Is that a...
Yeah, well, as I said, we tend to put our money where our mouth is on this sort of things, and we're investing ourselves directly today. So as I said, there's one of the demonstrations we're showing here, coming from the lab that we set up here in Palo Alto, is exactly exploring the learnings of emotional engagement into content, and how you can turn that into different business models. Because that's another question here, is how will the business models adapt, and how will you fund and invest in these things. So we're doing that. We're also looking to, as I said, find companies that are investigating or investing in this space as well, and see if we can align ourselves with those as well, because frankly, we're not the only inventor of all the great ideas, so we want to find companies that are thinking the same way.
I love alignment talk.
Alignment,
and
it's a corporate speak.
Exactly. Hey, maybe we're investing in it.
That's why I probably learned that lesson at Alcatel.
How many times did you hear "I'm concerned" on a call?
Yes.
I started docking people.
Yes.
I started saying, if the first time someone says "I'm concerned" on a call, I'm going to hang up.
Yeah.
And the first time I did it, I was like, "Oh wow, are you serious?" I was like, "I'm tired of it." It's a very corporate talk, but I like this thought, and I like this train of thought around that the future of storytelling is going to really radically shift, and that directors are going to actually have to come up with a new, different skill set. I mean, it's empathy. Mm-hmm. It's being able to understand the audience from more than just reactionary point of view. It's
That's right.
being able to connect in a whole new way. Like you guys brought us, color.
That's right.
I think that it could be a really interesting and revolutionary time for you guys to bring us that next level.
Yeah.
How many years off is that?
Well, I don't think it's that far. I mean, if you think about taking color as an example, when the first color shorts started coming out, it was in the early 30s. In fact, I think Disney and ourselves produced that first color short at 32. And then, of course, we had our full feature-length movies like The Wizard of Oz and Gone with the Wind by I think 37 or before the end of the decade. I remember reading some reports that suggested, and this is obviously in history books, that audiences were concerned that colour was too rich an experience over a normal black and white, and that it would make people sick. And so I always find fear of change, like bringing in 3D or now bringing in this sort of experience into entertainment, as misplaced. So I think audiences are much more prepared these days to try and find new experiences and to explore it. So it's a question of the storytelling and the technology catching up. So 5 years we could have our first real experiences like this. It's not unbelievable. Remember that a big budget storytelling experience can take 3 to 5 years to make. So if I say 5 years, that means that somewhere in the next year or two, people are going to start investing in the development phase in a piece of content that's going to start to use that technology.
So a lot of content providers are really kind of nervous and scared about the smartwatch phone, with their cameras or the Google Glass, pieces of technology and stuff like that. And it's almost too tricky of a question to ask, but I think it's very valuable and important because, okay, so I'm watching this kind of shitty experience through somebody's Google Glass that they've pirated on BitTorrent, and the founder's not here. He's probably creeping around somewhere.
Probably.
RAM is crazy. So, I think that that's a real concern, but I think that that's also one of those things that changes it. Is there's this deep, rich, wearable experience that you can get with the sensors, with everything, and even maybe with your glass product. And so it's like, hey, who cares about the content? There's so much more to the story now. Mm-hmm. It's like you get the first chapter of a book, you want to actually go and read it.
Right.
I think that's actually that's an interesting perspective. I worry that the content providers can't actually change their model long term, and I don't know how we work with them and with you guys to actually enhance that experience.
Well, I think in any industry, you've got your leading lights and you've got the followers. So it's certainly a question of finding those leading lights and the people that are willing to invest in the new technologies, just as a James Cameron would invest in 3D to prove what sort of experiences you can tell. And we tend to get drawn by and moved by compelling single experiences around that new technology. Colour was brought to life in The Wizard of Oz and Gone with the Wind. Great stories. It's important to remember that at the end of the day, the technology can't be subservient completely to the idea of making sure that a great story is being told. And so when we can find the event movie or the event TV series or the event whatever it might be, because it doesn't, we also, as I said, we don't want to be necessarily drawn to the traditional linear way of thinking of a story. It may well be that this technology will allow us to engage into a piece of content in a completely different way. And that may be non-linear. It may be something that jumps around a little bit based on context about location and different ways that you might relate to what's going on in the story. So I don't think we need to necessarily think of someone producing a 2-hour movie or a 10-episode TV series. But I think people will create a world or create a place where a story can be told, and the wearable tech will allow you to experience that in a different way.
It was just to kind of add to that. I was in London when one of the Harry Potter movies came out. And I recognized that I was actually right in the neighborhood where I was actually watching the show. So I was probably supposed to be at work at Alcatel doing some stuff. And I was like, this is great stuff. So it changed my whole entire perspective of the movie, and I think that you guys actually have a really great position to move things forward.
Well, another thing, just to build on what you just said, in fact, that's one of the things that we do have an insight to that a lot of companies don't have, which is in the production phase, we capture a lot more about what's going on in that movie than is normally released. Once a movie hits the street or a TV show hits the street, the world explodes and talking about what's going on. But it's in the phase leading up to the movie that we tend to be on our own. And so we collect a lot of metadata about, well, not only is that scene meant to be there, it actually was shot over there. And we capture all of that stuff and we keep it. I mean, when I first came in the company, we weren't keeping it, which was a bit sad that we were throwing it away because you tend to want to get the hard disk space back. But in reality, there's a lot of information we keep about all of the movies as they're being made, and it's a combination of context, location, a bunch of things that end up being useful.
So shifting gears just a second, you're a very approachable guy. Mm-hmm. You're extremely easy to get on with. How do entrepreneurs connect with you and not with someone that stops them from being able to get to the guy that's actually going to make things happen? I mean, yeah, I'm sure I have great media guys, but I think I like, as an entrepreneur being in a big company, I mean, I think it's very important, being the face, here in the Valley of the company.
Yeah.
How do we connect with you as a community?
Well, I think firstly we're making sure we're based here. So, I'm here. We're going to make sure that you've got my contact details so people can reach me. But
I can send you an email for $20.
There's no quite substitute for actually living in the in the location. So that's why I base myself here. That's why we're setting a team up here. It's my intention to, over time, we're going to release more and more information about programs we want to run. This is really our first event where we've actually gone to the trouble of trying to connect with this sort of an audience, and we want to do a lot more of that. So, but Technicolor is I'm quite proud to be a part of the history of Technicolor, but I'm actually most excited about the future of Technicolor. And we want to get people engaged into that. I mean, it's not often you find a company that has changed the history of entertainment as much as a company like Technicolor has. And we're not looking at this era of technology change even. We're thinking as much as, what are the things that are going to come? So reaching me or reaching the team that we have here in the Bay Area is something we want to make available, those contact points, so people can do it very easily. I might be approachable, but generally speaking, technology people inside Technicolor are really inquisitive people. So once people who've engaged with our demo team here will see that we've been pretty blessed to have a very strong team that they can work with.
Fantastic. So let's take a couple of questions from the audience, and they can be just about anything. I guess we'll lay it out there.
If we want to talk about the America's Cup, it's okay. I'm not from New
where
Zealand, so
where we want us pretty excited. So so any questions? It's rare when you get an executive of this standard at a conference where you can actually ask them some wallopers. So go ahead. Even the Green Cloud team, I know that they want to tell you all about what their product does. Gisli.
Well, for as long as I've been following graphics computing and the graphics industry versus video, there's always been the potential for collision for those industries. And today we're one of the world's leading visual effects organizations, and if I look at all of the models we use to create Harry Potter, because we're with a visual effects provider for Harry Potter, which we mentioned, or Life of Pi, or some of the movies that in fact, Life of Pi we recently won a Visual Effect Academy Award for, so we're quite proud of that. But a lot of those technologies are graphics computing technologies. So the idea of more in real time being able to engage and dynamically change what happens in the scene, the convergence of the two, graphics computing and video computing, are, I think, starting to make that possible. So now can the story evolve to make that possible? And that's, I think, the next challenge, because it's not always in the mind of a director of how a story might evolve based on where someone is. I encourage you to go and look at a piece of online content called Tony and Tina's Wedding. So it's an experience of a wedding and all the stories that happen at that event. The crazy out-of-towners with their stories and the comedy of that, as well as the drama of what can happen at a wedding over the course of 2 or 3 hours. And you don't experience that story linearly. You go to different parts of it, but the director guides you through that experience. Now, if you're reacting in a certain way to some of the scenes in that type of a content, then obviously you can change the way the story is told. And we need the technology to catch up so it's re-rendered or re-experienced in a different way. But now, is that gaming, or is that just telling a story a different way? Now, as I think there's a spectrum between gaming, and my grandmother and my mother are not going to necessarily go into a gaming experience. But can the technology be easy enough for them to use so they can experience that story differently? Yes. So I think that's the challenge for the creative now, is to find something that's not the straight linear story, but something that's a little bit more guided maybe, and allows a little bit more context, a little bit more relationship to what's going on in the story at that time to change the way they've told that story. And I mean, I'm optimistic. I think that can happen. The technology we are developing today can absolutely be used in that way. So we've got to find a creative with that vision to use it that way.
I just want to go to the Academy Awards with you this next year. That's all. That's, you know. A couple more questions from the audience. Anyway, go ahead, Jay. I love that you just confessed to the conference that you watch Gossip Girl, Jay. That's fantastic. I mean, it's,
usually when we're relating that story, by the way, it's usually with When Harry Met Sally, but it's good that Gossip Girl has taken over from When Harry Met Sally. So, you know, ironically, that's a use case that we have envisaged. You know, I think there is a lot of interest in geo-specific location, especially with mobile phones telling us everything at the time, you know, sending us a notification, hey, do you realize you're standing 10 meters away from this scene that you love in that movie? Have to know that first, but that would be interesting. So no, I think, yeah. Sure. So if the question was, are we going to license the API? I think that would be, at the first step of this, a little too level to think about. I think what I want to envisage first is the app or the service that might make that API useful. And you know, we've talked a little about this. There is some business model problems because content owners, people who've paid for that content in the first place, tend to feel that they've got some sort of right to that. There are derivative work laws that allow you to say, well, actually, if this is a derivative work from that and it's a published piece of work, well, then you know you're free to use that information in a different way. So there's some legal issues, but having said that, I think that we would love to see a way to make that metadata more accessible by the widest possible range of app developers out there. But I do think that it's important to drive the investment into the data through some defined services first, and that's what we're thinking about. This Al's over here, he's literally thinking about that as we speak.
So Jay is definitely one of the more talented guys that can actually build that stuff for you guys.
Well,
so,
Al, meet Jay.
There we go, Kismet.
In Hollywood, or which one? Palo Alto. Okay, yeah,
that's
cool.
Fantastic. Well, any more? One last question before we wrap things up. All right, great. So Vince, thank you so much for sharing your time, your life with us. We definitely appreciate you and what your company's done for us as a company too. So thank you.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Rich. Thank you. Thanks.
And now I'll turn it back over to Owen.
Thank you, Reg. All right. Up next, we are coming back to our panel program. This is the SoLoMo panel. That's social, local, mobile. And if you think about wearables, they are pretty much all of those three things. We have, as our moderator, Josh Constein of TechCrunch, who is a well-regarded expert on Facebook especially and the social scene. We also have Josh Ellman. Josh is the newest partner at Greylock Venture Capital. They are an investor behind Facebook, among many other well-known companies. And then we've got Christian Wicklund from Scout and Julie Mosler from Waze. So we really cover the gamut in terms of social apps that may play in the wearable sphere. And I think we are ready to hand it over to Josh and crew. All right. Take it away, Josh.
Thanks a lot. Okay, everybody. Hi, everybody. Thanks for coming out today.
I got to run after this, but thank you so much, and we'll find more ways to hang now. Cool.
We'll have everyone on stage in just a moment. Hi, so I'm Josh Constein. I'm a writer for TechCrunch, and today we're going to figure out how to make wearable computing cool, sexy, profitable, and popular. So my first question is actually not to the panelists, but to you guys.
Do you think that wearable computing as it's worn today is sexy? Is it? All right, how about this? Raise your hands if you think it's really sexy right now. Raise your hands if you think it's kind of sexy. You get a few hands. Who out there thinks it's not sexy yet? Most hands. Okay, so this is a huge problem. Essentially, if we don't figure out how to make these devices sexy, we're never going to make them popular, and they're never going to be profitable. But there's this huge issue that comes around with that, and we're going to get into why they're not sexy right now, and there's actually a factual reasons for it. But first I want to see, what do you guys think about the sort of state of sexiness and coolness of wearable computing right now?
So I think we're in the very early phases of what it means to have something either on your wrist or on your face, and why you want to have that every day. You know, smartphones were immediately sexy, partially because Steve Jobs got up there and gave this amazing demo, but I think a real reason was everybody had been carrying phones in their pocket for 7, 8, 10 years already, and they were waiting to be able to access the internet. Email had been like the best innovation so far, and the BlackBerry was pretty good at that, but like once it was like, oh, I can just get the entire web, it was really sexy. Immediately, Apple comes out with a great product that sort of says, look, it's all about getting the web. Forget it. The phone doesn't even work that well. Nothing else does. I think we're just waiting for that moment on wearables. It's not clear why having something on my wrist gives me access that I didn't quite have, or on your face. But we know it's coming, and I see a bunch of you with glass out there. And like the fact that like you can just take a picture all the time is actually close to that amazing thing. It just hasn't all come together in a package.
I think sexy is defined in different ways, and for women who make purchase decisions and are shoppers, sexy is what you see on TV and in magazines. And Google Glass actually had a great feature in, I think it was Vogue, in their fashion issue, which is that sort of trend setting and that gets it out there. But aside from that, I haven't really seen the adoption there yet. And my experience has been more, the guy on the subway who's sort of looking in my direction, and I'm not sure if I'm being taped by the glasses on his face, and that's not really that sexy to me. So I don't think it's quite there yet, but I do think as media adopts it more, I think we'll see it go that direction.
Yeah, right. I mean, I think they're a bit too noticeable right now, so size matters, I guess. So as technology moves forward.
But in the opposite of the way we normally think of it.
I guess so, yeah. Or maybe it doesn't matter, I don't know. But it's the first version of Google Glass, right? It's a bit clunky, we get that, but eventually it'll be maybe a little lens you have in your eye, and that's pretty cool. So it shouldn't have to define how you look like if you don't want it to define you, right? So
I think a lot of people are wondering why did the iPhone come out and it was sort of immediately cool, and why has wearable computing come out, and especially with Google Glass and the popularity of it, why has it not achieved that level of cool, and why is it still thought of as kind of geeky? And there's actually a real reason behind that, and that's because the only way that I believe wearable computing and devices like Google Glass are going to get popular is by having killer apps. To have killer apps, you have to have developers. Developers aren't always the sexiest people. And right now, Google's focus right now is just getting the device out to as many great developers as possible so they can get those apps built. But maybe in Silicon Valley, cool people, really hardcore developers, a wide range of people that have Google Glass. But think if you live in Iowa. Imagine that there's only one person in your whole city that has it, and they're like a pretty hardcore back-end hardware hacker. And they're probably not giving off the image that Google Glass is going to need to be able to go mainstream, or that wearable computing is going to need to go mainstream. But it doesn't mean it's not necessary. But I think the question is, how can these companies achieve a balance of cool with getting those apps built so that when it does launch to the public, there's some reason for people to actually use it? So I want to ask, Julie, maybe you could tell us a little bit. So you worked with Groupon very early, and now you're working with Waze. And those are two entirely new product categories, these discounted vouchers, and then traffic information based on other people, and not based on maps or some television news report. You've had experience bringing new products to market. How do you make them cool out the gate?
That's a great question. I think a lot of it is about education, and that's probably the biggest mistake that people make, is that just because you think it's cool doesn't mean that translates really well. So it's about finding the audience and thinking about how they're going to use your product every day. So with Groupon, It's pretty obvious. It's a shopping mechanism. But what makes it special? What makes it special is what we're giving you access to, which was, that meant that we had to have really important, sexy names straight out of the gate. So we focused in Chicago. We picked, the 5 or 6 businesses that we knew were really beloved locally, and that resonated with people who we then knew would purchase more with us. With Waze, it was a little bit different. It was a different utility. It was helping you get around traffic. And so seeding the voices in the right area, working with the community. The community actually edits our maps every day. And so by going after those people and then making sure that story was told online and in social media, what both of those companies have in common is that we didn't have an advertising budget and we didn't have a PR budget. So all you have left is word of mouth. And so if you create a really simple, easy to understand experience up front, and you seed it with the right people on Facebook and Twitter, and you make sure you're making it easy for them to share those stories and get them into social media, the rest eventually really does sort of take care of itself.
Josh, have you seen any products that you've invested in really have great success out the bat with some kind of specific strategy for finding influencers or finding people that they thought were going to generate that word of mouth?
It's a great question. I think as we've seen kind of in this era of Twitter and really Twitter popularity, companies like Instagram and Vine in their early days really did spread simply because everybody on Twitter was using them and talking about them. How many times would you have seen an Instagram picture from somebody fairly popular or some celebrity and you're like, man, I wish I could take pictures like that while it was still in a closed beta mode. And then as people started being able to actually download it, it looked like this cool thing that only the cool kids with iPhones had. And so it's sort of, everybody picked that up. I think for software though, it's actually really easy to do that because the transaction cost of actually going to download an app and put it on your phone was very, very light. With these kind of new physical devices and wearables, I think it's going to be very hard just to do this through influencers and word of mouth. I really think they are going to have to come back to really telling the story to define this new category. It's going to end up taking a lot of PR and a very different set of work to make the world kind of conditioned that like always being available on your watch or on your phone or on your faces is a great thing. But I think Kickstarter has proven to be just such an amazing channel to try to get that influence, because not only do you get this kind of ability to get your story out there, but you get thousands, tens of thousands, maybe more early customers who want your product so badly they're willing to pay for it before you've even made it. So everybody that we meet right now comes to us with their Kickstarter strategy along with everything else they're thinking about doing around hardware.
So it's not just about kickstarting to get money, but it's actually to get an inherent built-in user base.
That's right. Whether it's, we've seen people kickstarting it to get a developer platform. A company like SmartThings did an amazing job to say, hey, come and buy the developer kit, and then you'll be, an early user of it. Or Pebble, which, raised, what was it, like 10 million, millions and millions of dollars, I think, through Kickstarter to get everybody who wanted the watch. Some were developers who wanted to build the apps. Others were just people who wanted in early. And Kickstarter says it's not a store, which it isn't, but it still is this way to say, if you really like buying the first of everything and being right there, and so it's a really different model to actually get customers before you have to go spend a lot of money to get them.
Now, Christian, with Scout, did you have a specific launch strategy on getting your app into the right hands? And can you tell us a little bit about Scout, just in case people don't really know?
Right, so I guess we were unemployable, so we had no other choice but to keep pushing. So for us, it was a really long road to just keep going, and we launched a mobile social network before Facebook had a mobile strategy, and we were part of the whole thing when Apple launched the iPhone, and there was actually no app ecosystem for the first year. It was just a beautiful device with a web browser, and you could call on it, and it was YouTube. But that value proposition was so incredibly much stronger than my old Motorola phone or whatever I had. So that was an instant hit. I think that's with wearables today. It's all alpha testing, and it's not really clear. If I put on a pair of glasses, like, okay, how does this really change my life? But with iPhone, it was like, wow. Just that they had a touchscreen, and it was beautiful, tons of colors. It was such a jump. So for us, we built the largest people discovery network, which is pretty broad. We started out as a dating and flirting app, and then we migrated into a more broad spectrum of meet people nearby and meet people all over the world. And for us, it's really been all about the product. That, we just keep iterating the product over and over and over again, and that's been the way we've been growing. So we never had that, perfect products out the door, bang, and it blew up. It was really a slow grinding in like 3 years until we got anything. Like getting the first 10,000 daily active users was really hard. So
Yeah, I think there's two good insights in what you were just talking about. And the first one is that for people to want a device and really crave it and talk to their friends about it, there has to be some function that's not just an incremental improvement on something that came before, but an exponentially different experience, like something that really changes the game. And I think right now, especially with the watches, I was kind of disappointed to see in the launch and initial discussions of some of the new devices like the Samsung Gear that it was a lot about just making things you already did easier. And I didn't think that was a compelling enough argument for mainstream adoption. So I think when companies are looking to get into the wearable space, your device is probably going to do lots of great things, but I think highlighting and specifically focusing on what is it that isn't just a little better than pulling out your smartphone and doing it, but something that's really fascinating and special about what your device does, like that's going to be a much better strategy for getting mainstream market adoption. But then you were talking about that the product is really the key, and I think that that's going to be true for this as well. Like all the buzz and the PR and everything you can do around your launch, it's not going to matter if the device isn't great. But at the same time, you can amplify the greatness of your product with great PR. So maybe Julie, you could tell us a little bit about what were some of the PR wins or the PR strategies that helped Groupon and Waze get off the ground, and what are the insights from those that you would give to hardware hackers and wearable computing developers?
So I actually think that Twitter is amazing for stuff like this because the wall is taken down between you and influencers. And influencers could be celebrities or it could just be people in the industry that are respected in fashion or tech or whatever it is. So with Waze, I look at Twitter every day to see what people are saying about our company, and we noticed that Tony Hawk was tweeting about us and Christina Applegate was talking about us. That's free, that perception is free. And then to reach out to People Magazine or Us Weekly and note that these celebrities are using this product automatically is the best PR we could have possibly gotten, and it cost me 0 cents. Did
you guys like retweet those messages?
We retweet them, yeah, through the corporate handle, and then looking up who at those magazines might be interested. Again, a simple Twitter search or Google search, you can track down those people really easily. And I think that a lot of times companies are so eager to pay for a PR person or buy an agency when you don't really have to do that. Your money might be better spent. For example, let's say you had a fitness band on your wrist. You could maybe find better influencers by going to a huge company in your city. Let's say Coca-Cola's headquarters in your city, and you know that they really care about employee fitness. Why not go there and say, we're going to give you 3,000 of these. They might work, they might not, but we want you to try it and encourage your employees to tweet about it, and let's see if we can make them healthier in the next 30 days. It's the idea of trying to get products out into a large amount of people and then measuring it and seeing how it's going. The other thing that we did with Groupon was, again, taking advantage of what the strengths of our product were. Groupon touched everything from discounts to florists, to restaurants, to dental offices. And so we found this guy online who was willing to live off of Groupons for a year. It cost no money, and as long as he didn't touch cash, he would win $100,000 at the end of the year. So we made him quit his job, he put all of his stuff in storage, we made him break up with his girlfriend, he turned in his wallet, and all he had at the end of the day was this paper suit made out of Groupons and an iPhone that I gave him that he was able to buy more Groupons with. So it was this perpetuous cycle. But the news press around that was insane, and it was a little ridiculous of a situation, but we just took what the product's strengths were and then put it out there in a way we thought people would think was interesting.
Josh, do you have any PR insights or ways that, do you think small startups should be looking to invest their money in getting a PR firm? Should they bring someone in-house to handle marketing and press, or should they just be trying to do things really organically as free as possible?
That's a great question. Look, at the beginning, I always tell every startup, I look for what is the story that if I'm sitting down with a friend over lunch, in 10 or 20 seconds, I can tell him about your company that makes it so compelling that he's going to want to sign up for it too. One of the companies I work with is called Nextdoor, and what we like to say is, wherever you live in your neighborhood, if there's crime, if there's something urgent that you want to get out to your neighbors, you actually want to be on Nextdoor, so you actually have a way to communicate with your neighbors who you otherwise don't know or have any access to. And usually most people that I talk to about that will go, oh man, I'll go check if it's in my neighborhood and we'll go sign up. So you really need to find that hook. And once you have that hook, then I think you want to, I recommend to a lot of startups that doing their own PR is great and all, and they should develop their own voice and talk to the community and the world through a blog. But hiring a PR firm is one of the best strategic things you can actually do with your marketing dollars, it's often much better than spending a lot of money on paid ads, because it can help you craft your story. And if you can't craft your story and get people to talk about you in organic ways, and really get that little very short snippet out to the rest of the world, you're not really going to be able to start planting all the seeds that you hope will be organic growth. If all you end up doing is paying and buying users and trying to grow some inorganic ways, it won't be nearly as successful. So I think PR is one of the cheapest forms of marketing if you end up being good at that, but only if you have a story that you truly think, if I'm, again, sitting there with a friend at lunch and going, have you seen this new thing? It's really cool, that you can actually communicate it in a way that gets them excited enough to try it.
And I think that actually brings up a good point, which is knowing what the conversation is in your space. If everyone is talking about how this one fitness product is amazing, and you know that yours can compete, but it has this one extra feature, that's a great time for you to play up that extra feature. But you'll only know that if you're really reading these Google alerts every single day, and you're checking out the blogs, and you're understanding what people are saying about your competitors and about your space.
Yeah. You really do need to have that hook, that one extra thing about your product that every time the story gets told, they remember that. If you guys remember, Lyft, the pink mustache and the fist bump when you get in, every time somebody talks about Uber, you might talk about the town car. When you talk about Lyft, you talk about that extra little thing that just makes it super easy to remember, and that gets you hooked. And whether or not you think the pink mustache is hideous or awesome, it's definitely worth the conversation every time.
So what about when PR goes wrong? What are some of the big mistakes that you guys have seen? Scout, I know with Scout you guys had some troubles. Can you tell us a little bit about sort of your big crisis and how you handled it?
Right, so I think the biggest, so first of all, PR as user acquisition tool never worked for us. And we're signing up 1.5 million users every month, and we've been on Good Morning America, right? And it's wow, lots of preparations, and call mommy and say, we're going to be in Good Morning America, 25 million viewers, and we get maybe 5,000 signups. And so as a user acquisition tool, that instant bump you don't get, but if you have it, if you're part of the conversation long term, then I think it's really good for you. And so, PR for us, we look at as, we want to get the word out, the vision of what we're doing. So we need a platform for that. It's also great for, depending where you are in your stage of your company. If you're fundraising, then it can be good to start drumming up some PR and get the excitement going internally, right? And externally for hiring and keeping your employees motivated. It's pretty cool to be on TechCrunch, they'll share it with their friends on Facebook and so forth. But as user acquisition strategy never worked for us. As far as crisis PR, I think, you need to get really awesome crisis PR firm. Don't try and do it on your own. And B, you have to be very transparent and lean into the problem. So if you have a crisis in your company, a terrible thing to do is sort of ignore it or be dismissive, the world is an ugly place. We're a reflection of the world, so we can't really deal with it. That doesn't fly well. So I think you want to come out really hard and very transparent with whatever issue you had. So we had issues with minors being abused in our network. And we went to New York Times and said, hey, we want to break this news with you. There's some stuff going on. We want to educate your users and readers. Ended up being 700 articles in the world. I think it ended up on the first page of New York Times. But we were able to control the message to some extent, and we were able to help them discover it instead of being discovered. You don't want people scooping you. So if you have bad stuff happening in your network or in your company, it's better to be transparent and open. It's sort of the anti-feeling, oh, I really want to jump off the bridge, but you should really lean in, and for that you need an awesome, strong team around you to help you through the process.
So if somebody breaks their wrist because they were wearing your, your wristband, you probably want to be forthcoming about that before it becomes the huge crisis story that you have no control over.
Yeah.
I think the biggest thing is the phrase, I'm sorry. I mean, companies never say that. It's always, it's unfortunate that this happened to you, and that's usually, legalese that someone will throw at you. But if you really push on those lawyers at your company, you can get to say, I'm sorry, and sometimes that's all somebody wants. That actually saved us in a lot of situations with Groupon where, you may have had a merchant that you had a maid, then they stole from your house. It doesn't happen very often at all, but it does happen, and so sometimes somebody just wants a quick apology and they want to know what 3 steps you're going to take to fix it. And that tends to be enough. People aren't complaining to start more problems with you. They just want the initial problem taken care of.
So do you guys have any ideas of big app areas that you think are going to blow up for wearable computing? Because as we said at the beginning, I think it's really going to be killer apps that make these devices really special, like, and really take off. Because as cool as a piece of hardware is, if it doesn't do anything, or if there's nothing built on top of it, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I think real-time health will be super cool. You know, when I have an app that can actually recommend me, it's like, Christian, you haven't had your glass of wine today, you should actually take it because it will extend your life by 1 day, or what have you. You didn't eat your vitamins, or you didn't get your pulse rate up enough today. Like,
How many days of my life do I get back for like 5 shots of Jameson?
My doctor told me you need to drink 14 drinks a week, so he didn't say how big they should be.
We need to hang out.
No, you know, stuff like that is important, right? How can I get real-time feedback and almost a trajectory is like, hey, you go out exercise 1 hour every day, you know, when you're 60, you're going to be really strong and it's going to be good for you. So I think real-time health and health monitoring is super cool.
Actually, I think that's really a big area that I haven't seen working just right. So like I have a Nike Fuel Band and I wear it sometimes, but if I don't exercise and it's like 6 p.m., it doesn't do anything. It doesn't like remind me to go for a run.
Yeah,
and there's obviously a line to walk between being annoying and really activating the great thing that your device can do. And I think every company has to find that balance for themselves, but that's going to be critical is, you know, it's not just about saying, oh, you know, open it like your smartphone and look at it all the time, you know, but instead, you know, if it's on your body, how can you make use of that by making it unobtrusive yet provide you with more information?
I think it's been a real struggle in the health space. I think most of these devices, and I've tried a couple of these, the Fuel Band and the Up and everything else, and they feel it's like really cool the first week or two. You have all this data about yourself and about your life and your behavior that you never had before. You're like, oh my gosh, I just kind of walked to the, you know, to go get jelly beans and back, and I was sitting at my desk all day, and like that was all I did, and I really didn't walk very much. I had no idea how little I walked. Oh, great, like I'll start walking around the office when I'm on the phone or something, and all of a sudden, you see you're doing more. But a month later, 2 months later, it feels like a nag. It's like, oh great, I did my 2,000 steps, or my 3,000 steps, or my 10,000 steps, and you don't quite keep getting this kind of continual growing with you behavior change. So I think we're gonna see a lot of this stuff move away from sort of being these like just counters and sensors to either like prompting behavior change. When I go sit down for dinner, it's like, hey, you've had a good day. You know, you might check in with it and you'll be like, hey, you know, what should I have? It's like, hey, you've had a pretty busy day. You know, if you're hungry and at this restaurant, a lot of people like you choose to eat this, and it'll really help you start to make that kind of behavior change instead of just these very, very simple counters. Because I think we don't want to be nagged more in our lives, but we do want to get better and get on program. So, you know, but I think these apps, like the big, as Josh asked, like the big areas is going to be what happens when we have all this data. Not just we have the data, here's a number, but when we're starting to gather data on our behavior, our walking, our breathing, our sleep, like what are the big, great applications that can make you behave differently? And the guys who figure that out and start to build networks around those are going to be the big companies, I think, that really come out of the space in health.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that another big area in hardware computing and wearable computing is these platforms for the apps. But I think sometimes there's a big disconnect between putting a platform out there and giving it to users and actually connecting them with the apps. And I think that if you, just because you have an API and you have a device, the job isn't done. Like, you need to really focus on discovery. And we're seeing that that's still a huge problem for even the biggest platforms. You know, all the app stores are totally clogged and it's really tough to find good stuff. And you know, with Facebook, it's like they're actually making money off of it now because, you know, it's so hard to find good Android or iOS apps because there's so many apps in the stores that they're selling a ton of ads for these apps and app install ads to help people and help developers rise above the crowd. And I think that that's not only is discovery a critical thing to getting your device used, because if people don't have great apps, they're not going to keep using your device, they're not going to recommend it to their friends, but it's also a monetization avenue for some of these devices as well, is to say, you know, I made this device and I have this app store, but you know, you can pay me to promote your app. So I think a lot of devices that are looking for how are we going to recoup our costs while still keeping the devices affordable, I think that that's a cool way that they might be able to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you know, beyond that, I want to talk a little bit about how do we make people feel comfortable with wearable computing devices. So do any of you guys get sketched out when you're talking with somebody who has Google Glass or a wearable computing device on and you're not sure if it's recording you or not?
I do.
Is that like a yes? Right? And people will always tell me like, oh, you can see the screen is on through the prism, and I'm like, no, that's not nearly enough. It's very different. Honestly, it's like you can tell when someone's using their phone and they're like looking at it, and then when they like hold it up, there's like that little angle change, which is like that person's taking a photo. But there's nothing like that exists with Google Glass, or with especially with face-worn wearable computing devices. Do you guys think that that's okay? Is it all right that there's no way of telling that you're being recorded? And what do you think that means for sort of mainstream adoption of these devices?
It'd be nice if there were a little LED that said, recording. But I think there's two things, right? One is, am I being recorded? Which, I could have my iPhone recording us now. Like that could happen, right? But I think the other thing is also the distraction, right? So I don't know if you guys do the same thing, but whenever I have dinner now with my friends, you have to put your phone on the table, and whoever touches his or her phone the first pays the bill. Because we're so distracted. I have 2 kids. Same thing there. There's nothing on earth that can compete with an iPad. There's nothing, Lego or anything. So that distraction is also highly annoying. And I think if you have easy access and you can sort of use it without people knowing you, especially me, I can't do 2 things at once. Like I'll zoom out into whatever, and I'm getting pinged all the time. That's another issue, right? How can we make the relevant signals come to me? Not everything. Right now I'm getting tweets, emails, SMS, everything, and I'm, I guess, compulsive obsessive, so I have to check all the time. So that distractiveness that we get from technology is also, I think, starting to, at least with my friends, starting to be like, ooh, put away your phone, dude. We're having a good dinner here. So I think privacy, and also, how do we manage this without becoming too too zoned into the technology.
We're already seeing some bars in San Francisco with little no glass signs.
Yeah.
People are really serious about it. There's some people that just don't want that to be part of their retail experience or their dining experience that they provide at their store. Do you think that it's okay for people to ban things like that?
I mean, I think it's normal and expected. I think in the early days of Facebook, you'd all get drunk at a party in college, and there were pictures of everything that happened the next day, and that was amazing. And we had this pipe to share and talk about these photos and remember, these memories, and laugh at each other that we never had before. 3-4 years later, everybody's mom is on Facebook, and all of a sudden, an entirely new set of rules had to get learned for what you can share and what you can't. And I think, but the good of what Facebook has allowed us to connect and share around is still overwhelms all the negative from a lot of that stuff. And I think it actually changed how people behave. And I think with Google Glass and whatever we end up with, cameras on our faces or whatever, I think we're just going to end up with a new set of rules that we'll all understand. Look, when I'm playing with my little girl and I can take a quick picture, I've used Glass a little bit around the house, the pictures and the quality that I get are so much better than when I'm hold on, hold that pose, pull it out of my pocket, open up the camera and take it. And so there truly is something amazing to be able to capture everything that I think will make up for the creepiness and the other privacy factor, and people will just learn to look away or not make eye contact with the creepers who do wear these things. But we're going to have to learn as a society, and it's going to be very different than what we think today.
I think we're the ones who are going to be the one making these rules.
We are.
It's the people in this room specifically, the people at this conference are going to play a huge part in defining the norms that go along with wearable computing. And so I hope to see the people rally around something I've been playing around in my head. It's a wearable computing bill of rights. A set of standards that hardware manufacturers need to abide by for people to want to buy their devices, which specifically stem around things like having some kind of signal that says that they're recording people. Because my belief is that if we don't have that signal, everyone's going to think they're being recorded all the time. Everyone's going to feel uncomfortable being around people wearing these devices. They're going to project that awkwardness and that uncomfortability to the people wearing those devices, and they're not going to want to wear them anymore. And it's actually a real danger for the long term of the industry, in my opinion. And I'm not saying that we need to stop progress. I'm as far from that as possible. I want the future too. But I think if we don't think about these things cautiously and take action in support of sustainable norms for these devices, we're going to end up running the industry into the ground.
Well, I think it's a huge opportunity. It's a marketing play, right? Whoever can get their product out there and address the paranoia and address, the flexibility of their product and why it's not creepy, I think they'll win automatically, just because people will rally around that.
Yeah, and it will change behavior, right? I mean, it's funny. Not too many years ago, people thought you were absolutely nuts if you put your picture on the internet. What? You uploaded your picture? You're crazy. What if someone sees you? And now we're recorded all the time, right? So, you know, there are countries, for instance, where the police force is so corrupt that the drivers, they have webcams that takes photos to fight corruption, right? So that they don't get a fake fine and stuff like that. So it will change. You know, there was this French psychology experiment, the Panopticon, this French prison that was a circle, and the prisoners could not see out, but the prison guard could see in. There was one guard in the middle, just spinning around. So every prisoner thought they were being watched all the time. So they, you know, it led to some psychotic changes that wasn't good either. But like, we're always watched, and that's just the way it's going to be moving forward, right? Everything you do could end up online. It probably will. So that will change behavior, right? It's for most of us, I guess.
Cool, so I want to switch it out to the crowd and see if you guys have any specific questions about bringing a new product to market, marketing, PR, that you want answered by some experts in the field, and see if we can help you guys out directly. So anyone have any questions? Over here, I'm going to repeat the questions so the live stream can hear them too.
You guys think there's going to be eyeglass soon?
Do the panelists think there's going to be eyeglass or an Apple facial computing device?
Seems pretty reasonable.
I think Apple has been amazing at waiting to bring a product to market until they think the consumer demand is really there for it. They were a little bit late to music players, and they figured out how to do it differently, and the iPod took off. They were a little bit, you know, later to trying to figure out smartphones and play the product just right. I'm guessing we're going to see the same thing for any watch or any glasses product that they would ever make. But I think, like, to me, the biggest signal coming out of Apple, if you guys have paid attention to the new iPhone 5S, is what they call the M7 chip, which is this like hardware chip that sits in the new phone that actually is great, like accelerometer, does all the motion counting, can figure out like, you know, how fast you're moving and all this stuff. And it looks like the perfect thing that you would want to drop into a watch or a Nike Fuel Band type device. I think they just announced that they hired the designer from Nike who's doing the Fuel Band. So I think Apple is definitely going to be, we're going to see them, you know, as soon as they think the market's ready for these things to mainstream, we'll see them come out with some stuff.
But maybe this is the opportunity that developers have to really get in there before Apple sees it. You know, maybe it waits too late this time and somebody really comes out with a killer device. I mean, people weren't that far off when the iPod came around, and it was just a matter of taking the lessons that Apple had already learned in making computers and laptops and saying, hey, people want fashionable devices. And I think we're really seeing Google getting very serious about this right now. They're hiring fashion designers, they're courting the fashion world as much as possible. The new versions of Glass are more like clip-ons that can be added to existing pairs of glasses that blend in a lot better, and it doesn't look like you're really wearing anything. And I think that there's definitely potential for savvy developers to take the lessons that Apple's learned and use them against them before it enters the market. Anybody else? So do the panelists think that PR and marketing around getting people to download apps is going to be significantly different on wearable computing versus mobile and past platforms?
Well, I think there's a challenge in doing PR for apps, period, because a lot of them don't have URLs. They don't really have a website that shows how it works or that you can engage with. You'll notice that with Waze, for example, pretty much most of our activity for the consumer is embedded in your phone, whereas if you want to edit the map, you then go online. So that's a challenge I haven't seen many people do well. And I think that that's where, you know, paying for a PR firm, getting injected into a conversation is going to be really important, because it's taking the app out of the App Store and into everyday life. And I think people are also starting to think about apps as something you buy, just like you would buy an accessory, like a purse or a watch. And so getting more into consumer publications like, you know, I don't know, Cosmo for women or, you know, GQ for guys, you're going to see that happen more and more because it's just a part of the general conversation.
I also think that when you hear about a new product, I've done this survey, and it's obviously a very biased set in the Valley, but 9 out of 10 people that I tell about a new product immediately pull up their phone, go to the App Store, and type in the name of the new product versus going to Safari to try to type it in as a URL. So we've actually gotten to a world where we've trained a lot of people to even just go to an App Store. As we get into wearables, you're gonna probably still have to go to like your phone or a computer to go download or get the actual content to get it to pipe over to your wearable. So I think there's gonna be an extra leap there that we're gonna have to train everybody on. I think figuring out how to do that as simple as possible is gonna be a real challenge, because if I'm like, hey, go get this new thing for your glasses device, you'll be like, okay, I gotta go pull out my phone, I gotta like download it here, I gotta like push 3 buttons to like cause my device to go get it. And that's gonna slow everything down. I mean, I found syncing the devices at the end of the day is such a pain still.
I just had this terrible vision that QR codes are going to come back. But I think there's going to be ways that this is going to be a little bit different. And I think one thing is that right now the hardware is so decentralized. Like everything's not just necessarily running Android or iOS in the platform. It's not as confined on the platforms. And so people are going to be able to have the opportunity to make their own app stores even to some degree. And so with that, I think is going to come a lot of a very different system. Instead of it being a setup where there's just a few app stores and the only real way to get discovered is by being on the charts, I think we're going to see something very different around a distributed app store model. Back there? Can you elaborate a little bit on what you mean?
It would be awesome if we could play Grand Theft Auto in real life, right? So I would love that. I'll buy a device, name the price. So that's sort of like, for me, wearables, it gets really cool when it can project over my entire spectrum. And I can, I don't want it to just be a little screen, and that's a promise of the future, of course, but it gets really cool when it can project the guy next to you there, Josh. And only I experience him. So
a little creepy, but
I think one thing that's really fascinating is there was discussed a little bit earlier in the day in some of the other panels was, if the hardware developers don't actually make a conscious move to affect what kind of apps get built, sometimes the platform can go in a complete different direction than you'd expect. With Facebook, for instance, Mark Zuckerberg has said multiple times that when they built the platform, they were imagining all these utility apps. And what ended up happening is that games were just easier to grow, easier to monetize, and therefore just took off and totally dominated the platform. And it's only been over the last few years with the Open Graph that we've seen utility apps sort of come back into the mainstream and really get more love from developers. And so I think that that's going to be a big deal. Like if these hardware makers just leave it up to the market to decide what they want to build, they might not get the best platform out there. It's going to take a little bit of hand-holding in the right direction.
Well, I think we haven't done that much talking on this panel about augmented reality and sort of what that'll end up meaning for wearables, I think, given the gentleman's question. But I think I don't think we're going to start with a model that's going to be advertising and pay-per-gaze, because I think people will be very resistant to that. But I think as we start to figure out what are the behaviors when you have good augmented reality, when you're able to look around, you're able to go, oh my gosh, that's this restaurant, and there's all this extra context, and I can pull up the menu. Or, oh, I look down this street, and I start to get to see what all the businesses are labeled. There'll be a lot of room for advertising in a behavioral way to really start to work in. I think Waze is a perfect example of what this could start to mean, where you're driving on a route, and it's like, hey, do you need coffee? There's like cheap coffee if you just go 2 minutes out of your way. And that's like this advertising that would by default, if you're like, hey, I'm going to build you a map, and I'm going to keep annoying you with a different destination with ads and offers all around you, you'd feel like it's annoying. But once you start using Waze, you get so addicted to the traffic data and the rerouting and everything else that you're like, oh wait, it's actually being my assistant all the time to help me. And you start to feel more comfortable when it introduces advertising. I think we just have a ways to go for these devices to actually be useful for us before ad models or anything else will make even a little bit of sense.
We definitely have a ways to go.
A ways to go, that was it.
Yeah, but I wouldn't expect anything from the traditional world of desktop advertising to really make its way into this world. Like, it's going to be special native ad formats, the same way that mobile apps are realizing that you can't use a third of the screen and just stick a banner ad. It doesn't work. And people won't click it. People will get really offended by that. So I think we're going to see really new native sponsored notifications is the thing that I think we're really going to get to be talking about. Back here?
Well, so the advertising, so the banners pop up when you're stopped, when the car is stopped. So they're intended to. So we'll check it out. If that hasn't been your experience, I'd love to talk to you after this. But we do everything we can to promote safety. Any of our advertising only pops up if you're stopped at a stoplight or the car's not in motion. You'll see a banner at the top. And we do our best to make sure that these serve your experience that you're already having. So if we know that you're going to work in the morning, it makes sense to get a Starbucks deal because you probably want coffee on the way to get you through the day. As far as anything else on the map that you see, you may see pins that, again, are additive to your experience because we know your intent. We know where you're going. We may help you save 10 cents on gas. But forefront of...
Hey, all right, we're just going to move on to the next question. No, that's all right. We're going to move on to another question, I think, because we want to stick it around wearable computing. But actually, so to look back on what we've learned today, I think we've really established that the sexiness and coolness of wearable computing is not where it needs to be. And in order to get that into a better place, I think hardware developers and software developers are going to have to do their best to seed their devices and their software to influencers and people that can help them with that. That might mean going through free channels like Twitter or hiring a PR firm, because as Josh says, it can be a very efficient use of marketing spend. In the long term, be as forthcoming and find the story about your device that you can sell and that makes you unique. Focus on something that's really truly different than what you could do on a smartphone, not just incrementally easier. And in the long term, it looks like we're really going to need something like a Bill of Rights for wearable computing to help people feel comfortable with the devices. And that if we get all these things together, it's obvious that wearable computing is the future, but it's going to be us who make it happen. So I'm excited to see what all of you guys do out there over the next few years with wearable computing. Thanks so much for coming.
Thanks very much. That was a great panel. And now we are going to wrap up the program with a fantastic interview. We have James Park, the CEO of Fitbit, interviewed by Rakesh Agrawal, who is an internet analyst and a columnist for VentureBeat. So this should be a really great end to the day and our consumer program. We're just resetting the stage. We have Rakesh and James. Fitbit, as you know, is a major manufacturer of fitness trackers, that whole emerging category, which is a big part of the wearables universe. And they've expanded to a whole range of devices. And I'm sure Rakesh and James will be talking about Fitbit's latest and how it impacts the rest of the wearables world. All right, I think we're ready. Rakesh, James, take it away.
Thanks.
James, thanks for being here.
Thanks.
I'm a longtime Fitbit user. I looked at my stats last night, and I've got 7.5 million steps lifetime and probably about 3,000 miles or something like that.
Okay, that's pretty good.
How's that rank among the Fitbit user base?
Depends on when you started.
Okay.
So.
I started yesterday. So you guys have been around since 2007, and talk a little bit about how you get started and when you got to launch? And
Yeah, so my co-founder Eric Friedman and I started Fitbit in early 2007. And really the start of the company was late 2006. I was one of the first people to buy a Nintendo Wii. And I waited at Best Buy at 6 a.m. My wife was a great sport. Took it home, and I was just really amazed by the way Nintendo had combined motion sensing with really amazing software. And for the time, it changed the way people thought about gaming, something that was very active and positive rather than sedentary. So Eric and I thought, how could we capture a lot of this magic and put it into a more portable form? So that was the start of Fitbit in April, May 2007. And we knew nothing about hardware at the time. We were two software engineers. And I guess naivete, we weren't dissuaded by the challenge. And we announced our first product at TechCrunch in September 2008.
Okay, and you were expecting to release it in September 2008?
We told everybody we would be shipping at Christmas, and we did ship at Christmas, but it was Christmas of the following year. So
what happened? Was it distribution challenges or production challenges? Or?
No, just overall hubris and ignorance, all that, about the realities of bringing a hardware product to market. So,
what were the biggest challenges you faced in that time?
Everything, like how do you build a hardware product? So we had to start from scratch. So luckily I knew the principal at New Deal Design, just one of the great industrial design firms in San Francisco. They've done products like the Slingbox, Palm Zire, et cetera. So he helped us a lot in finding the right connections, manufacturers, engineering consultants, et cetera. So that kind of got us started. But really, it was a lot of just from scratch learning that Eric and I had to do to figure out how to build a hardware company. And we spent a lot of months just living in Asia, particularly Singapore, bringing up production lines.
Now, when we talk about wearables, one of the big things is it's such a personal thing. You want it to fit with your profile. You want it to be part of your image. You started off with a tiny tracker that fits in the pocket. Now you have a wristband.
Yes.
Can you talk about how you made the decision to launch the wristband and whether that's getting at a different market for you?
So when we started in 2007, there was very limited competition. Our key competition that we stated to investors were old school pedometers. So these were pretty large devices, typically unconnected, that you'd clip to your waistband. And reading Amazon reviews, typically I don't like to do a lot of market research, but I just like to read Amazon reviews on pedometers. So I'd read through the 2,000 reviews for this Omron pedometer and saw that a lot of people were dropping pedometers into their pocket. And a lot of women were trying to clip the thing to their bra. And if you ever seen an Omron pedometer, they're pretty huge. So I'm like, well, I don't think that quite works that well. So a key design intent of our first product was, can someone clip it to their bra really easily? And so that drove a lot of the form factor, the use cases, et cetera. Another big use case was, can you drop it into your pocket, coin pocket, et cetera. And that's the important thing about wearables. It's, the use case, how it fits into people's wardrobe, their lifestyle is critically important when you do the design. And the wrist is another thing. Like, what we found is that there's no one size fits all. Some people love to clip it to their bra, drop it in their pocket, wear things on their wrist. And people get incredibly religious about where they wear these things. So our strategy from the very beginning has been, we're pretty agnostic about how things are worn as long as they're very effective in the location that they're worn. So for instance, for the wrist, you have to design your algorithms very differently because the wrist introduces a lot of different motion artifacts than, let's say, on your chest or in your pocket. And there's a lot of edge cases that might break the wrist form factor that doesn't matter for clippable products. So for instance, if you push a baby stroller, you really can't depend on your arms swinging through the air. So that's just one part of the algorithm you try not to do, or if you're on a treadmill desk. So
how do you find out about all these things? Do you talk to physicists, or
no.
do you just go try these things and see what moves the needle and what doesn't?
A lot of it's just intuition. I mean, we have a big R&D team, PhDs, but A lot of the approach we take is much more statistical rather than physiological. So I think it's easier to have a team of people who are great at math and statistics and try to teach them enough about physiology and about the body than it is the other way around.
Okay. Well, let me play VC for a few minutes here.
Okay.
James, love your product, but isn't everybody just going to use a cell phone for this, or apps that like moves that you launch it, you don't have to have a separate device, you don't have to have separate connectivity? Why are people just going to do that versus having a dedicated device?
So that's the same question that has been asked of us over our last 5 funding rounds. So 2007, that was the question that was asked, 2008, et cetera. I think the key thing, again, goes to wearability. A lot of people are going to find smartphone movement activity trackers good enough or useful enough for what they need to do or what their goals are. We try to go a step beyond that. And in terms of wearability, that's a key aspect. So for people who are serious about their health and fitness, they're not going to have their smartphone on their body all the time. A lot of women don't. Most people, when they go home, usually want to put their smartphone on their desk or their coffee table, et cetera. So wearability is a huge issue. The other thing is sensors right now. So I think what we're going to see in the next few years, and you see a couple products out in the market today, is more and more advanced sensors beyond the sensors that are just, come with your smartphone.
Okay. You've got a hardware product. Hardware you have to build, you have to ship, you have to distribute. That's a lot of work. That's not something VCs like to support.
VCs are probably more amenable today, but when we started, it was a pretty difficult proposition, and usually we had to figure that if we talked to 40 VCs in a given round, that 2/3 would probably fall off immediately because of the hardware issue and the need to build inventory and the capital risk, et cetera. What's great is we always settled on a small group of investors who truly were able to take risk, understand the business that we're in, and it's been great to work with them over the past few years.
Okay. Well, my last VC question.
Okay.
I want to keep making money. I don't want money just up front. How are you going to turn this into a monthly recurring business type model?
I think that's an important question, but we've had a lot of investors and press ask us if we're a hardware company or a software company. And I think the safest answer is to say, oh, we're actually a software company. But I think if you truly believe that, you lose sight of the fact that hardware is actually a really important piece of your business. And I don't like myself or any members of our team to delude themselves in thinking that, that hardware isn't important, that, we might run the risk of taking our eyes off the ball if we feel that way. So again, like you said, hardware is incredibly difficult, and we need to be honest with ourselves. We are a hardware company where a lot of the value is added by software, but we have to focus a lot to deliver the hardware that's really awesome.
Who's using your product today? Is it people who are fitness nuts? Is it people who are overweight trying to become less overweight? What's that market segmentation look like for you?
It's all types. What we don't have are the really super serious athletes, like triathletes, for instance. And actually, that was a big barrier for us in our early fundraising rounds because a lot of VCs also happen to be triathletes.
Is that because your product's not waterproof, or are they just...
No, I mean, the typical thing is I'm a triathlete, and how does this device help me? Well, my answer is it doesn't. So typically, that's where the conversation ended. But we're really for everyday people trying to achieve their health goals, whether it's to become more active, eat better, sleep better. And the age range of our users goes from 20s to 50s, different body types. Most of our users are actually overweight. So yeah,
more so than the overall American population, or?
According to BMI.
Okay.
So probably a little bit healthier than the average American, but that's not a huge, bar.
Not a huge hurdle to cross.
Huge hurdle. So.
How hard is it to get the user interface right on devices that are this tiny?
We spend an incredible amount of time for the actual amount of pixels that are on the device, but we also try not to overthink things. Key part of the Fitbit philosophy behind our device design has been, a pretty simple user interface. So we've usually had either one button or 0 buttons, and that was a direct response to, again, our early pedometer competitors, where if you look at Omrons, they typically had 3 to 5 buttons. It was usually difficult to figure out what they all did. So we lost a little bit on functionality, but I think overall the products are a lot more usable.
Okay. One of the things that has come up in the wearable space and with quasi-medical type devices is government regulation. The FDA just issued some guidelines on what's going to be regulated as a medical device and what's not. Does that help your business at all? Are there things that you were looking at doing that now that you have this clarity, you're like, okay, good to have that settled?
Typically, I don't like to talk about regulatory issues in public. Okay. But I think the FDA has a pretty tough job trying to figure out how to keep people safe and how to foster innovation. And probably my only comment about what was recently published is that I still feel it's too ambiguous. Like I read a lot of press about, hey, this clarifies everything, and then I read it and I go, I'm not sure exactly how it clarifies anything, but I'll go with it.
Got it. What do you think some of the big areas of disruption in the wearable space will be?
It'll be interesting to see how smartwatches fare in the whole category. So that's new entrants at the high end. It'll be interesting to see how low energy cores like the M7 and some of the stuff we see on the Moto and HTC devices disrupt the low end of health and fitness. But I think it's going to be a race for more advanced wearables with more sensors that are smaller, lighter, run longer between charges. So I think it's going to be a cool next 2 years.
What would you want in a smartwatch? What would make you put a smartwatch on your wrist?
Something that's not a Galaxy Gear look-alike. That's a little big.
Got it. Who do you think, you've seen some of the big fitness companies get into the space who have incredible amounts of marketing budget and they can, get celebrities on board, endorse their products and so forth. How do you compete against that?
It's really about understanding customer and focus. So we actually outsell all of our existing competitors in the market. So we outsell FuelBand, we outsell Jawbone, and that's just been through, again, understanding our consumer and massive retail distribution as well. We're in over 20,000 stores in 17 countries. So those are the two things that we really focus on, product and sales.
How did you get all that distribution? Because that's not hard or inexpensive.
It's been a 4-year journey at this point. I mean, when we launched the product, we were selling only on Fitbit.com. And, we started off in 2010 with a 4-store pilot at Best Buy. So, our sales team has executed very well over 4 years from growing from 4 stores to 20,000. And again, that's just a function of time and an excellent sales force. I don't think there's any shortcut unless you're a huge company with existing contacts in distribution.
What's been the balance between online and retail, big box for you guys?
Can't really say what the breakdown is, but I think it's really hard to build a big business in this category without the help of channel partners, just because if you think about marketing dollars spent, channel marketing dollars are pretty efficient. If you have a big display like we do at Best Buy, it's a 5x4 display. Not only does it make money on its own selling product, but it's a huge billboard anytime anybody walks by it. So I think to really succeed, you have to have both online and channel distribution.
Now, do you occasionally have your own staff or agents in the stores explaining the product to customers? Or?
No, but key part of good retail sales is making sure that the on-floor staff at Best Buy or Target, et cetera, know your product. And so we do spend a lot of time on training their sales teams.
How do you go about doing that?
It really depends on your level of resources. So you can hire other people to do the training, or you can hire your own team to go out and do training. But that's a common thing that companies with large distribution networks do.
Do you have the Christmas effect with your product, where you get a lot of people giving these out as gifts, and then they just kind of get excited for the first couple months and then drop off in terms of usage?
We're happy with our retention. I think the early question we got from investors was, is this a giftable product? Because we weren't quite sure.
Is it offensive to people?
Yeah, is it offensive? If I give a Fitbit to my girlfriend or wife, what is it saying? But you know, it's been a very giftable product, and a lot of it has just been due to making the whole category exciting. So I think if you gave one of those old school pedometers as a gift, that might not be welcomed very well. But I think any of the new class of activity trackers, I think they're pretty cool gifts.
Okay. We've got some time for questions from the audience. Over here.
Yeah, we're going to sell it to marketers and advertisers to sell ads against. No, I'm just, no, that's the last thing we would ever do. And part of it is, I used to work at CNET, and I got sick of having to make those trade-offs between product and sales, ad sales. So we're all about the product and user experience. Where we do see the data coming in valuable is, if you can offer deeper analytics to people, better coaching services. I think my general position is, I think that data could be useful, but I don't like to oversell the promise of the data. And I think with just the class of sensors we have today, which is just around acceleration, it's pretty difficult to get anything super sexy or super interesting. And I think we and a bunch of other companies have done as much as we can just using motion data. So I think the next breakthroughs are going to come with much more advanced sensors.
Just a related question to that. I know in the Moves app, it correlates your step activity with your GPS data as recorded by the cell phone. So far as I can remember, none of your products correlate with GPS data. Is that a conscious design decision, or is that something that...
Well, I think you have to figure, what are the trade-offs in that experience? So you trade off battery life for knowing and correlating location with your movement data. But with the Moves app, I haven't really seen how that location data today is useful to me. Maybe it's a failure in imagination on all of our parts or their part, or maybe it's just not useful at all. Who knows? But again, my general comment is we're at the early stages, and hopefully with more advanced sensors, there'll be some more usefulness to the data that's collected.
Okay. Over here.
What percentage of your users are still using the product after 6 months or a year? So give us a sense for stickiness.
Better than a gym membership, is all I can say.
Which is what?
I don't know, a few weeks, a month. So better than a month.
But I guess just to get a sense for this category, is this going to be the next pet rock, or is this a lasting category? And I guess what evidence do you have that it's going to stay?
Yeah, so I guess it depends on what your definition of a lasting category is. Again, we started the company in 2007, been selling our products for 4 years. So I guess in tech time, 4 years is pretty long. I can easily see this category experiencing incredibly fast and sustained innovation for at least another 5 years.
Over here.
As you grew the company over time, were there any roles and responsibilities within the organization that you wish you had acted on quicker and may have slowed growth in this new market?
Obviously, if Eric and I were super experienced hardware executives like Tony Fadell, I'm sure we could have gotten to market a heck of a lot quicker. I'd have to say it's really difficult to build a great supply chain and operations team. And I think that's one thing that kind of gets missed or ignored when people talk about, let's say, awesome Kickstarter projects where, you have a few 100,000 orders. Well, how are you going to deliver on it? It's not going to be your engineers, it's your supply chain and ops people. So overinvestment in that area is always pretty good.
When did you hire your first person with big box and retail experience?
Probably 2011.
Okay.
Yeah.
So pretty deep in the game.
2 years in.
Okay. You.
Awesome. If you've had a 90-second
This is about like how to start your own company founding wearables, right?
So I would have said, I know who exactly the key investors who'd invest in your company, so I could cut out, 4 or 5 months of fundraising and get that time of my life back.
Strategic in finding investors
And
how is that bite size, or how can you be more strategic in finding investors that are appropriate for your company?
I think, it's a lot of it is what, actually I haven't given that question much thought, but, Brad Feld's on our board, and, he's had a very long-term interest in self-tracking and wearables for quite a while, if you read his blog. So in hindsight, I should have gone to Brad first instead of last. He happened to be the last investor I talked to, and he put money in, so that could have saved like 4 months of, yeah.
How quickly do you know in a pitch meeting that this thing has legs and this investment or this partnership with an investor might work out?
I stopped asking that question a long time ago. I joke with Eric. We've had meetings where we think things have gone great, ends up going nowhere. Meetings where we're like, that was terrible, and it's, they've come back and invested. So I honestly have no idea how to judge the aftermath of a pitch.
Any other questions?
Yeah.
About your background personally has driven you to be interested in founding this?
In what?
In founding this?
Just innate curiosity to build things. Again, I knew nothing about hardware. I'd last taken a hardware class. I took a digital circuit design class in college. I maybe got a B in that class. But Eric and I always have a strong desire to learn new things. And when we started the company, we asked ourselves, is this something that we could do for an incredibly long time? And even 6.5 years into it, I'm incredibly passionate about the business, still heavily involved in the engineering of the hardware products, and it's really fun to build physical things.
How do you convert all this knowledge and all this data into applied knowledge?
Just going out and doing it. I don't know. Honestly.
I was talking about within the app. So like, I've tried it for a bit, and I'm like, oh, good. Okay, so like I'm matching these goals. Great. Good. When there's momentum, and then that's great, and then I'll break it in a couple days. I'm like, okay, well, it's not seamless enough in my life. And like with Moves, because it's already on my phone, I recognize that there's a sacrifice in battery life. But because it's seamless, it's so much more actionable and easily deployable. But still, I want to be able to take this data and be like, oh, there's one bite-sized step that I can take tomorrow that's very easy for me to implement, and there'd be no excuse not to do it, other than like, oh, well, I missed yesterday, so I don't really feel like today I don't really care about actually meeting the same goal anymore.
I'll try to answer your question. Honestly, I think everyone does a really poor job of trying to provide insight into your data. So I think that's really the next step for all of us to do better is, giving actionable insight.
Okay, one last question.
Cracked that nut.
Tomorrow is the first day that you can enroll in the Obamacare exchanges, and we're in for some big changes in healthcare in this country. Does the Affordable Care Act affect your business one way or the other?
It probably does. We haven't actually thought too much about how we fit into that strategically, other than the fact that a large portion of our business is around corporate wellness. So I think there's a lot of opportunity amongst health insurers and companies to work harder together with devices and data to try to lower healthcare costs for everybody.
Great. Thank you so much for your time.
Thanks.
All right, everybody. One more round of applause for the last. Before we get out of here and enjoy the rest of the evening, first things first, I want to thank our wonderful, wonderful MC, Owen, over here. Everyone, a round of applause, please. Second off, a couple announcements. One, we're announcing today a new event called Wearable Wednesdays that will be happening once a month, all about wearables. Second, WeedCo We, a hackathon that's going to be happening once a month as well to help this industry in addition. And last but not least, thank you all for coming. And we have a note from one of our sponsors, Technicolor. Here's Vince.
Thanks. And look, we're very proud to have been involved with this event today. I think it's been a fantastic experience for everyone, and we're pleased to have seen so many people enjoying it. So very also happy to announce that some cocktails are available in the courtyard, just where lunch was served today. And so I hope you enjoy that Technicolor experience as well. And look forward to seeing you next time.
Thank you, everybody.